Good morning, my good friends and traders. Welcome to TopstepTV. It is Friday, May the 17th, the year of our Lord 2024. Welcome to the opening call, the most watched, most trusted, most revered, most popular futures trading show out there. You're looking at John, the GOAT Hoagland. I'm JD. We're going to be here guiding you through the markets real quick this morning. Good morning, Hoag. How are things happening in your neck of the woods?
All right. Ready for a good Friday here. We're always looking for opportunities in these markets. As always, our focus this morning on the opening call is context, risk management, and patience. Good to see you, JD. As everybody knows, Eddie is off for the next few days. We will be missing and thinking about him and doing our best to cover his coveted place.
Yes, we will. Well, what do you say we get into it? Hoag, were you watching the markets at all yesterday? Did you see what happened in the Dow Jones? Uh, don't
I
short
did.
America, people.
That's right.
uh, our friend Jack's favorite index, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, has breached that big fat round number of 40,000 for the first time ever yesterday in the cash market. That is,
Right.
and the futures for that fact. Closed below that, did dip back down below 40,000, but it did trade above there. Reuters credits the drive higher to a stronger than expected earnings season. Futures are currently trading just above 40,000 at the moment. Futures got up to 40,000, almost 200, I believe, yesterday. I didn't see the closing price or the high, but it got up there. In other news, on the earnings front, Walmart stock hit all-time highs yesterday, up 7%, beating quarterly sales and revenue expectations, setting huge grocery sales, saying it's 4 times cheaper to eat in than it is to eat out. I can certainly attest to that, Hoag. I don't know when. Well, you said you went out last night in Chicago. So did I. Yesterday was my wife's birthday, and we went out for a cocktail and a meal. And let me tell you, uh, I paid close to $60 for a piece of walleye when I would have just as rather jumped in the Chicago River and pulled out a 3-eyed carp for free with my bare hands. But uh, I did it to appease my better half, and she had a lovely time. But let me tell you, it's no joke on the pocketbook having a night out in Chicago these days.
Yeah, I was with
Uh,
I was at the half shell with my daughter last night, and a plate of crab legs was $70, and that's actually really cheap. Half shell is really reasonable as far as the prices are concerned. And they do have some of the best crab legs in the world, so it was well worth it. But still, I mean, it's a big chunk.
you worked at the half shell for a long time, didn't you? When you first started
I did.
trading, was that
Worked there for 8 years. When I started, a plate of crab legs was $12.90.
if only, right?
Yeah.
Back to the
Yep.
old days. Any chance you're a betting man, Hoag? Do you like to gamble on sports at all?
No, actually, I don't gamble much. I don't gamble much when we're in Vegas. Although the last two trips, I was able to make about $700 on both of those trips, so I consider that a success. But no, not much of a gambler. No, and no sports gambling, none of that. I've gotten my taste of risk in futures.
Well, I do like to dabble a little bit on the sports book side, but if any of you are putting money down on the PGA Tour Championship this weekend, and you put some money on Scotty Scheffler, you might want to donate to his GoFundMe for bail. Scotty Scheffler was arrested this morning in Louisville on his way into Valhalla Golf Club for the PGA Tour Championship. Apparently, he was trying to drive around the side of a car crash, ignoring orders from traffic police. He was detained on charges of second-degree assault of a police officer, third-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving, and
Ooh,
disregarding traffic signals from an officer directing traffic. You see, Hogue, nobody is above the law.
that's right.
Not even the number one ranked golfer in the world on his way into the PGA Tour
You
Championship.
gotta wonder what the heck what was he thinking?
There's a bizarre story. There's more is coming out every second. But last I heard, he was still in lockup and he was supposed to tee off at 10 o'clock Eastern time. So we'll see what happens in the next couple hours. I'm not accusing Louisville Metro of trying to handicap the PGA Tour Championship in any way, but actually, it is sort of a tragic story. So maybe we'll keep you up on that one later in the day.
Oh, I'm there for it. I am there.
All you golf fans, yeah, this is a hot take today. Oh, what else? What's going on in the world of the news or the economic calendar today?
Well, I just checked, and yes, Dow futures did actually close above 40,000 for the first time yesterday. 40,010 was settlement. But as far as economic numbers this morning, it's a little bit thin. We do have at 9 o'clock the misleading indicators is due out. It's expected to remain as it was at minus 0.3%. 9:15, we have a couple of talking feds. We have Waller, we have Kashkari speaking at 11:15. Mary Daly is due to speak, and at 12 o'clock, of course, the Baker Hughes rig count for you crude traders. As far as earnings are concerned, it's a very short list. No majors today. VIX is slightly lower at 12.29. Dollar index up a little bit at 104.73 last I checked. And the yield on the 10-year, 4.4%, 4.4%, leaking back up towards that 4.5%. We'll see how that affects the equities here today. But that's it. Not a lot of news coming out, not a lot of talking feds. You never know when one of them is going to pop up on the calendar unexpectedly.
That seems to happen.
Yes, it does.
It seems to happen quite a bit. It should be more. What's the word I'm looking for? More scheduled, I guess.
Yeah,
more transparent
scheduled.
when they're going to come out.
I would agree.
Feds just popping in whenever they want. Talking feds, that is, and twisting up the markets. It's really throws you for a loop once in a while. But that's why.
One other thing is, Danny has got it in here. Today is OPEX day, option expiration day, so that of course can affect the markets.
Yes, for sure. That is why we always come to work having a clear mindset. Our tip of the week, if we could please, Jack. Ski, bike, run, play. No matter what you do to clear your mindset after a trading day, make sure you clear your mind in order to get back to trading sharp and smart. You got a routine for relaxing at the end of the day, Hoag? Anything in particular?
Yeah, I usually take a nap. No,
yeah.
Just kidding. I'll review any journaling that I did that day, kind of go through my trades, think about how I was affected emotionally by them when I'm actively trading. This was such a good week here on Topstep TV for mindset. We had Ginny Cristerna, we had Dr. Brett Steenbarger, we have Anne Marie so much on the program here. But keeping a clear mindset. One of the things that I say usually at the end of the opening call is, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Staying centered is really, I think, a function of having a clear mindset. Know where you are emotionally and physically and mentally, and try and stay as close to that center as you can. Not too excited about good things, not too upset about bad things that might happen. Just keep your mind clear. What a great week for this tip of the week this week with the guests that we had on.
Absolutely. It's been a very exciting week. Had a great time doing interviews with Dr. Cristerna, Brett Steenbarger yesterday. Just an incredible interview. Everybody make sure we're going to clip those and put them up on our YouTube channel. So make sure you go back and watch those. It was just excellent. These people are just wealths of knowledge, and we're so lucky that they were here to share it with us, and at no charge to anybody. So, yeah, go check those out. All right, Hoag. We got one more announcement, and then we'll hit the charts. Hoag, what's going on?
Yeah, with as far as support is concerned, don't get upset. Don't throw things at us. We're doing all of this to improve our process for our support team. In order to implement some new upgrades, the support team will not be taking new tickets today. They will, however, be working all today, all through the weekend to get through the current tickets that we do have. They will be back open on Monday morning, taking new tickets, but we're not going to rest until we really have that 5-star experience from the entire company that you've grown to love and expect from us. So stay patient today. They're going to go through the whole backlog of support tickets. We're implementing new things that are going to improve the support experience that you all expect. Again, that 5-star experience. When you do talk to a support trader support rep, be kind. We appreciate your patience. And again, try not to throw things at us. No tomatoes, no lettuce, none of that stuff. We're doing all of this to improve the process moving forward. So please, again, stay patient, stay kind to the trader support reps, and again, we're constantly implementing things to improve that experience for all of you. So stay patient with us. Again, don't throw things, and we will be providing better and better service over the coming days and coming weeks. So we appreciate all of you. We love all of you, and we look forward to having you with us for a very long time. So that is the story with support. Again, no new tickets today. Working all weekend to get caught up, implementing new processes, and back live again Monday morning. So again, we appreciate your patience.
And for those commenting in the chat, we are indeed hiring more support staff. We're constantly hiring support staff. I think we have close to 100 support reps right now. Does that sound about right, Hoag?
I think so, yeah.
And they work around the clock tirelessly. There's just, they do an amazing job. So like Hoag said, be kind, be patient. They will get to your questions as soon as they can. Go to our website and apply too if you want.
For
The
sure.
applications are right there, topstep.com.
Yep.
All right, Hoag, let's take a look at the markets. What's happening in the charts this morning?
All right. Well, here's the daily in the S&Ps. Well, this was quite the rally we had here since this low here on the 1st of May. It's been pretty much straight up the whole time. Yesterday, we day before yesterday, we added a whole bunch of open interest, a whole bunch of volume on that last up move. I'm still giving this upside auction a B, maybe an A, but it needs a pullback. The market can't just continue to push to the upside forever. It needs a pullback. And I'm looking at yesterday's pullback as actually healthy for potential continuation to the upside. Yesterday, we put in a new all-time high in the regular trading hour session, so that's good. We did see a pullback. That pullback came with a lower volume than the continuation move to the upside than on the previous day. It did add 3,400 in open interest. I'm kind of viewing that as a little bit inert, as the day before on Wednesday we added 55,000 in new open interest. The market is still exhibiting upside tendencies. The auction to the upside is still healthy. And I think one of the healthiest things that can happen for this upside auction is for us to see a bit of a pullback or consolidation to even out inventory so that the next move to the upside can be relatively substantial. So we're taking a little bit of a breather in this upside auction. And again, I'm kind of giving it a B now because we are in a pullback. But I think that the overall structure of the market is still saying that continuation to the upside is likely. Of course, anything can happen. Some sort of bad news comes out, something unknown. The talking Fed say something hawkish that can certainly change things, but I don't think that's going to change things for the long term. I'd like to see a nice little pullback so we can get a nice continuation move when we do start pushing again at new highs. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So the S&Ps have really been cantankerous at the end of the day, let's say. As far as overnight inventory is concerned, we really don't have any overnight inventory. The market has stayed pretty close to settlement, and we're not really accumulating overnight longs or overnight shorts, so we're not really going to be looking for that. A a settlement gap close would be just the easiest thing to see happen here because we're really not that far away from it. The What I'm going to be looking for today is if we can get back inside value from Friday, value low 53.27.28 area. Okay. Everything is a zone in futures. So we're looking at kind of 53.27.28 as value low. If we can accept inside of that, that might bring value acceptance and could bring price back up to 53.41.5. Now, this is basic, more based on volume profile and market profile than any kind of technical structure that we might be looking at. So I'm going to be kind of watching to see. We don't have any overnight inventory. We're in range. If we reject value, we could see a deeper pullback or some consolidation inside the kind of emotional day that we put up on Wednesday. The thing that sticks out to me in the profile is this is the third late spike that we've had in 3 days. That we had 2 late spikes to the upside. Yesterday, we put in a late spike to the downside. What is a late spike? Well, the market was relatively range bound until the end of the day. The market moved away from that range and closed below that range, indicating rejection of higher pricing. The base of that late spike, 53.23.5. Now, if you remember, yesterday morning, we looked at the base of the late spike and the overnight low as an opportunity for a long in the house account that actually played out relatively well for us. We left on one lot trailer on that we ended up getting stopped out on, but that's okay. That happens. That's just trading. So the base of the late spike here in the S&Ps again is 53.23.5. If we open in that late spike, okay, in other words, below 53.23.5, and the low from the session yesterday, which is 53.1875, that's a probability of acceptance of lower pricing. If we were to open flat out below the late spike, and again, the low of the late spike is the low from the regular trading hour session yesterday, 53.1875, that's a higher probability of acceptance of higher pricing. We kind of opened in the late spike yet from Wednesday, Thursday. The market took a look at the base of the late spike, rejected it, and we saw a pretty decent move to the upside. That's how these things can work. We ended up with a move in the opposite direction. So if we open above the base of the late spike, that is probability of the market not accepting lower pricing. And then I would look for the value acceptance play that we just talked about. Again, no real overnight inventory. We're in range. Maybe it's going to be a time to stay patient, and we'll look forward to seeing what these markets are offering for us today. The NASDAQ is, almost the same situation, a little bit different. We had the big move up on Wednesday on higher volume and higher open interest. We had a pullback yesterday on lower volume and a reduction in open interest. We lost 5,000. So we had some long liquidation, some profit taking after we put in that all-time high that we did put in the regular trading hour session. A necessary pullback. The healthiest thing that could happen to this rally that we've got going right now is some consolidation or a deeper pullback to even out inventories or a continuation move to the upside. I think we're a ways away from breaking upside structure as far as the bigger picture in the technicals in the S&Ps. So a healthy pullback, good volume, lower open interest, lower auction grade, still giving this one a B, giving it a B. We're in a little bit of a pullback here. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. If you guys didn't watch Slow Markets last night, you got to watch it. Dakota really put on a master class in the last half hour of that on how he trades, how he uses technicals to look for opportunities, and he's going to be with us today along with our wonderful coach Jay. All right, here's the 30-minute. Well, overnight inventory, maybe we got a little bit long here prior to the open. We're inside value from yesterday. Value low 18.673, value high 18.728. We show rejection of the late spike that did happen in the NASDAQ yesterday. The base of that late spike 18.661. Opening above that level marks possible rejection of lower pricing and a possible move back to the high of value from yesterday's session, at least initially. So Very similar situation to the S&Ps. The profile was normal variation trading day, neutral stance with a late spike. So a lot of the early opportunities that we might be thinking about taking today might be basically based off that 18,661 base of the late spike. Base of the late spike. So remember the rules for the late spike. Opening in the late spike is a late spike to the downside. That is probable acceptance of lower pricing. Opening below the late spike, a higher probability of acceptance of lower pricing. All that does is give context. It does not give direction. And the base of the late spike, as we saw yesterday in the S&P, is when we got to that base of the late spike in the overnight low, that was a pretty decent opportunity for a move to the upside, which we did catch again part of in the house account. So we'll see what we've got going on today. Take a look at crude oil. Crude oil is in rollover still. There's about 91,500 contracts still left to roll or expire in the June contract, but this is so typical of a rollover in crude oil. The market is really range bound, short time frame control as the roll kind of winds up. And again, there's still just under 100,000 contracts in the June contract that need to roll or will expire and settle in actuals. Deliveries will be made with that. So we've really kind of been holding in our head and shoulders pattern we've got here. We knew that this whole area was going to be really gooey and really sticky. A lot of consolidation here, back into that consolidation. During rollover, we've gotten really sticky in this area too. The market is difficult to read as far as volume and open interest is concerned, again, because it's in rollover. We lost 14,000 contracts yesterday. All of those and more were in the June contract. So a lot of just kind of June contracts being evaporated, being liquidated before the rollover. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So, we did open with some overnight inventory to the long side. It looks like with that overnight inventory already has us heading back towards a settlement gap close here. That opportunity was really kind of nice because it couldn't take out the overnight high, didn't hold above yesterday's high. It gave us a nice cheap opportunity up there for a potential short if you were paying attention, and a pretty decent move to the downside here, about a 50 tick move there. Just based off of overnight inventory. Overnight, we got too long. Market opened. We didn't see what we were looking for if we were long, so we bailed. And that is with high probability what has just happened in the crude oil. We're back in range, back in value. Stay patient. Stay patient. The profile yesterday was normal variation, neutral day, with a little bit of an excess high. Well, we got to that excess high yesterday and last night. That was rejected. And now rejected again in the regular trading hour, session. Take a quick look at gold, and we'll get moving on. Okay, daily. Really, when we kind of get a bigger picture here, we had a nice rally, a nice consolidation, a nice rally, and a nice consolidation. Short time frame control, losing 3,000 in open interest yesterday on lower volume. We're still seeing kind of a moving average of volume just leaking to the downside. We just need some new business for this market to choose a direction. And when it does, after all of this consolidation, it's likely to be a pretty decent move. So the short time frame auction grade inside the balance from here to here, we're going with a C. It's not bringing in new volume, not really bringing in new open interest. So it's kind of a blah kind of a move. And weekly kickoff high and lower, where we're looking for longer time frame traders to really start thinking about adjusting inventories if that's what they're going to be kind of thinking about. So if 2410 weekly kickoff high, 2307 weekly kickoff low, anything in the middle, short time frame control. Take a look at the 30. Here we go. So, oh man, we're getting our look here at 2410 here. Weekly kickoff high, you just kind of right to it within two ticks.
Right off of it, yeah.
Yeah, within 2 ticks. It's also a naked point of control from the past that has now been checked in regular trading hours. As far as overnight inventory was concerned, we were going to be opening with a gap. We've had no effort to close the gap. This 2410 really offers a decent opportunity, at the very least, to limit risk. At the very least, to limit risk. So, traders, take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. We've got a great day for everybody. JD, you want to tell everybody who's with us?
Absolutely. We got a coach's takeover coming up for Fast Markets. We're going to have Andre Hoag is sticking around, and we got Coach Jay and Coach Dakota. If you missed Slow Markets last night, you could find the recording of that on our YouTube channel. We do clip and save all of Coach Dakota's Slow Market sessions to our YouTube channel. Just go and check that out. Also, one other item of business. I see a lot of people asking for top quiz winners from yesterday. We were a little short-staffed on the production side yesterday, so we did not announce top quiz winners. We will get to all of those today, though. So just bear with us. Ask for a little bit of patience. We'll get those top quiz winner results out as soon as we can. After Fast Markets, we got Power Players with Andre, Peter Tuchman, myself, and Hoag will be there also. Then Top Quiz with Jack and a mystery guest, followed by the Shoulder Tap with Jack and Mick. Myself and Coach Robert will be here for group coaching. Then we've got Dolby, Hoag, and Anne-Marie for Strategy Lab. And we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, Nick for a tick if he's in the chat. Good morning. And Isaac R. It's going to be a day full of tradertainment, jam-packed, nothing but the best here. All right, with that, we're going to take a short break, and we're going to be right back with Fast Markets. Andre, Hoag, Coach Jay, and Coach Dakota.
All right, we're live. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. We got the aces with us today. In the upper right, we got Coach Dakota. Lower right, we got Coach Jay. And you guys all know the legend, John Hoagland. John, this opening bell rings. Talk us through the opening range trade today. Here we go.
Muted.
Is he?
Or is it frozen?
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's frozen.
Uh-oh.
No,
I think he's
his
talking.
mouth's going. He's just muted.
Just looking.
Oh, just looking.
Oh.
Okay.
Just looking.
Here we go.
So the opening range in the S&Ps is in the late spike, but it seems to be kind of rejecting.
We have a bunch of Fed speakers today, right?
Yeah. Yes, we do.
Yeah, there's a couple. There's 915 Waller and Kashkari and 11.15 daily.
Here we go. All right,
I'm
guys, talk to me.
expecting us to stay. I'm expecting us to stay pretty range bound today, between kind of this 650 and 700 level, and then looking for a breakout outside of that. It feels like opening it within range and in value is like a wait for the initial balance day, but we'll see.
Okay,
Yeah.
so no levels right now. John, what are we seeing here? Opening range.
Well, Jay, we opened in the late spike in the NASDAQ. So,
Right.
that's a probability of lower acceptance. We're below value. We've left the opening. We're still in the opening range. We haven't left the opening range. It's 16 handle opening range.
Mm-hmm.
But if this thing does break to the downside, takes out yesterday's low, I can see in the NASDAQ, 18,590, 595.
Yep.
Right now, we're still in the opening range. Not a lot of aggressive things going on here just yet. Dow is taking out the low of the opening range as we speak.
The Dow is. All right.
Dakota, you take any trades overnight?
Actually, no. It's just after yesterday's or the big move the other day, it's kind of just like hangover, right? And especially, and let me go through this, and maybe I went through this a little bit last night.
Okay.
Whenever we have such a really extended rally, and then we break to a new, like an all-time high like this,
Yep.
you don't really get a good break, right? We want some type of consolidation or pullback, and then we could get a good break out to new all-time highs or something. So I'm kind of going to expect something that we've seen in March, right, where we just make an all-time high, and then maybe we just consolidate and chop a little bit. I want to be in a buy the dip mentality, of course, because we're bullish. This is a bullish market right now.
Yes, it
And
is.
so I'm going to look for buy the dips, but I'm going to have lower expectations. Not like, oh, we're going to break to all-time highs and we're going to have these huge runners, because the market tends to consolidate more than it rallies or trends.
Jay, we're still in that first minute opening range. That first minute opening range is going to be your 3-minute opening range.
Yep. Yeah, it's the full range so far. 3 minutes just closed, so I'm anchoring VWAP here. We are looking lower through the bottom of that opening range right now. But the low of the opening range is also 18,650, which is kind of a round number, and I'm not seeing any selling through it yet. So, gonna stay patient for right now.
Okay.
But it does look a little heavy.
My house account trade, and the trade that I would go and vote for, is a long between 18,600 and 18,587. Like this, there's a nice zone right here.
18,600 and 570.
Yeah, so there's like a little.
We're in it right now.
Range.
570. Oh no!
Yeah,
my bad. 570.
Yeah, we'd have to sell off another like 50 points.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
You like that one too, Jay?
I do like that. Yeah.
Okay. John, you seeing that?
I think Hoag might be on mute.
Hoag.
I'm not sure.
Oh,
What's
talk
going
to
on?
us. What's happening?
I'm not sure.
I do like that though. I do.
Okay.
Like
Can
that.
you hear us? Give a thumbs up if you can hear us.
Oh,
I don't think he could hear us.
Yeah, he
You
can
can
hear us.
hear us. Are you on mute?
I'm not muted.
You're moving your mouth a lot.
No, what's happening?
I muted because of the dog. The dog was barking.
I was like, what?
We can still see you though.
Sorry.
All good. We got all right. 18,600, 18,570. Double check mark there.
I'll pay the $5.
But
I should really
No,
just like front load it with $50.
prepaid.
Yeah.
I know we're
I
looking at equities. Go ahead, Dakota.
I was gonna say we might not even get there to
don't know if
that
we will
level
either.
on the Nasdaq.
It's okay.
So,
We can wait. Be patient.
but it's there. It's there. If we do sell off, then at least we have a game plan.
Yes,
you know,
we do.
if we can-
600s.
Someone's saying gold, hoop gold. I heard you talking about that earlier. I would be okay with a short on the gold.
Yeah.
Sure, gold, eh?
24.10 weekly kickoff high. That was a straight shot. Bang, right there. Now off.
Speaking of gold, we got 84% short on the tilt right now in gold. So we're
Oh,
done.
man,
They're
your
getting
weekly
short.
kickoff level, Hoag, is just gold.
Yeah, to the tick.
Yeah.
Mm.
To the tick.
You give those for free, I heard. Is that true?
Yeah. Yes. They're on the weekly kickoff email on Sunday nights.
You know, people pay good money for that kind of stuff.
They did on the floor.
Yeah. It's my, my contribution, I guess.
There you go.
That's why I'm here, is just help the community, Dakota, Jay, you guys are the same way. If there's a way you can help other traders, you're going to do it.
100%. Yeah.
Hoag, I have a question for you. How long did it take for you to realize that those weekly kickoff levels were as good as they are?
Well, I mean, I've been kind of looking at them and using them for 10 years, pretty much since I started on screen.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're gold. Like this one was absolutely mint. Sometimes, not so much, but over and over, they prove to be kind of important levels as far as decision making in longer time frame, and that's what they're for. Sometimes it may take 3 days for the longer time frame to make a decision at those levels, and they become very magnetic. This particular one was just a really sweet daytime frame opportunity.
Nice.
It was right there.
So
we were right in the opening call. I'm like, oh, there it is.
Wow, here come the buyers.
I'm looking at where we just bounced from.
Yeah.
And again, you guys know I use volume all the time. There is a candle that started at 4. These are 30-minute candles, started at 4 a.m. Eastern time. The high of that candle is kind of where we just bounced. And again, I think we stay range bound in between these two big orange candles here, right? We just bounced up to 50% of this one, and we tested this one. So a breakout in either direction of those two candles. Otherwise, I think we stay pretty range bound.
What are those prices,
AJ,
Jay?
Yeah. So the range on the lower one is 616 to 648, and the range on the higher one is 652 at the low and 685 to the high.
685 to the high.
We just tested both of those and kind of
Yes,
we're
we
staying
did.
in the middle of them.
Jay, if I was paying attention, I usually take that trade. That's actually where we opened up after that 1 hour close, right at 5 p.m. Central. That's where we opened. And a lot of times we kind of tend to go back towards that sometimes. And when we do, I mean, that was the trade right there. But I wasn't
40s?
paying attention. That 640. Well, we closed at 638-ish. And then when we opened up again at 5 p.m. Central, we opened up at 642. So that's a nice little zone that the markets tend to hover around.
Overnight inventory adjustment right to where we opened last night.
Yes. There you go.
Yep. Yeah, we're kind of ranging in between the two.
So, Jay, it sounds like you're really focusing on the overnight high and low then.
Correct. The overnight low would be, what is it, 18,616 about. But the high of that candle that set the low, we just checked that and didn't accept back into that candle.
And that's 18,652 and a half.
Correct.
652. Okay.
650, 18 half, I guess is the high of that candle.
Someone in the chat saying the dollar is going up.
S&P's not doing a whole heck of a lot right now.
No, it's a
Nasdaq's
5.5 handle range.
5.5 handles. Yeah. So let's talk about the opening range trade. We talk about it all the time. Probably gonna start that back up. Would this have been a no trade, or what would the trade have been?
Actually, it's still valid because looking at the here, let me put the profile up here. So
Okay.
So we opened basically in the late spike, the downside late spike. Oh, so the base of the late spike, if we're going to accept lower pricing, is the base of the late spike is resistance 53.2375. Now we've left the opening range at the high of the session. So I mean, technically, this is a go for the opening range trade. We're kind of missing the best trade location now. But there's been a lot of conversation so far in the idea that we're kind of looking for this thing to go kind of range bound.
Yep.
And the Nasdaq has taken out the both extremes of the 3-minute and 1-minute opening range to both sides. Now, the Nasdaq also had a late spike yesterday to the downside. The base of that late spike is 18,661. 18,661. We were unable to hold price above that. If we see this market roll over, get down to that kind of 18,600 level, this little stutter step here from Wednesday, that's where we're looking for longs.
Yep.
There's 3 check marks.
Yeah, that's a 3 check mark banger right
check
there.
marks.
Yeah.
Okay. That's gonna be a 20 lot. Oh, 4 check marks.
4 check marks. There we go.
It works, Jack.
That extra one's for Friday. Let me try that one more time.
That's
3
a
check
Oh,
marks.
bang.
There we
I
go.
like that. We got to get there
Another
first.
good
We're about 50 points away. Taking a look at the tilt here. 78% short gold. It was 84% as we sold off. So hopefully those are capturing some profit there.
Speakers in what, 30 minutes?
9:15. Yep.
Well,
No,
we
you love
have
Fed
misleading
futures.
indicators at 9.
Oh, we do.
Mm.
Okay.
Hey, Randolph's here. Good morning, my
Saw
brother
that.
Rick.
Hey, brother Rick.
Nice.
Good to see you.
Right now, we're just chopping around the session VWAP, which is this blue line on my screen. Which, if we're going to stay range bound, that's the worst place to think about taking a trade, because it could go either way from there. So let it get away from the extremes. We're kind of right in the middle of that range, but I think we kind of know where we want to interact, and it's just about the market getting there, and then we take our chances.
Okay. Dakota, how'd slow markets go yesterday?
It was really good. I actually extended it. It went like 30 minutes over.
Wow.
But, we covered
Why?
some very important things.
It was awesome. It was a masterclass.
Really?
It would just go ahead.
I saw like maybe 25 minutes of the last half hour, and amazing, Dakota.
Good job, Dakota.
Yeah, trying to walk that fine line between scaling in and a moron trade, right?
Yes, it's a thin line. It's a thin line.
It's a slippery slope too. We're getting to sell off a little bit now.
Yeah, S&P's started to see some sellers. We're back down these 40s in the NASDAQ here.
I'll never forget the first time it was Bill Greenspan turned around. He says, I think he's got a moron trade on. I'm like, what's a moron trade? He says, well, you put some on, and if it goes against you, you put more on. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah. All right.
Practice patience, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Every day is an opportunity to practice. Some days more than others, and here we are.
Yes.
Always
Dakota,
something good.
What was the low of that range you were saying? It was around 570s.
For me, the way I'm looking at it is kind of like we all look at the same thing differently, right? So I'm looking at a 5-minute chart, and I go back to basically May 15th in the morning, and we had this kind of consolidation, support resistance from pretty much 18,603 to 18,580, right? It's a nice zone.
Whoop.
So if
Sorry
we do
about that.
get
We
the
got some weird
opportunity to
stuff going on with the
participate
chart.
there,
Oh, look at that.
yeah, that's really kind of blurry there. If we do get the opportunity to participate there, I say we use Dakota's scaling in to try and get into 20 contracts.
I was
4
going
or
to
5
just
lots.
say that's what I'm going to do. I'm
Okay.
going to try and do that as well.
What prices?
Not 20 contracts, but yeah.
Scale in 5555. If we get there.
So we'll let Mr. Valentine Dakota set the price.
Very good.
Mr. Val. So you like that idea though, right, Hoag, of scaling in but responsibly with risk,
Yes.
and then as soon as it's invalidated, know that you close the trade. You don't continue.
Absolutely.
Let it run.
Uh-oh.
Absolutely.
Uh-oh. Who's that?
All right. Looks like I'm stepping away for a little while. I'll be watching.
All right. See you, Hoag.
See you, John.
See you, Hoag.
Oh,
Thank
shoot.
you.
He's traveling today.
1 second there, MP. Sorry. Didn't know you were coming. You never tell us.
Trade
right
well,
in
everyone.
advance.
Thanks. He's
Thanks, Hoag.
parachuting in.
Wait 1 second.
Take the keys, Michael. Take the keys.
Goodness gracious.
Get ready.
Oh, stay on for
The
1
ES
second.
is
Okay, no
pulling
problem.
back just a bit.
I got nowhere to go.
So the scaling plan just went from 5-5-5-5 to 10-10-10-10, right?
Oh, 40 lots. Sway.
No.
I know the guy that's about to jump on. He won't mind doing that.
All right. Let's say that there's a ding dong right now.
Ding dong.
All right, all right, all right.
Ding dong.
Oh,
He's here.
there he is. What's up?
Instant
$5.
$5.
$5.
$5.
$5.
That's $10 for you, too. Look at that face.
Where we need where's the tracker? We need the pot. How much is
Where
in the
is-
pot?
Lots of it. And then
Uh-oh, we're working. We're getting
What
to
is
the
happening?
I don't know. Here we go. Luckily, the trade hasn't come in. The range
May as
hasn't
well
come
just
in.
put
Oh,
me
the market's
back in.
waiting. Don't worry.
The market's going to wait, Jay. I love that quote. Don't worry, the market will wait.
as long as we're waiting for this.
There he is.
Dakota,
And it wasn't me.
did you-
So I create a new jar, Jack. This new jar is disconnection from your Bluetooth headphones. Whole
Oh,
new
there's
jar.
that.
of course.
I swear to God. I couldn't miss Coach Jay and Coach Dakota.
Yeah. Hey, you got the
Right.
house
Hold on,
account
MP.
up? You got the house account up, Michael?
I do not, but I can get it up. I'm very I'm down 20 right now this week playing the golden hands, or not golden hands, the diamond hands, stupid hands. Yeah.
There it is. We got 3
See
check
that?
marks. You see that, Michael? Look at the screen. Jack, show him again. We got 3 check marks
Oh,
on the
wait.
trade here.
I have something better to show Michael.
Yeah.
Let's make sure we got the music on here.
We pretty close. Pretty close.
You look good in a bikini, Michael, I must say.
I mean, it's my look. It's my summer look.
bod.
Island Mike.
You got the summer bod in full effect right now. Well, all right, Michael, pull it up. We got a trade idea for
Okay.
for the house account here.
I'm having fun watching GameStop put a bunch more shares into the
Unbelievable.
the world to raise some money while they know retail's focused on them. That's kind of
So
bullshit.
beautiful how they're smart.
It's
Yeah.
it's criminal, but I mean Dave Portnoy's losing way more than I am, so
Well,
I'm fine with that. You put $500,000 into it.
all the Reddit shares just gobble it up.
Yeah, exactly. Retail couldn't push shit this year. Sorry for
Nope.
that, but yeah, they couldn't push it this year.
All right, Michael, we're starting to
Here we
see a
are.
bit of a sell-off here in NASDAQ
I
trade.
got
18,630. Trade idea, triple check mark right now. Get along between the zone of 18,600. NASDAQ, we're talking about 18,600, 18,570. We're still about 40 points away, but this is the trade idea. Triple check mark.
One thing I'm paying attention to, I know we had Brian Shannon on the other day. I anchored a VWAP to the all-time high, and if we buy right now, we're going counter trend because price has been below that anchored VWAP from the all-time high.
Price
The
to?
green line on my chart right here, it's sitting at 18,685. We kind of looked up there this morning and rejected off of it. So just if we do get into that long trade, we got to assess how good of a job the market is going back up, because we're kind of counter the short term trend.
Yes.
We're 18s what? 18.6s.
Anchored VWAP is sitting at 18,685 right now.
Okay.
And that's from the all-time high.
Let me get a second screen, and clearly whoever was on my layout messed it all up yet again. I think it's probably how we save things.
Yeah. You can go on mine. Mine's pretty straightforward.
Oh, you got the house account up?
I do have the house account up.
Oh, you take it. I'll RV order in.
Okay. All right, so we're talking about scaling in here.
Yep.
If we get down to it.
18,580, that zone.
580 we start?
Ooh, hold on. We can't do
18,580.
Dakota, I heard the rumor this week we can't do zones.
Some places you can't.
Some places I don't think you can't do zones.
You must have missed my class last night, MP.
I'm following your class. I'm following Twitter. I'm following the on the fly making adjustments to payout policies. It's just innovation. It's innovation internally for their payout.
Here's the thing, and this is why I love it. And you guys, everybody in the YouTube chat loves this as well. This is the beauty about capitalism, right? Guess who wins in all this stuff? The traders win.
Yep, they're winning right now. Our prices are low. Their prices are low. We bring innovation. They don't bring innovation. But
competition is
everybody
good.
wins. Yeah, innovation is good. I'd like to be inspired by somebody else in the industry to bring innovation to the table, like a trading platform, like a tilt, like a TV, slow markets, like an afternoon thing, or evening thing, like all that kind of stuff. But you can't expect that. But we'll just do it.
Not a whole lot. Dow saw a bit of a bounce back there. Dow always just does its own thing, regardless of what the S&Ps and NASDAQ is doing. Dow saw a nice little bounce back there, trading 40,050. Upper end of the range, I'd say, whereas NASDAQ is at the lower end of the range. So Dow just kind of does its own thing until it gets its act in order and kind of catches up with the other two. Crude's seen a bit of a bounce here, 2 cents beneath $79, trading $78.97 now. Gold testing that 2,400 level to the downside here. We'll see if we can push through. But, seen some buyers here, 2,400.
There you go. So I'm going to have to get the chat's help today because I met with some folks about the roadmap on what they want on the, besides looking at what they want on the feature request.
Yeah.
I'll put my other screen up. Check this out. Look at how thin this is. Boom. Travel with that. This in the laptop. Set it up. All that kind of stuff takes a while, but once it's set
is
up.
Is that like the Surface Pro?
No, I didn't go that fancy. It's like a $100 thing.
Is that where you're traveling overseas with that thing?
Yeah, but it's this whole package from the laptop to this weighs about 25 pounds. So I put it in the check-in. Not my backpack. Usually it's in my backpack. But I'm going to ask everybody here because we can get keystrokes or hotkeys or whatever. They're like, just tell us what you want. We'll have it done like next week. So I'm going to ask you guys, but I have to get. They have to hard code it in. So I got to find out from you guys what hotkeys you want tied to what keyboard or what keyboard number or button. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to take all that and give it to them, and then they'll have it next week.
Hey, Michael, since we got you here, we see this a lot, very often in the chat, a couple times a day. Mobile app. What are your thoughts on the mobile app?
Next week, guys.
Really?
Next week.
For real?
Next week.
Yo, all right. Holy cow!
I'll have hot streaks, hot strokes, hot keys. Next week, if I get all the what you guys want as far as the keyboard, and then they showed me the mobile yesterday. It's all the same components of this, but it looks really crisp and really clean. But they got to get it optimized, whatever, with all the different platforms or however they're doing. Yeah.
I thought it was end of year. I thought it was end of year. Holy cow! Wow. Okay. Yeah. No. All right, we're starting to see some more sellers here in NASDAQ. See if we can push lower, trading the 630 level.
That was my show. That was why I stopped here in Chicago, so I could. Still trying to hook this up. Sorry.
And you love the
so
food.
I could
You love
get
the
an
food.
get an up there. And I love
Food's
the
pretty
food.
good.
Paula and Monica shut down. My favorite.
You don't say
pizza
that
joint.
place was awful. That place was
No,
awful.
it's not. It's great.
All right.
Hold on.
All right. Anything here, Dakota? We're starting to see some buyers in S&P, maybe about a
Yeah,
4
I
point
actually
bounce.
just barely clicked buy bid. I'm in long. 639. Just one contract. I'm just going to take a little small one.
Little
This is
funny.
a good area. We're right. Pretty much what we were saying earlier. We're at where we closed yesterday at 4 p.m. One little contract. We'll see if we could.
What is he doing?
And real quick,
I'm setting up my wires, and I have my iPhone. And somebody left
Something
the
broke.
dishwasher open, and 3 of them just fell into the
Rest-
dishwasher at the very bottom.
wrestling the armoire over there.
This is
Quick tech request. Could everyone besides Jay close video and then just reshare your charts? Everyone besides Jay. We'll chill on Jay's screen for a little bit.
All right, sounds good.
I'll share my screen.
We kind of just.
You win, Jay.
Oh, there we go. That half an hour candle that I was talking about that started at 4 a.m. Eastern time. We're kind of testing 50% of that right now. Could be a potential area for a trade, but I know we have speakers coming up in a few minutes.
Oh yeah.
And we're kind of selling through it. So at this point, if this doesn't hold, and that's at 634, I'm looking at 617 to hold.
617.
Yep.
All right. Well, our
Dakota, you just got in at 38s.
was in.
I got in at 639. Just one contract. My average, my normal size is 3. So I might practice
zone.
what I was saying last night. I might add another one here. But my ultimate one where I want to actually build a position, a good size position, is 600. This is just like, hey, I'm going to risk like $300-400 if we could get some buyers in this zone. If not, then I'm going to close out of this, take a $300 loss, and then wait.
Dakota, how much sleep did you get this week?
Do you really want to know?
I'd say 6 hours a night.
No, actually, I usually before I would stay up and I'd trade London, and then I'd get 5 hours sleep, 6 hours of sleep. But lately, I've been going to bed right after slow markets, and then I wake up at 7 a.m.
markets.
Central. So I've been getting really good sleep lately. Probably because I'm sick and I've needed it.
Hey, real quick, 86% long buys in the tilt on crude. 86% is pretty heavy. We saw 95% banger yesterday, 2 days ago. Yeah, we did rally.
The
Yeah,
metals
we're
look
falling
like they're
nice
gonna
out
go
there.
to
Look at this popping gold. The buyers came in right around 2,400. We're not trading 2,406 in gold.
Misleading indicators.
Thank you. Michael called me up this morning. He was very fired up about the Scotty Scheffler news.
Oh, you know who's
Very
having who's having a bad day today?
The most benign, bland guy on the planet.
He's already
Best
in
golfer.
jail. Yeah, he's already
He's
in a
out.
jail uniform or whatever. Yeah.
They put him in the orange jumpsuit.
Yeah.
Already.
Go out and fire a 62, get a teardrop tattoo. This is like new Scotty, the bad boy.
Yeah, new Scotty, who this? He's teeing off in 10 minutes, Tim says. Oh, my God.
It's tea times in 10 minutes from now.
Gary lives 2 miles from Valhalla.
So-
What happened there, Gary? He just drove around a police officer? That was some weird.
If you want to go to my screen, I think this would have been an amazing example of scaling in. I didn't do it. I should have. But take a look at this. This is a decent buy zone right here at the
What price?
bottom at overnight lows. And it is from 630 to maybe 617. And I was considering do it. I was just a little bit distracted. But yeah, if I would have got in one here where I did, maybe get into a second one at say 630 and a third one here at like say 620s, then that could have been an amazing trade where I would have been in average 3 contracts at like say
Beep, 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 beep,
6:30,
beep, beep, beep,
6:28.
beep, 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 beep. U.S. leading indicators change. We're looking for minus 0.3%, came up minus 0.6%. U.S. leading indicators change.
What's that mean, John? What's that mean?
It means the leading indicator is lower than they were expected. It stayed at 0.3% for the last month. They were expecting the same, so a little bit lower as far as leading indicators, slowing of the economy. That might actually be a good thing for longs.
I said on Monday, I bet this meme called it at the highs last time. Meme called it at the highs again. Since the meme came out, anytime you get a meme, I'm calling it Alan Greenspan, irrational exuberance.
Exactly.
Right?
Cody, you just got that one lot on. What's so you'd scale in? How would you have scaled in there? 333?
111 because this isn't this is like a B setup, whatever. The one that I want to really get into is when we get down to the 600s. Then that's where I would be looking at like 333. This one's kind of like, we're near the bottom of the overnight lows. There's a decent probabilities that we could get some buyers to step in here. And so I started with just one contract. I missed getting in to maybe 3 on this little sell-off. But we have some Fed speakers, so I'm a little bit hesitant. I never want to be building a position right before a Fed speaker. Right. That's kind of silly.
We're still seeing a move to push to the upside here. 2407 trades now. They tried to take one of those 2400s. Buyer said nope. Kids are fired up this morning. Kids are fired up.
Oh, they've been from 3:45. The whole family's been up. I was watching Frozen. I've watched Frozen twice already before 7 a.m.
Fired up.
I love Danielle sends a message to Slack that says, "MP, we can hear noise behind you, FYI." Yeah, we hear it.
It's supposed to be at the park right now, but yeah.
The park's right across the street.
Headed back to Colorado. And then I'm back in the saddle. I'm ready to get back in the saddle. It'll be fun.
Colorado. You're just like you're a 3-hour drive from me.
Yeah, I know. Is our meet in the middle Moab?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Grand Junction, kind of.
Grand Junction.
Oh, why don't we meet there next time? Right after you pass the Series 3, I'll take you to Jimmy's Hamburgers. It's right across the street. Spent a total of $8.60.
Yeah, they have a testing center there in Grand Junction, and then they have one up here near.
The testing center, you have to walk through. It's a metal. You don't have to walk through a metal detector. They have a metal wand, or a wand for metal detector. They put all your stuff in a locker. I mean, it's like you're going into prison where you got to give all your They have to check if you have any bracelets on. They've pulled your shirt upside down, all that kind of stuff. But it's I mean.
Well, that would have been a nice long right there.
I don't think it's over.
Is that it, Jay? We missed the move.
There's still an opportunity. No, I don't think we did.
Jay, you are my voice of reason. You got it. Take it away.
The house account and I'm sharing it. So,
boom. All right.
640.
Man, drive. He has been in the Ferrari in a minute.
If we want to get back in this long, I think we can come down and test 640. We are seeing some rejection at the daily VWAP, which is above us. So I'm thinking how much room is available in this trade, right? If we're not going to push up, but if we want 640s, it's about to give it to us, I think.
Well, how many check boxes? Yeah,
that's a check box for me.
There's two. There's two right there.
Because I'm long from 39. I missed adding in the 20s, but
boom! You see that, Michael? Look at the screen. 2 check marks.
Oh wow! Do we have the no whammy guy going on too?
Big bucks.
I just got long one at 647.
Here we go.
And my stop is tight on this one. It's 634. Kind of helps read the price action being in a trade.
So is this a zone or is this a 640, Coach Jay?
It's a zone. It's a zone.
So right now it's part of the
645 to
zone, or
640 right now.
got it. Okay.
Got a poll question up here. Please vote. Do you like NQ long? It's 18,640. Simply yes or no. Those votes in. Get a check mark.
Now remember, Fed speaker 10 minutes.
Fed speakers 10 minutes. We are in.
All right, I got five of them. Yeah.
5 scaling.
I'm
45.
scaling. I got fives and 45s, 40s, and 35s.
All right, we're along 5 from 45.
Whose screen do we want for this trade?
How's the
You know
count?
what? How about this? How about I just go full screen? Like this?
I can do full screen right now, Drake. Okay, there's
Okay,
10.
cool.
We have 15.
Boom, boom. We're along 15 from 642. Long 15 from 642.
And then now we have.
We're along
All
20.
All right,
We're
what's
on
going
20
on? What's
from
going on? I just hear
We're on
orders going
20.
everywhere. and-
I hear a lot of orders going off.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on 20 lots from 40.
All right, let's talk risk here, guys. Jay, what do we think?
Like I said,
Stop-wise.
my stop right now is at 629 because I'm kind of testing the zone. Like Dakota, you haven't even scaled in, have you?
I'm just in one contract at 639.
Same. Same.
Uh-oh. You guys are doing the
Dakota-
exact same thing last week.
No, Dakota waits for the stop and then he gets all in.
Yeah, he seeks out the house account stops.
Yep, 100%. I've seen him do it.
Yeah, like I'm saying, right? We have this 650 area that's above us, and the daily VWAP is at 652 right now. We keep rejecting at it, so I still like the buys here because of the rejection at the lows that we just had. But when we get up to these 650s, if we're not seeing buying, we can't be the only buyers. Right? That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
I like where we're at right now, but if we get up to this area, 650 again, and we don't see buyers coming in, I would cut the trade.
Okay.
So-
One last thing real quick, Dakota. There's a fourth check mark if you're going to go majority rule on the do you like an NQ long 640. So chat, thank you for another check mark.
Yep.
Beautiful.
That's it. All right, we got 4 on this one.
So the trade is 20 lots long at 640.
Yes.
Correct.
Yep, long 20 from 40. Paid 40 on 20.
40 on 20.
Right?
Okay.
Remember
So
those days?
I just added another one.
Boom.
So I
Put a
added a
steal in.
contract with you guys.
Go. Darky's in. Darky long from 640.
With us, you are with us,
Yeah.
Dakota.
Well, I just added in addition.
Right. Remember
And we
what
have
the
Fed
original
speaker in
trade
2
idea
minutes.
was?
Fed
It was a
speaker
lot
in 2
lower.
minutes.
Fed speaker 7 minutes. One is Kashkari, not a voting member, but does like to stir the pot every now and then. Then we got Waller. Waller is a voter.
I wonder if this doesn't, if it does a flush down to 17s. Honeydew, you just said that 17s. If the 10 grand
originally.
is it?
Right. That was the original trade idea. We got in a little bit earlier with what Dakota's doing, smaller position. I took a one lot as well, trying to keep this tight. But the original trade idea we talked about was a flush through 600, hold, and then pop back up. So
We gotta be ready to get back in.
we're
I don't know.
near the highs of this right now.
That's the problem with this because we got 20 on 40, 40 on 20, and the $10,000 loss limit, which means if 7 hit, we're gonna be right there.
Oh baby.
I didn't know 17s was the original, but at the same time, check boxes
all
are being
right.
checked, and they all added up.
We got a 3
Hey,
check.
what's that race thing, Dre, where two guys are in the front seat and one guy's driving, the other guy has a bat, but he's saying left, right?
Rally. Yeah,
Rally
the
car?
navigator.
Yeah.
Rally, yeah.
Ford versus Ferrari, baby.
Yeah, we were talking about that movie 2 days ago,
No.
actually, Michael and I were.
I still like this trade. I'm going to actually
Same.
add a third contract right here.
Okay.
So I have 3
You
from
guys still like
637.
you guys still like 20 on right now, or would you peel it off just in case 17s get hit, and then put more on back there?
Moron.
I
We're
mean, right
20 at
now,
40,
right now, if I'm the 20 at 40, yeah.
What's the expected outcome of this trade, right? Because if we think there's a lot more room above 650, I would take some off now, let the market prove that it can trade above 650, and then we'll add back at that point. Because if there's room to run, then it's going to go. But right now, we're kind of hoping, to be honest, that this is going to continue up. Hasn't showed us that yet.
We have an educated guess, which is also known as. Yeah, I by the time you were saying that, I was already trading 29. So
Yeah, I got you.
Final
We have
full
the-
result
The
there.
overnight low 617. We got
The
200 lots
speakers are
sitting at
speaking right
15.
now.
Are they? I haven't seen.
It was I was just questioning.
Not yet. Not yet.
it's squeezing us. It is squeezing us. So 17 is seeking.
Hey, Jack, if you want to go full screen, we can go to NASDAQ here if you want. There you go.
So check this out. If it hits our loss, if it hits our loss limit, that's 15. You can see on my
15.
chart here. Yeah. So this will go back. It feels a bit like last week. I mean, you guys have been trading all week. I have not. I've been traveling. But it feels like last week's Friday. Was it last week's Friday? When we were all together and the market just couldn't catch a bid and
Yep.
There's some buyers coming in.
That was last week. Man, it's hard. It feels like forever ago.
right.
It's a new world. We made all-time highs this week.
That's crazy.
Yes, it is, Dakota. It's so crazy. Just casually. NVIDIA taking a hit right now. But see, the buyers do step in right here around the 24s. They do come in.
So
What's
what
tilt,
I'm
Jay?
looking
Is
at
that a
right now-
checkbox?
50-50.
Okay. Go ahead, Jay.
No, I'm just looking at the buyers are stepping in right now.
Yeah.
What are they able to do when they step in, right? How effective are they at moving price? And then when sellers come in, they're able to push prices a little bit lower. We're still really range bound right now.
No, I'm actually thinking we go up. This is looking really good for me. But I said that last week. I'm very bullish right here because we are failing to sell off.
Yep.
All right, we just shaved 5 there. We're along 15. Well, we're
All right, we're just gonna stick with 10 right here.
Long
If
10,
17's come down, I'm gonna add like you guys wanted your original idea. 17's come in there. We'll add
long 10 from
what you
37,
guys
Robert.
like. Long 10 from 37.
38. Scratch that. Long 10 from 38.
Okay. I added to my long. I added another long right here. So now I'm long 4 contracts.
Okay. And now, guys, if you go to my charts, you'll see that the 10 lot I have on right now will be down 4,000 if it comes to it. But if it's the 17s and this is the 15s, if it hits the 15s, then that's technically a stop. I'll be moving this because the 17s will be the play that originally was discussed and that you guys were talking about then in chat. And you guys were still talking about the 40s up there. 53% of you liked it. So if you guys are following along on either a go with, a fade, or sit on your hands.
Yep, I added
Talking
another
about-
lot. I'm long 5 now at 36, 37.
Scaling in.
I love scaling.
Love scaling. It's a beautiful trade.
Yeah.
Jack.
I don't know.
All right, 1 minute till speakers.
If you do it well, some places it doesn't count.
Do it too well, yeah. All
Do
right.
it too well. I bet you count. I bet you they have no problem if you do it and you lose. No problem.
Takes care of itself, huh?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Keep an eye on these speaker headlines now.
Yeah, Maverick G, I would never fade Dakota either.
I would.
That's why
Sometimes I feel
house
like that's
account-
the best play.
Yeah. Yeah.
We all feel like that sometimes, though.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
The opposite button.
The opposite button.
Fade myself.
What was Dobie? Dobie wanted to get a hashtag fade me, bro.
I mean, I've been there before.
Uh-huh. It's where you
All right,
throw your hands up in the air.
637.
Trading 1639, 1640s right now. House count's long from 38. Dakota is long as well. Jay is long as well. Everyone's long. Bulls in the house. Bulls on parade. Let's go.
So I'm still watching these round numbers, right? As we push up to 650, how does the market respond to these levels? Because buyers are going to buy these in-between prices, but if they don't take out the major numbers, it's just kind of heeding some caution.
Yep.
So are you guys on TopStep X? Are you guys Coach Jay or Dakota?
Dakota is.
Yes, I
Yes.
am. I am.
Yeah,
I'm actually
I
in
am.
a combine. I've been practicing, getting used, and going through that learning curve.
Yeah,
It's been great.
Always good to do. Always good to do. You get a new race car, you don't just go out there and rip it. Or you do,
Where do you
but
come up with
you're not
this?
in the race yet.
Where do you come up with this stuff? Waller does not comment on rate outlook in his prepared speech. Waller, no comment. He's a voting member. We're waiting now for Kashkari. Waller, no comments.
Is that good or bad? I
Hey,
think that would be.
That means
good,
means
right?
just proceed as you were.
Uncle T says I'm playing it too safe. I'm still in the trade. I'm forgetting about what I want and need out of this trade, and I'm just paying attention to what the market is saying.
Right. A lot of
I
stuff,
love that.
a lot of stuff
Danny-
guys just speaking out loud.
Yeah. Sorry. Uh-oh. Somebody's fighting over their Legos.
I know who that was. I know who that is.
Uh-huh. I should just be like, Hoag, that's my dog, Lacey. In the background.
All right. Hold for. Woof. We got all the animation now. The Trading Grandpa says, "You guys are amazing." Thank you, Trading Grandpa. All caps. Extra emphasis.
Yep.
Gold
We
pushing
keep
higher
checking
here.
that-
Go ahead, Jay.
No, we keep checking all of the VWAPs, daily, regular trading hours, and rejecting off of them. But like Dakota said, not selling off either. We expected some range-bound activity, and we haven't broken the range to the lows, which is why I still like this. I'm just trying to think of how much room is to the upside if we actually do break back above those.
Yeah. Okay, I'm now in 6
680.
contracts. I added another one.
Okay. I mean, that should be worth another check mark right there.
What are we at?
I'm at 6
got,
contracts.
I got 4 check marks right now, kind of, Jack. I mean,
So
Good
we
to know.
did push down back into the 20s and immediately got back up. And
that's
we technically made a higher high over here on the 100 tick chart. So just like little breadcrumbs, right? So I'm looking for little breadcrumbs like, okay, there's a little bit of bullish, a little more, a little more, a little more. And the more confidence I build in this trade, the bigger the position I'm willing to take.
still waiting for Kashkari.
Got a comment from Craig Taylor. The stop loss that I originally had was at, I can't even remember what I said. I think I said it at 29. I did move it down, and I'll tell you why I moved it down. The candle that kind of turned us around, the low of that candle is at 620. So I put my stop loss lower than that candle.
David
Watch us
Evans,
like-
you dig Topstep X. Yeah, I've been on the same platform for 20 years. Yes, T4, maybe 18, and I just switched over. Though my trades go into my T4 account, plus 500 account, and yeah, I've been digging it. Hotkeys coming up, mobile's coming up in a week. What are the other? Oh, you know what's really cool? We're gonna make it. There's gonna be a smart dome happening where your levels
What's that?
that are on your charts, like your moving averages, your VWAPs, maybe your VWAPs yellow, and that price will show up on your dome as a yellow right there at that
Nice.
price. So when you're looking at your dome, it doesn't look Like right now, you can see mine right now. That's where I'm long from. That's what the house counts long from. This is blue. But now you like maybe above here will be like moving average is right here. When I say right here, you know, who cares about the price, but you can see it on my screen because that is where it says on the chart. So we're going to be having the chart price points that you have that you can then say, show these on my DOM.
Okay, I'm long 7. Sorry, MP.
Get in
I'm
there.
long 7 now.
No.
This is going to be a beautiful trade.
Can't have Dakota going solo on this one.
I see we're working 5 and 5.
Well, Dakota, look at that smart move, guys. Look at that smart move. I'm not going to chase this. But he's
We're
7.
long
The house accounts.
Long
Yeah,
13.
15, 10. How did we get long 13, Dre? I thought we were long 15.
That's so we're long 10, and then we added 3. I'll look at the orders. I'll look at the trail. We're long 13 from 38, 30.
Dakota, man, you got that right before. Yeah, that's a well played. That's a well played play.
13 from
10
38.
handles in it.
There we go.
Unreal.
I'm going to close out a
Averaging.
couple
You
up
know,
here.
you know, winners add to winners. Do you guys ever hear that line? You're pulling off a couple. I'll pull off 5. You guys talked about the 50s.
All right.
Winners add to winners. Remember that line? You guys ever heard that line?
Yep.
It's got kind of the opposite of a moron trade. Yeah. Winning trades and winners add to winners because it's harder to add to winners. Like Coach Dakota, what he just did right there was very, very hard to do.
Robert, we're long 5 from 37. 37 quarter. Long 5 from 37 quarter.
Yep.
Delta
If we break
minus-
above these 50s, I think we just can push to maybe 70s.
Like that. Delta update minus 4,600 ES, minus 3,500 NASDAQ. Let's see if we get the squeeze on here. Tilt 67% long NQ, Michael, for what it's worth.
I like that. Longs are going to push it up for us.
Yep.
This is not a fade to longs. Sometimes when it's like that, it starts to build up. That's why tilt's just fun to watch, just because it's like, what are people doing? You don't really know what people are doing. You're watching technicals. You're like, that's what people did. What about what people are doing? You get that here. That was another innovation play. That's another innovation play we pulled out.
Here we go.
Our hat.
Question here.
Just watching the ladder.
When we get
Mhm.
above the
We are. Sorry
650,
about that.
the buyers just slow down.
At 50s,
They're buying all the way up. They're buying all the way up to 650, and then once we get
No,
above
I think we're
650,
pushing.
then we'll
I think we're going to break
stepping in
out
there.
here. Just this price action is just really good looking. Sorry to interrupt you, Jay. What were you saying?
No, you're good. You're good. I'm just waiting for someone to tell me that they want to trade above 650 also, and I'm not seeing them.
Fair enough. Yeah, like I said, if we could break that 650, like you said, it's going to flip, and we're going to be pushing because that is the area that we're waiting. It's kind of the resistance, right? That would be the breakout play. I think we go down before we go up. Which, oh wow, that happened really fast.
boom.
So here we go.
Here we go.
I'm looking for a 15-point pop
I
right
see
here.
8. Michael, I see 8.
Got it. Me too. All right. We're long 8. Jack,
better now.
in the chat, grab some of those, when we do this, grab some of those chats that are similar to this. Would we ever do that? Because I think it's just kind of fun. It's all in good fun. I'll do it.
I will stay on my screen here. We're pushing here. Train 51s, 52s now, 53s. Here's the push. And they continue it, Jay. What would we need to see? 55s? Obviously 60s. Get some confirmation there. But how soon?
Yeah,
how soon into it would you? 60s when you know you're good.
Yep, 60s.
Yeah,
I think we're going to be seeing 60s here soon.
Okay.
Yeah, above 60s, I think we're in the clear, but
Dude, Dolby time.
looks like
YM just has a mind of its own. Here comes some sellers at the 50s. All right, a little tug of war here.
Yep.
So far, every little push down has
Retest.
been being bought up. Yeah, every little.
Can you
sell-off
help the
is-
viewer? Yeah, Dakota, can you help the viewer? Is this just your intuition by watching price action, or is this something telling you as an indicator? I'm sure somebody's asking, well, how the hell does he know that?
Man, experience. There's nothing that could replace.
That doesn't
time
matter.
from-
That doesn't matter. Dakota experience doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't? It's everything.
I've been watching charts
know.
so
I know.
much.
Uh-huh.
It's man, how do I explain this? Can we?
Pattern recognition.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, a lot of this is patterns, right? You see my chart. You see this 100 tick chart. Look at this. Every single time we push down, we've been being bought up. Like look at this.
Uh-huh.
Very basic technical analysis. We're making higher lows, and buyers are stepping in and just bumping this price up, and it's continuing to look like we're pushing, right? So that's all I'm seeing. It's as simple as it gets. Watching it develop live is so much better than trying to back test it and do any of this, because it's easier to say, oh, after the fact, higher highs, but watching it and watching how price reacts is a little bit different. But from a technical standpoint, look, and then maybe we're doing that again as we're speaking. Look at this. We tried to sell off a little bit, and I'll watch how this price reacts. And can we push down and then go back up? And sometimes price reacts, right? Because if you're a buyer, and look right there. There's another example. Where's
your outs? I need to work a TP right now. Take profit.
I would close a little bit at 60s.
Well,
60s.
I like to get out at the uptick, so like getting out at sell at
Working
ask
three.
on like
Filled.
little
Realized
push
P&L.
ups.
3 of them. 3. I did it in a zone. I DCA'd it. I'm going to use this all the time.
Jesus. All right, Robert, we are long 5 from 38 3/4. 38.75, long 5.
Yeah, I love little
pay a bunch
momentum
of
bursts
traders.
to the upside, and then just hit ask, close it, ask, sell it, ask.
You do join ask, right? Or you just market?
Yeah, join ask.
I
join
love
ask.
join.
Yeah, as soon as
Yep.
we have like a push
I'm gonna-
up, like right now, I'll just hit join ask, and then I get out at the uptick.
Now, what are you guys targeting though? Targeting. I don't
Um,
want to stretch it too much for this account because I'm
683.
playing the DACA.
680s to the high. I think if we can push 680s, we can go. And why 680s?
Okay.
The VWAP from the all-time highs at 683. If we can get back above that, there's a lot of room. But
Hey, shorts are still
You gotta
stuck
get
in
out
the
of this.
hole. Shorts are still caught in the hole here with Delta minus 2,900 NASDAQ as we continue to rally.
Yes, and Dre, we got tilt at 78% Nasdaq. So what would
Yes,
you guys
sir.
do
Good
now?
call.
Now, tilt's at 70. Now, everybody and their sister's long right now at Topstep. Everybody and their sister.
I'd be watching
80%
TopstepTV.
of
they're
1,000.
watching us.
Tell him, Jay.
Man, I know.
Tell him,
I know. The tilt just skewing the data for us. We're like, look at this.
Hey, we got 5,000
I mean,
people
good.
watching. If you guys like watching us trade the house, you went the best. This is the all-star team right here. We got Michael Patak in the house, Coach Dakota, Coach Jay in the house. 5,000 people watching. Click like, click subscribe. Let's get to 90,000 subscribers today if we can. Let's push this sucker.
Order cancel. Who's canceling orders over there?
It was
How
me.
many are
I'm
we
going
still
to be
in?
getting out. I'm in 4. I'm going to try and close out of a couple more if we get a nice
Still
little
pushing.
push into these 60s. And then I want to hold maybe 1 or 2 as a runner.
Well, I have my simple bracket orders on right now. Guys, this is Topstep X. Yeah, I'm going to plug it because it's a platform that Topstep is able to customize and bring all this new stuff in here that I just mentioned, hotkeys and all that kind of stuff. So right now, I got my bracket orders in here. You will see them. So taking, if it takes out
65
the,
trade,
what?
65 trade.
68s.
Okay,
How many are we still on?
I'm out.
5.
I'm only in 1, and I'm going to leave a runner. I'm
Do
plus
it, Dakota.
3,000 on that.
All right,
We're
we
up.
have Michael. Go ahead. Tell him what happened.
3,500.
We are flat
Oh.
right now, Robert. How's the count up? 33,460.
Womp womp.
How's the count?
Hold on.
Count up.
What did you like?
3,460.
What was it? I love fading you guys.
This is the
let us
chat
know
just
how
said
you
it.
do.
Oh, boom.
We're grabbing this stuff. We're gonna grab it, and sometimes
yeah.
you're gonna be right. Sometimes you're gonna be right. Sometimes you're gonna be wrong. But we're gonna bring you together. An oracle. We love you, buddy. I'm sure we're all having fun. But
We're
gonna have
adults.
fun together.
We have our
We're
agency.
adults.
Yo, we
Yes.
keep the receipts around here. Uh-oh.
This
God,
was the
thanks.
trade to
Don't show
fade.
that one. Don't show that one.
Look at this chart that was like
All
6 in the morning pre-market. That chart on my Robinhood. Oh,
Oh boy.
diamond hand strategy.
Diamond
You can
hands.
do diamond hand strategies, or you can tune into TopstepTV and have a strategy discussed by guys that actually are trading well, or you can
Nice
go to
trade,
Reddit,
nice
Wall Street
cover.
Bet guys. Yeah,
Nice cover.
or you go
Uh,
to Wall Street Bets, Andre. You ever go on that? Watch these guys say
I
the
did back
most
in
wild
21 or
things.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, like this guy's never traded
I'm
before in his
still
life.
in this trade.
Yeah, hey,
So am
Oh,
I.
nice.
these guys.
Yeah,
That's diamond hands.
I'm just trailing as the market goes. If we're gonna trend, we're gonna trend, and I'll just get stopped out if it comes back. I'm securing 10 points right now, and if it keeps going up, I'll just keep bumping that stop up.
Dakota, how
So,
many do you have on
really
for
quick-
runner? Just go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, what
one,
is it?
just one.
No, that's
One.
what
I'm
it
up. I'm up 3,200.
Yeah.
Nice
There
trade,
you
Coach.
go. Would
Well,
you
this
end up
Friday-
I need to
yesterday?
get another. I need to get another 300. I'm not going to let the house account beat me.
Ooh.
No, don't do that. Don't do that, Dakota. We've had all had
Don't
trading
challenge the
buddies
house.
before. Yes.
Yeah.
No, not that. No, that we've all had trading buddies before, or a number that we want to hit, and you're like, oh, I'm $150 away from it. Just one trade, and then you lose, and you're like, well, I'm gonna go 2 lots now, and then you're like, you lose on that. Well, I'm gonna go 6 lots, and then there goes all your day's profits.
Oh, I do that as well. I'm like, you know what? But that's the worst thing we could do. And it's like there's been a couple times where I'm like, I'm close to 20,000 for the day. I'm like 19,000.
How many accounts?
20,000 is a
How many
beautiful
accounts?
number. I'm like, just close it out, lock it out. That's the worst thing you could do. But I have
How
this
many
runner
accounts?
on, so I could say that because I'm going to let this thing run.
Let's do it. We tried doing that yesterday, Michael, in the house. Thought we had a good one on, but of course it came all the way back to our break even. We used break even, didn't lose money on the one lot, but
I
we had
thought
a
that
runner.
was probably the best executed house trade that we've had so far. That trade yesterday.
Yeah, that was a good one.
It was
You hear that,
like
Michael?
perfect entry,
Yeah.
scaled out,
Thank you, Jay.
and we held a runner. It didn't work out, but I think that was it was great.
Thank you, Jay.
Look at Coach Jay giving Dre props on execution, guys. I gotta go to Nate, 61 Nate. MP got the most experience, and he's asking Dakota, LMFAO. Okay, so I want to address this real quick. I'm kind of a washed up trader now, and I say this as a joke, but I created Topstep with the founding team. You're talking about Hoagland and Eddie, and this is back in 2010, and then Dre and all that kind of stuff. We came up with the whole, we got to back traders, and that's kind of how I learned. To find traders like Coach Jay, Dakota, your Rips and your Isaac, these ones that show up on, or anybody on the live leaderboard, anybody trading live right now, those are the traders. Don't look at me. I mean, you just saw my Robinhood golden hands or diamond hands. I do this for fun right now, but my biggest bet right now is having thousands of traders that we back here at Topstep. That was my goal since trading well in the pits and having the capital enough to start my own prop firm, have no debt, all that kind of stuff in 2010. Great times in 07 and 08, as Dre had too. With the financial crisis, volatility is good for traders. Sad to say what happened during that time, but it happened. And now we got next gen guys. And you're sitting with 2 of them right now. Sorry about that.
Got the
AC in the background.
Got the new up and comers. LeBron James is old and washed now. Dakota. We got the Anthony Edwards of the world.
But
the young
he
guns
still made
coming.
the play. He's
Or they may take some time. And then when the industry kind of changes, like, why are these rules going this direction? Why is somebody opening up? And that's where I got the frustration in the last 8 years. Yeah.
okay. I have a question for you, MP. When
Let's
you're
go.
ready.
What?
So here's my
Right.
question.
Yeah.
Last night I was trying to think of like an analogy to like a sports analogy or some type of analogy, because I've been getting a couple questions from traders, and they asked me like, well, why do I have to be called up to a live account? Can I just stay in an XFA? And I'm trying to think of an analogy to explain that. And I was going to reach out to you like, what would be
Oh,
a good way to...
I read about it in Tom Hogarth's book, Biggest Loser Wins. That was an audio. Sorry, I didn't read it. That was an audio book.
You listened to it?
Cheat. Yeah, I listened to it. And he says, tight roping on 1 foot off the ground, like trading small, that's not too scary. You can handle that mentally. You can handle that emotionally. You can handle that a little fall off that and catching it with your left, with your other foot, and you're only 1 foot off the ground. 100 foot off the ground, tight rope is big lot traders, because he always talks about himself being a high stakes trader. So that being said, and guys, a little sneak peek, we probably will be doing something around the copy trading, a little bit of a expansion. But the point of the story is you go from the trading combine, you develop your skills, you hone your strategy, you get yourself mentally and psyche in a good spot, get all that, boom, you hit the objective. Here we go, funded account, XFA. There are some traders which is totally okay, and I'm backing off on my well, I'm not backing off on my forever trading copy trading, because I think it's a little much. But transitionally speaking, to go from a one lot $200, $300 type of days, I get the copy trade. I get it for those type of traders. But here's what we're going to do at Topstep, and here's the whole goal of Topstep: is the end of the rainbow has to end on a live account. If it didn't end on a live account, what do you think the industry is going to be okay with a bazillion people in sim never trading in the live markets? No. So point of the story is you got to have this live end of the rainbow. It's for the benefit of the entire industry. You're like, well, we all have to win here. The whole goal of this program, the whole goal of sim to funded, which we created, was to benefit everybody. Longevity. You get yourself longer time in your live account because you were in the trading combine. You got a good understanding, good bearings. You traded live on your own personal account. Guess who wins? Everybody. Brokerages are like, sweet, I got an account that's not dormant. CME goes, wow, stock goes up because 1 month more of that person live is that much more stock value. Wow, it's pulling back.
Nice cover.
So given all that, going back to Dakota's question, we take people live, but we want to get them to the position. That's why the call-up process is where Mick comes on here top. We don't get them in the position that they're ready to be called up live. And yeah, we're going to keep you on sim because maybe sometimes you got a little hot streak and we know you're a gambling fool, and we want to see if that plays out. Maybe you have turned a corner. Maybe you have gotten yourself in a better position. That's why our call-up process is proprietary. We don't tell anybody how we do it. Talk about how, but we have different type of things that we look at. And we don't need to tell you how we do it because it's the same payout whether you're in XFA or live. But we want the most talented folks on our live account because that's them taking it to the next level. You will only have one account at the live level because that's the only thing that's only allowed in the world of real live trading. So, but XFA, you can have multiple accounts. You can get yourself as a $100, $200 up and down trader. Like, man, you know how hard it is to make $2,000? But I can make $200. I can make $300 pretty easily, or $500. 500 times three copy counts. I'm at $1,500. But I felt $500 because I could hit $500. Yep. Psyche-wise, I can handle that. That's 1 foot off the ground. Well, we're going to eventually get you in a Dakota mode where you're 50 feet off the ground, 100 feet off the ground. That's the progression that we're trying to do here. Never, ever sim forever. That's the dumbest.
No.
You're not a professional, and you can't brag to your significant other that you're a true trader because you're not even recognized by the exchange as a true trader of professional status. So that being said, go with where you want to go. But if you want the end of the rainbow to be professionally speaking, so you can have pride and hit your chest and say, damn, I did it. And you get that live certificate, which is different than everybody else's certificate, which will show you these two that people are starting to share online. It's a next level trading. It's pro ball. Eddie always talks about pro ball.
And I was thinking about this last night. I didn't
Here we go.
like it's been on my mind. This isn't a rant because I'm just thinking. I'm like, the ultimate goal is to help traders. And in 50 years from now, if, say, for example, prop firms no longer exist, traders aren't going to just be able to open up a simulated account, trade on it, and magically make money. we're working with traders to learn how to trade. Maybe they're managing their retirement account. Maybe they're managing, their own personal account, their own personal money. And it's real world. It's real money. It's not a game. And I see so many traders treating it like a game. And if you win the game, you get a paycheck, right? And I've just been thinking of a way on how to best explain that in my classes, maybe some great analogies. I mean, yesterday, what's his name? Dr.
Steenbarger? What's his name? Dakota.
He had some amazing analogies. His analogies was like top notch. And I think analogies is one of my favorite ways to explain things.
We did analogies of sports all the time. You don't go up swing for every pitch. You don't, if you're a surfer, you don't paddle after every wave, all that kind of stuff. But Steenbarger, guys, read the book. And I'm so, I'll go watch it because I was busy all day in meetings yesterday, finding out about the hot keys, finding out about the mobile, all that kind of stuff. Because I'm in Chicago and I'm getting caught up with work. But Enhancing Trader Performance is a book by Brett Steenbarger. If you read it, you're like, damn, that's Topstep. Because I read it and I go, this is exactly what we're going to do. I learned on a sim, but he talks about how to develop traders because that's what he was doing for night trading. Now, some prop firm that he was doing it for the big pro ball people. Again, professionals. So again, my rant is over when it comes to hating on trade copying, except for if you're like a 15 lot trader and you do it however many times. It's like, I don't know, dude, pump the brakes. Yeah, I'm starting to see a bunch of these guys. I seen your
popcorn comment last night.
Exactly.
What'd he say?
There's some rants going on online, and they told me to be more active on Twitter. So I'm just like,
oh God,
there's a fight going on between. Yeah, and I just go popcorn, like I'm going to watch this one. But if you're a big egomaniac and you're thinking about how much money you can make, that's where I'm saying you're going about trade copying the wrong way. So.
Fair enough. Yep. No, I agree. I dislike it because it's abused in the incorrect way. I think there is a right way to do it. And everybody out there, I trade copied. That's how I got it funded in my live account. Is I was copying trades. I traded my own personal account. I was confident enough to say, you know what, I'm going to start at TopStep. They have 3 accounts. I did that. I made 50,000. I got that transferred to a live. So,
did that put you in a good mental state? Did that help you with the transit? That's the goal. We're supposed to help with the transition to live trading.
It was interesting because I've never copy traded before. It was like, okay, I get it. It didn't feel. It's more of a psychological thing, right? Because when I'm looking at my P&L, like you said, it's like I'm averaging $1,000 a day, but then in reality, it's actually $3,000 a day. So it was great psychologically when I was trading. But then there's the opposite side, because when you place one trade, then there's an aspect of like, okay, we're actually instead of 3 contracts, I'm actually in 9. And then my losing days, when I hit my daily loss limit, I'm like, did I just really lose $9,000? And it was difficult, right? Because when you're in the moment, it's nice to see the small P&L, but then after the fact, you do the math and it's like magnified, and it feels amazing when you're winning. You're like, yeah, I just made 10K. I'm going to let the YouTube chat know. But then when I'm down, I'm like, crap, man, I really just lost.
Oh, yeah. I've been seeing a lot of those too show up about people share their screen on the ups. Now I'm liking it. They're sharing their screens on the down. I'm like, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. And I'm like, holy bananas, dude. Do you really think that's so? I think you need to focus on one. And then if you start getting good at that, then maybe if you want to scale. But in general, one and done. Everybody knows the rules. Just one account and just go with that route. But that's me. To each its own. If you're a small P&L trader,
one account, everybody knows the rules.
One account, everybody knows the rules.
One account, everyone knows the rules. I love
That's pretty good. Oh shit! Hey, gold making new highs here. Trading 24.13 real quick. Crude still chop around that $79 level. 4 cents beneath that. Trading 78.96. I believe Dakota and Coach Jay both have or long of 1 lot still. You guys still in there?
Yeah. I'm flat. I got stopped out on the pullback. Took 20 points on that, so I'm up 400.
Nice.
I'm still long.
Long of 1. I love that. Dow's chilling out right now.
Dakota, Remember when we finished up Fast Markets? I think it was Friday, and Tuchman came on, Einstein of Wall Street, most photographed guy in Wall Street history, blah, blah, blah. He came on, and we're in the green room back there before Tuchman comes on, and you go, hey, Tuchman, what do you think about copy trading? He's like, huh? And they're like, what's that? And they're like, blah, blah, blah. He's at the trading floor. He's like, there's about an IPO going to come out here in 15 minutes. Copy trading, what's that? And they're like, well, it's where you have one account, you copy all those trades into another. He's like, is this where people follow you? I'm like, no, this is where you have a bunch of accounts, and you put a one lot on, and all those accounts go on the other accounts. He goes, why would you do that?
I remember.
Doing this. And I'm like, oh, yeah, he said that. Yeah.
And he's like, okay, whatever. And I'm like, I felt bad because I was distracting him, and
yeah, he's got an IPO coming out in 15 minutes. This is the biggest one of the year. Yeah.
Talking about made up copy trading.
I was curious. I asked him a question. I had an opportunity. I took it.
Awesome.
No, that was great. I thought that was awesome. Dolby shared my Twitter. If you guys want to follow me.
Refresh. Hit refresh.
Oh.
Nope, it's not working. All right, I'm going to run to the bathroom.
There we go. I think we're good.
It's
okay. We're back.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm a little bit confused. Nothing.
I think YouTube just kind of hesitated. I don't know. But
All right,
I was saying
back.
my challenge is still out there. It's for anybody. It's aimed for transparency. And I was thinking, everybody here at Topstep was trying to challenge me in the Discord and everything. We're kind of already on the contest, right? That's what the top 10 leaderboard is. So we see yesterday's best. We see the top 10 leaderboard. And we're kind of already in the contest, right? That's what the top 10 is. I love to see it. I'd love to see everybody out here pushing and working hard to get onto that top 10 leaderboard. And what I've noticed is sometimes the copy traders are putting up those big P&Ls, and they shoot up there, and then they kind of just fade away like a dying shooting star.
Mm-hmm. I mean, fading away happens. We see it so much. For 14 years that we've been backing traders. I think you've been at the leaderboard the longest out of anybody. That's why we've always been looking for the Michael Jordan of trading. I'm not trying to stroke you or anything, but like you're one of the best we've seen, and the results are right there that we share with you guys. But we see folks come up and then they go away. I'm not saying go away in a bad way. It's just like a golfer comes up and like, hey, what happened to him? Well, he, got in his own head, or something in his family, or whatever distracts you. And then also, just like an athlete anywhere, comes up to the majors, gets shelled, and goes back to the minors and back in the player development program, which is totally effing fun. If this is going to be able to do it. So that's why we wanted to bring more transparency to this. And just because it's pretty deflating when you see so many people doing well, but you only see that because they post that. Just like their lives. You're like, their lives, oh my God, Stacy's all over the place, and she's traveling all over the you like it when I say Stacy.
You always use that.
I've always say Stacy. I don't know why. Yeah. And you're like, oh, my life is miserable. But it's all edited. Even an edited photo, even if you took the photo, you took 20 of them each one. It's technically not, totally real. But
How'd that feel?
Stacy's mom's got it going on.
There it is.
Jay chill.
All right, Dow is just chilling in this range, not doing a whole heck of a lot. As they're trying to push higher here.
That was a great opportunity if someone missed longs on NASDAQ. We had that nice pullback, and now we're continuing to push into the 70s.
Oracle missed him because he's fading them. Oh, you short still. You faded us. It's fine. We're all cool. We can talk about this. We could easily hit the 17s, and I would have had the house count stopped out.
Yeah, close.
Yeah.
For every buyer, there's a seller.
Every buyer. Somebody else? Yeah, exactly. Somebody got short 20. I know that when I was long 20, or the house account was long 20. I was just the executor.
We've all been there.
Opinion on that exercise.
We are still just stuck in those those two 30-minute candles that I pointed out. When we started, we're kind of stuck in the range between those two. The high of that range is 684, and we haven't tested it yet. But this is kind of the day I think we were all expecting in the NASDAQ. Pretty range bound.
So, hey, Francisco, I'll ping the support team. I like the hires, but I get folks in TopStep TV higher on the list. So, Francisco, thanks, buddy, for throwing your resume into support. Yes, we are hiring support. They might have paused on support because they're doing more process improvements too right now. We have hired 40, I don't know, quite a few, and a lot of them come from the community because they know every funding company out there, every one of their programs, every one thing about TopStep. They've traded here. They know futures, and they're passionate about helping traders. You have to be. I started in support.
Yeah, I see some traders thinking about taking a cheap short up here because we're not breaking out of that range. You're not wrong. It's not the wrong idea. I am not taking that trade, but I could see why someone would want to if we're at the highs of this range. We're not seeing any volume to kind of push through. Volume's actually really low right now on the NASDAQ. So, yeah, cheap short is the right idea. I'm just not seeing a short right now.
Yeah. I agree with you there, Jay. If you want to get short, it would be a good risk reward. It's cheap trade. It's just, I have my one runner on, and it just wouldn't make sense. If I didn't, then there would be a possibility where I might consider it. But we're bullish. We're in a bullish market. It's a buy the dip market lately. So I'm looking at just the long side.
Rosales, he had an interview, supposed to get a second one. All right, so I got Francisco, Yuri, and Connor Garcia that I just slacked the leadership team on support team. Does not mean you're going to get past them. They're the final decision maker. I nudge. There's no way I'm micromanaging anything outside of the TopStep TV team. Oh, if Andre's out here, he'd laugh, but I know Jack's here.
Oh, I'm here. I'm laughing at it. I'm on mute in the background.
$5.
We're the team that reports directly to Michael.
Yeah, there's only one team that reports directly to me, so I'm sorry, guys. Really passionate about growing this channel or this network.
If anyone's trading gold today, the metals, kind of all of them, caught a really nice, trend to the upside. Gold is coming up to this round number 2420. So if I was long, I would be thinking about trade management as we push up towards there. And if you are a counter trend trader, that might be a decent spot to start looking for a long, depending on how the market responds at that major level. But this is a pretty strong trend. We got to think about how much room is actually available in a short trade if we take it. And the way I do that is kind of, and Dakota, you do it as well, kind of measure these average pullbacks, right? This one here is about 5 points. Got another one here that's about 5 points. So if you take a short, don't be the guy that takes the short and says, oh, it should go all the way back down to zero. The market has not told you that today.
Yeah. Pedro, do you guys hire in California? No. Talk to your state decision makers. It's so damn hard to hire in California and I think New York. So we stay away from those states. Sorry to the decision makers who made it difficult to hire out of state. Patient trader. Are you guys going back to phone support at some point? I've already told them we are going back to phone support. We'll have a whole, we are back to the best support. I know we're behind. We have been behind. We are doing always can. We have a large influx and that's no excuse, but it is a lot of, and then if we have issues, that just exasperates and so that being said, it's absolutely no transparency. But yes, phone support's the things we've always been on up until last year for 13 years. So.
Well, did we take the
if you guys
best
have
trade
another
of the
house,
day?
Dakota, I was just going to say, if you guys have another house, the house is still on high alert on what you guys like.
Yeah,
I think
we
took
have
the
to
best
eventually get
trade of
something
the
else.
day so far.
I think we did.
Yeah, I mean, in the NASDAQ, right? I mean, there's opportunities in other markets.
No, NASDAQ and ES. Have you guys taken a house account in any other product, Trey?
S&Ps. Just that S&Ps and NASDAQ. S&Ps was yesterday. S&Ps, we made $3,000 yesterday, S&Ps.
All right.
I
Are we
wanted
up
to
on
ask
the
that.
week?
What do we have?
How's
Yes, I believe we are up on the week actually, because Monday we didn't trade. Oh no, take that back. The 14th, we are probably up around ballpark around $3,000 right now. Lost money on the 14th, lost 3,200 on the 14th. No trades on Monday. Made $3,000 yesterday, and now we're up 3,500 today. So around $3,000 ish.
Nice. Yeah, that house account trade yesterday, you guys bought the bottom pretty basically,
It's
right?
wild.
Yeah,
Huh?
In
that
the morning.
Yeah. That was wild.
It was like buy limit, run for stops, and you guys nailed it. That was pretty interesting.
It was a good one.
I wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, Dakota, I've seen you do it before.
Yeah, Dakota, come on, you've done it all.
Dakota hum.
Yeah, Dakota, you've got 4 even, and that's where. Yeah, hold on. I was just gonna throw it out there.
Is gold going to all-time highs? Is that what I'm like?
Let's take a look.
It
Trade
just rejected off
24/7. What do you got, Jay?
Just rejected off that 2420. That 2420 we were talking about, that kind of round number, traded to the tick at 2420 and kind of pulled off. Let's see if what that means. Right, all these pullbacks so far have been about 5 points. This one so far is about 3. Are buyers still convinced here? Is the question, or does everyone who just bought in this entire trend start selling because we are rejecting at a major level?
I've got all-time highs
see.
I have all-time
2450,
highs
right?
around 2450, 2,450.
Yeah, that's
All-time
what I'm
highs in
seeing
gold.
as well.
Okay. Sell that scrap gold you got in that vault of yours, Michael. Time to cash
No,
out.
I have nothing. I used all that to build Topstep.
all those Costco gold bars you got in the old vault.
Oh,
there.
I just went and just redeemed all my gift cards from, and there you go. It was created. I did. Just so everybody knows, I did max out my HELOC when I started Topstep.
Okay.
That was scary. Yeah. No, the transparency. Yeah. No, you're starting a company. I had 2 condos paid off, and because I traded well, go figure, in my 20s. Well, we got to pull back.
Yes, we do.
Then I said, there's got to be somebody more talented, more disciplined, blah, blah, blah. The whole line I said right there in 2010. And then that's when the company is formed. You have to start with some capital now, don't you?
That's true.
There ain't no small business loan that they're offering you for starting a prop firm. That where's the money going
there's
to?
definitely not.
It's going into a prop. It's going into a prop firm. Yeah, no, decline. It's even hard to get a prop firm bank account.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of other guys in these other companies don't have prop firms, but to each their own.
Oh, yeah, I love that guy. I love that guy, Robert. Yeah, here's your pullback.
Well,
if you are still bullish in NASDAQ, this is could be your pullback. S&Ps as well.
yeah, what are you thinking, Coach Jay? I'm kind of just sitting on my hands. I'm in my runner. You know how I always say it. If only we would have had a runner. And I'm just gonna wait. I might add to this if we do get a pullback, maybe to the 650s.
Yeah, I think, and kind of going with the same thing we saw this morning, I think we stay pretty range bound right now. Volume is really low for the last 45 minutes. So, and then, kind of going into lunchtime, not expecting much as far as volume to push us out of this range. I think we stay in this. So anything right here. Yeah, we have no news. Yep. Go ahead.
The FOMC members are done speaking. No news. It's Friday. Going into summer. I mean, we do have what Daly speaks, and then
Daily speaks. Daily speaks at 11:15 Central. Hour and 15 minutes. We got Daily speaking, and of course, for everyone's favorite number, we got Baker Hughes rig count. You know, it's Friday when Baker Hughes rig count is coming out at noon. All right, starting to see some more sellers here in NASDAQ trading 18,657. S&P's
I
pulling
think
back.
this
Dow
is a
doing a
buy
whole lot
today.
of nothing. Dow's just doing absolutely nothing. Someone wake the Dow Jones up. My goodness. Nothing happened there. Crude stuck at $79, trading 79.01. Not a whole lot of action.
I'm going to be
around
honest. A lot of Fridays, I'll trade like this, and this I'd be done, and then I'd just go do something like
Play
by
golf.
lunch. I'd go have lunch,
Yeah.
go golf, go do something else.
Yep. Hey, that's the beauty of trading.
You-
That's the beauty of this job.
Playing.
you can take Scheffler's tee time if you want.
I saw he showed up. He's there. He showed
Well,
up.
no, he is on the course. Time
Is
for
he
a
really?
little news break for those of you that have been
Let's
living
do
under
it.
a rock
Yeah,
right
let's do
now.
it.
Scotty Scheffler, the world's #1 player, was detained this morning after trying to drive around. This part is not funny. A fatal bus accident. He was not involved in that. Something happened with a cop, and then suddenly he's in the lockup.
Look at that.
That is
shot.
so. Who was having the worst day here? Was it the officer that sounds like they went above, they went a little bit too far because he's out already, unless he's out on bail. I don't know.
No, he's playing right now. So like
He's
this
on the
is
course?
the update, right? You know,
He
we
birdied
talk
the
a
first
lot
hole.
about like your morning
He birdied the first hole.
your morning routines. Right?
Oh,
I haven't met even par through 2, but I wanted to point out
yeah.
that somebody says, "Oh, here's the #1 player in the world in handcuffs this morning." A surreal image. It's like, that's Tiger Erasure,
Oh,
man.
come on.
Oh,
That's my guy.
can you show? Jack, can you show? If you can get a snapshot, I don't know if you can get. If you can get a snapshot of him on, I think he's on 3rd hole right now. If you get a snapshot of him on 3rd hole with his score and say, this is him at 6 a.m., this is him 3 hours later.
He's all cleaned up and stuff.
He's all
I'll
cleaned
I'll
up.
see
and
what I can do here.
100.
Things are bugging out.
Oh my god, dude.
Should pipe in the live
That's
Powell in the corner.
Free
do
Scotty.
you go tee off in the orange?
okay.
Yeah, I know. His jumpsuit.
That would be hilarious. That would have so many. That would go viral. Hey, so what, Dakota and Coach Jay? What do you guys think? We're back here in the 40s. We're back here where it all started. Where,
Yep.
yeah.
I like it. If I was to say there's a house account trade, it would be buy right here. I'm actually gonna.
Okay.
Yep, it'd be a buy
Well, I
right
need
around here.
Coach Jay, and then the house,
Okay.
and then
I
in the
I
got
have
it.
my stop loss here. My stop loss should be at break even.
What's the price? All right, we're
Um,
still selling here. We're trading. Well, we're about to hit these 40s if we can get some more push through. Trading 43 right now. Trade idea is what? Long 40s?
Copy paste of what this morning was.
Okay.
well,
let's.
we need another checkbox.
Well, we got two here. We got Jay and Jay. What say you? I haven't heard from you.
I wouldn't be looking to buy until the 20s. I think we are doing this kind of range bound thing, and buying right now is pretty much in the middle of that range.
One check mark only.
What if that? Are you saying your 17s are coming back into play?
Yeah, that's
Right.
what I'm
Yeah,
looking for.
that's.
Yeah.
But I want to see that hold, right? I wouldn't just blind buy it. I want to see the approach to it, because earlier we were looking at 17
or
breaking,
we
right?
get to
still haven't taken
600.
out that-
Maybe our 600 level plays
All right,
out.
we're pushing here. We're pushing.
Right. Great short.
I'm
for
flat.
anybody
I
Be careful
closed
up
out
there.
plus
All right, get into
150
the 20s
on
now.
that one.
Into the 20s.
Yep.
Guys, there's
uh,
failed upside auctions on the profiles. In other words, it broke out above the IB and came back in. There's weak lows in the S&P and the NASDAQ. Just to give you a little bit of context from the profiles there.
Hoag, that also goes back to you looking for acceptance of lower pricing with opening in the late spike from
Late
yesterday,
spikes. Yep.
right? Yeah. I would be conscious
All
about
right.
buying here.
Okay.
All right, so it's a no trade right now, Michael.
Let's go a poll in the chat. Chat helped us out last time. Majority
Yeah.
roll.
What do you want? What do you want to say? We need a price.
Do you like getting longs around the DACA here, the rage?
Oh God, we can do better than that. Look at tilt. What do we got here in tilt? 50-50 in ES, 50-50 in NASDAQ.
50-50 there. You got the pullback. You guys talked about the 17s, which we could have been stopped out on when I had the 40s on the house account. But that played out.
I'm gonna go.
But it was short-lived. It was really kind of short-lived up there.
Good question, Coach Jay. In the chat.
There you go. That's an average between the 20s and the 40s. 630s, guys. If it comes down, we're trading 640s. 18,640 we're trading.
10-point winner. Longer. The whole poll should be yes right now. We're trading 643.
Depends if you're how long you are. Yeah.
The whole poll should be yes. 100%. No more no's than yes.
That's a no-brainer.
I mean, how could it be?
I'm already in the money. I'm already in the money with my vote.
I don't get it. We lost Coach Dakota. Coach Dakota is back. Did you charge your?
Yeah,
What's up, Jay?
ran for a drink. Voice is getting a little scratchy.
Your voice sounds much better.
Thank you.
Yeah, just looking at this price action right now, I'm thinking we traded up above 650s, right? We tried to test that over the all-time high VWAP. We couldn't get up there. Why would and I'm just asking questions, why would a buyer now step in above 650 again if we didn't push it the last time, right? We didn't make any significant progress up above 650. Why would they do it now?
That's a good question.
And they might, but
yeah,
I'm thinking of the shorter term traders like us who are buying for this uptrend. We're the first ones to sell, right? When we see no significant progress. Now, if more of those people start selling, then there's more room down here.
Okay.
I'd love to see 600. That was a great short that we were talking about, Coach Jay.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
yep.
If I wasn't along, this is an opportunity to take a cheap trade. If you're bearish, and that played out amazingly.
Yeah. I think we have a decent short kind of setting up, but.
And let's talk about this. When we first started, we said, today could be just an inside day, consolidation day. And then we kind of just started to identify the type of market environment we're going to be in today.
Those 30s were money.
And that's how we should have played it. And that's how we should continue to play it, was sell the highs and buy the lows. And that's kind of how it's playing out right now.
Yeah, you're right. You are right. So my question is, if we sell the highs, buy the lows for a range-bound trade, how many times do you take that trade?
Until it breaks.
Until it breaks. Yeah, that's the answer. That's the standard answer. But I know what you're saying, Jay.
Yeah, it's especially when we get that was a lot of momentum selling right back into 630, and now immediately bought back up. So I mean, there's a little bit of PTSD whenever you see the market sell off that hard, that fast. It's hard to buy it, right?
Let's take a look at that poll here. Let's take a look. Long NQ around 630s. Only 52% said yes. 48% said no. We're currently trading 652.
What was the tilt? Was it 50-50, just like that poll?
50-50.
Yeah, there you go. Just like the poll.
Gold's still pushing a little higher, 24.19.
Yeah. What about a short in gold? Would we ever run a short?
I don't think House Account's ever done a gold trade.
I got golden hands over at Robinhood. You see how that's working out for me.
Why don't you just get out of that trade?
I'm calling them golden hands. I'm calling them golden hands because a little softer than diamond hands.
Hold the trade until the kitty guy comes out and posts another meme. Catch the pop.
I have a legitimate question on that. For the people that are still long, isn't them releasing more stock kind of contrary to the whole plan of what's going to happen, right? Because they're just increasing the float.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So the next time,
logically,
that's the dirty little secret there.
Well, logically, they just have so much demand. The more shares they release, the popular it is, which means it's good for the stock and it should go up, right?
I understand why GameStop did it, but from the massive short squeeze standpoint, I don't know how that would happen. Don't come after me.
Yeah, Roaring Kitty or Hello Kitty or whatever his name
Hello
is.
Kitty.
Yeah, if he, which we emailed him, we want to get him on here. I want to just I like people that are he's fully involved and fine tuned into GameStop. So and see, I mean, because if I was GameStop, I'm issuing new stock. I want to sell that stock into the next wave, right?
Yeah, that's the
However
idea,
they do
right?
it. That's how that's the idea. Oh, guess what, Tom? We just raised $100 million, no problem.
Yes, we did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I like short gold right now.
Who else is watching gold in here?
This is
I do too, Dakota. To be honest, it looks like we had a candle that kind of led to some exhaustion, some buyer exhaustion, where we pushed up through. Yep.
No, I missed it.
No, you didn't.
If we get a bounce, I'm gonna take a short.
Yeah, I've realized something the other day, Dakota, I think I told everybody at the buzzer this, that I rewatch these segments all the time to see how we could have executed better. A lot of times we say we miss trades, and then 5 minutes later, the perfect setup happens. So if you still like the trade, find an entry, and it's still a good trade.
Yeah, my short would have been at 24.17, that break. Well, I'm going to see if I could get in if we get a little bounce. I don't want to chase it.
Are you in, Dakota?
No.
Can you do a poll real quick? Gold on a short around these levels.
We need a price.
I'm going to say
16s.
Short.
I like 17s. 24.17.
All right, 24.17.
24. Yeah.
We got two, Coach Jay and Dakota, both liking it on a short. Do you guys throw the poll up really quick? Who has a position in GameStop? How do you get short in GameStop? Buy a put?
Gold short 24.17. Jay and Dakota like it. 2 check mark there.
Throw some check marks in here. 2 check marks.
There we go.
We got 20. Here.
We got the chat up. We got the poll. We got to go quick, though. We got to go quick because we hit 17s. We got to act quick. We're trading 24.15, 24.16 now. So, Michael, had that sucker queued up. I don't know how much size you want to do there. There we go. We're working 10 to 17. Thank you. Short gold around 24.17. I will vote yes. Oh, 79% right out of the gate say yes.
What's
triple? What's tilt? 59% short right now. So the majority is with us, with the shorts right now.
Hey, where don't you like if you got short 17s? Where are you saying I'm out?
I would say 20.5.
Rechecks.
I love it. Thank you, Jack.
How many are we looking to? How many contracts are we looking to trade?
20 in the range of 17s and 19s.
Right.
Oh, I see that. Okay. Let's go.
20 and a half would, if we trade 20 with 20 and a half, we're risking about $6,000, which I think is okay. Yep, I think we're good.
Jack, do you guys have no whammies and all that kind of stuff? That'd be kind of funny. I don't know if you can use that.
How does that go?
The house call does. Oh shit! This is why you double click. This is why you don't double click, Michael. God bless it.
What did we miss?
We're long. We're out.
I double clicked. Yeah, I double clicked.
Okay.
Sorry.
If it was a short, it would have been just leave it. But I guess you don't want to be the accidental trader either.
Well, that
$300 mistake.
$300 mistake.
Oh yeah.
Gosh. Mistakes are not cheap in this game, man. Where else the mistake costs you $300 just like that?
Oh, okay. All right. Whatever.
We go.
Spilt milk. I missed that trade.
Yeah, the 17s were nice.
It was 3 ticks off 17s. You have the right idea. But again, so assess it this way. How much room do you think is still left in this short? And if you get a bounce, is it still worth taking it?
Yeah. For me,
right, what's the target to the downside? 24?
Man, I say 400.
2,400, right?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's
so if there's still room, but you have to adjust there, right? Do you take less contracts now? Do you adjust your stop? Right.
I'm buying. By the end of the day, I'm giving.
Yeah, Dolby.
I'm giving I'm giving the engineers the hotkey keys that we want. I'm just going to call them out. Spacebar means center. I would have hit spacebar. Actually, I'm buying one of those. You have it, Dakota, the hotkey box or something like that?
This Stream Deck right here or whatever.
Yeah. Yep.
Dakota, are you flat?
I'm flat everything. I tried to get in at 24.17. No luck yet. That was a beautiful trade.
Nice call out, guys.
Yeah.
Nice call out.
17s trade. What do we've got in 17s?
No,
it was 16-7 traded.
The hot
It
strokes.
was close.
John Jones been saying hot strokes all morning. He's been loving it.
Stream Deck, is that the way to go for this? Because right now, I would not have made that mistake. You guys, you're like, well, green means buy, red means sell, or yeah, but like I center the screen. I like to have it move, and then look at how tiny this is. So, and I'm sitting 3 feet away from it. So, hotkeys, hot strokes.
I mean, I don't trade using the Stream Deck, but I do know a few traders that like it. Rips loves it.
Center markets, join ask, center markets, join bid. I do those.
Yeah.
And then maybe buy the market orders, and then a flatten all, cancel all, and then I'm good.
Yeah, something very simple and basic, and a little push the buttons so you don't misclick anything.
What's up, Rips? Shout out Rips. Love my hotkeys, he says.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about it last time. Yeah, Richard Harris, you don't say seems easy enough, and you don't say the word copy and paste, because I've said that before. We've been in videos of like, well, we kind of have that over here. Can you just copy and paste that and add the code to it? They'll just look at me like, I'm working for this guy.
You can say that to attorneys, though. That's copy and paste city over there.
Oh, I know. I was with the attorney yesterday, and he's like, well, I go, what if we do this type of agreement? He pops up one from somebody else. And I'm like, I can just change. I'm like, oh, so you have template. You guys have boilerplates. You told me you do it from scratch. Well, we do it from scratch, but some things, yeah. Okay.
Right.
$600 an hour. Thanks.
All right. So we're off the gold trade. 17s have been real nice. Boat never got there. It's okay.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it. Spilt milk.
We're not chasing the markets here. If you guys are noticing the trend, especially with these, with Coach Dakota and Coach Jay on, you see it all the time. They rarely chase the markets. They stick to their price. They let the market come to them. You rarely see them chasing the markets. I don't know if I've ever seen you guys actually chase the markets. I remember
this morning was close. I don't want to say this morning was close,
with the
but
40s.
like we had the plan. Yeah, we had a plan of like, let's wait for NASDAQ to get to 600. It wasn't giving it to us. And we're like, okay, now it's turning into a buy. Let's go ahead and take it here rather than wait. So I could say we were close to chasing it, but we were chasing it with like a reason and within the rules. And the market was giving us that opportunity. And it worked out pretty dang amazing. And it was a managed chase. I don't know what you want to call that one.
Well, luckily you can scale in. Luckily you can scale into trades here at TopStep, because the way you scaled into that trade was absolutely masterful. It's just how you scaled in, scaling out. It's how real professional traders trade. It's real trades, real accounts, real P&Ls here. We're real.
Yeah, there you go. Danielle, remember what I was saying last night, how I wanted to get a live example? There you go. Clip it. That's what I was looking to do. And why I find it such a useful tool. It's not for everybody. Not everybody has to do it, but why restrict traders? It's a very useful tool. It's something that you could do in your own account, your personal account, live account, and 100%. It's a useful tool.
Yes. All right, Michael, got something for you real quick.
Yeah.
He's got a bounce.
You're watching it.
Got a flight to catch.
There won't be any sound, but like you ask, you shall receive.
Wow.
Is there sound on that people will hear?
No.
That was one of my favorite cartoon shows. That was one of my favorite game shows growing up.
We used to say that all the time in the trading office. No whammies, no whammies.
No whammies.
I do want to play this Island Mike, this animation one more time, Michael, because now I think I have it so that we will hear it as well. Let me check this real quick. This is important stuff. All right, let's give it a try one more time.
Island Mike, Topstep CEO.
Yep.
Oh,
it worked.
Wow.
We could hear it this time.
That's all we could afford, huh? All right, guys, I got to cut out. Yeah, I got to
Later,
cut out. I got to
Michael.
go. Yeah, I got a meeting and I got to fly out to my nephew's graduation. Somebody here said the kids in the background's great because I'm an uncle. I don't have kids, but I'm an uncle. I started off as an uncle, and he is graduating this weekend. Grant, I'm very excited about your graduation. He's going to
Yes.
University of Kansas. And
Rock
Andre,
chalk.
go ahead. Say
Rock chalk. Congratulations, Grant. Sorry I could not make it this weekend, but congratulations, Rock chalk Jayhawk. Best decision you've made in your young adult life. Congratulations. All right, Michael, thank you for everything. Good trade, good execution on the house account.
Mike.
Bad execution on that gold trade, but hey, here we are, up 3,100 bucks on the day.
See you
Jack?
Tuesday. I'm back in the saddle on Tuesday.
Awesome. Jack, that
All right,
laugh
MP, have a good one.
makes me feel like you put your milk in before the cereal.
What?
Here they
How do you know
go.
what you're talking about?
Here they go. All right, later, Mike. Oh, he's out.
It's Friday.
It is Friday. It is Friday. Jack, do we have streaks? Jack, do we want to do streaks and leaderboards?
We will in a few moments. JD has to
Okay.
run downstairs real quick. Hope he finds his way back up.
You put your milk in before the cereal.
I don't know. Like, what is he talking about?
I don't know.
Wait a second.
All right, fellas. We're flat all around here. Look at all the love for Grant. It's good to see. Dow, man. Good luck to Dow traders out there. Nothing's happening over there at all. Trading 4,000, 40,000, 17. S&P's not doing a whole heck of a lot either. We do have another speak. We got daily speaking in about 50 minutes or so. That will be during Power Players. Of course, Power Players. We got Mr. Peter Tuchman joining us today, as he does every Friday here at TopstepTV. Look at his thoughts on meme stocks, where the market's going, the all-time highs we made this week. I saw him rocking the Dow 40,000, the Dow 40,000 hat on the floor at the New York Stock Exchange. So please stay tuned. Hear that guy go. You just wind him up and let him go. And that guy is a jolt of energy.
Yeah. I heard he once called Dakota a loser, too.
Oh, boy. Damn, shots fired.
Just a quick shout out to all the lean hogs traders today. If you caught that short, that was a
You're
great
crazy.
short. Hogs is down 2% today, and it's been under this like very heavy sell pressure. We saw kind of like a short covering rally yesterday, but it's right back down 2%. So if anyone caught that trade, great trade.
Absolutely. Jay and his lean
Pigs were flying
hogs.
yesterday. Pigs were flying yesterday, and they
Pigs were flying. Oh, it's so good. So good. All right, so take a look at that gold, that paper trade. We would have been short from 24.17. We're trading 24.12 right now. Let's see if we get another push lower here in NASDAQ. Jay, you brought up a good question, though. Why, if the buyers didn't want to take it above 600, 650 the first time, why would they? Essentially, you're asking why would they come in and do it a second time this far into the trading session? Is that essentially what you're thinking? What would change in that last hour or so?
Exactly. Like, yeah, think about the week that we've had, right? We had PPI, we had CPI, jobless claims come out. Like, everyone might be tired at this point. So what incentive does anyone have to trade above that? When we get to these major levels, right, we just check it then. Are they interested in trading above these levels or not? And if they didn't push it there, why do it going this late into a Friday? We know volume is going to decrease. And of course, anything can happen, but we've all been talking about it, right? Dakota just said if he was trading by himself, he would probably shut his computer off and go do something else. Other market participants are thinking the same thing. So just the even if we trade above 650s, what I'm thinking is what's the likelihood of a really nice trade that's outside of this range? You could take it, but there's about 20 points before you need to think about trade management at the extremes of the range. And Himachi says one big reason would be upcoming NVIDIA earnings, I think next week.
22nd.
I agree with that, but
it's a ways away.
From right now until power hour, I don't expect a whole lot.
Yeah. Just boring.
okay.
Just boring. We have the question: is what tool was Dakota talking about? I mean, it's just a tool, as in reference of the ability to scale into a trade and scale out. It's what I love about futures, where we could switch to micros, we could use minis, we could get into like say 3 contracts, one at one level, one at another, and if you rewind it, you've seen how we did it. I went over it last night during slow markets. Danielle said she'll clip it and maybe post it on here as a YouTube video, but it's a great maybe tool's not the right word, but maybe, I don't know. What do you think? How would you call that, Coach Jay? Is it a tool? Is it a function? I don't know.
You scaling into your trades?
The ability to scale into a position.
Yeah, it's a tool. It's something I think we don't talk about enough, but it's execution, right? We do a lot.
Methods.
It's technique. There you go. Yep.
There you go.
We talk a lot
So-
about analysis, but if you can't execute on your analysis, then you don't get paid in this game, right? So I think that's a good technique to use. Yeah, technique is the perfect word.
Yeah, technique. I like that word. That's a lot better than tool. Look at gold. Gold just dropped down to 2408.
So I want to point something out in gold. And this is just me kind of nerding out about volume a little bit. You guys know I look at volume for everything, and I look these 3-minute candles. There's this candle here that went from 24.15 to 24.20.
One
I think
second.
it's the first
One
time I've
second.
ever seen this.
Wait till we get your charts up.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, so this candle right here, this chart underneath the candle here shows a couple of things: volume in the candle, delta for that candle specifically, and then delta for the day. This candle was flat delta, right? So even buyers and sellers, I've never seen that happen before, and perfect candle to reject off of, because that's indecision on both sides. We traded back into it, rejected it, and came right back down.
That was a great trade.
It was just, never got there. Michael accidentally bought. He fat fingered. He got long.
Right? That happens to us a lot. I've noticed. What was it? It was maybe not last Friday, but the Friday before that, where we were looking to buy, and it came like really close, and then it rallied 50 points.
Yep.
It's just us being picky, letting market come to us. And if I think it's a good example for everybody to just see, like, hey, guess what? We have great trade ideas, and sometimes if the market doesn't give it to us, we just wait. We be patient, and sometimes it sucks. It really does.
It does. But chasing sucks even more.
Yeah, it sucks even more when you're
chasing
you around.
Yeah, because you know you're doing it. You know you're doing it, and you know you shouldn't be. But the FOMO kicked in, and you're like, oh, damn it, here we are. And you're probably just filling someone. You're giving someone a better fill. Hey, we're pushing above these 50s again here in the NASDAQ. This could be the upper end of the range. Maybe looking at a 5-minute, the last 4 bars here. Who we got?
Yeah, I'm back.
What's up, my man? How's it going? Johnny is back.
You saw that move back down to the 24.10 in gold. That's the weekly kickoff high. It's the IB high where the market broke out above there.
Yeah, we
yes.
They wanted to.
When you guys were talking about the shorts and the equities, I was like, take it. Take it.
Almost.
We put in failed upside auctions. And there's weak lows.
Right. Do you think we go take out those lows at some point during the day, Hoag?
Yeah. I mean, as long as that failed auction, above the IB remains, I see us taking out the low, but that's going to create a normal trading day. So I'm not looking for any big moves.
Yeah.
But the market
I would love
to
to see it down to 600. 18,600 is what I would love to see.
That's the first thing we were talking about today, and I love that level.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
there's our 4 mark. That's like our 5 check mark trade if we get.
That's a big one. That'll be a 25 lot. That'll be a 25 lot if we can get there. But we got a ways to go. Jay, are you still watching? Jay, you still watching what we do at the 650 level, or is it kind of just we're just there and kind of has lost its significance? Are you still watching it closely?
For me, if I stare at it, I would convince myself to take a trade. So what I do is just look at the watch list that I have, and if it's still trading around 18,650, I won't even bring it up on the screen.
Gotcha.
question for you, Hogan, Andre. If we want to execute a trade at 600, I put 30 lot buy limit at 600. You guys go in the house account, put whatever max you could get. Paper gets filled. Would that kind of attract the market to go down there? Because that's not technically spoofing.
It's
If
a
we
good
actually
question.
want to
Thought about
That's
that.
liquidity, right?
Thought about Michael's thought about
Can
that
we beat
too.
that liquidity?
And the
Might
Nasdaq
be
was
what we
definitely
have to do with
seeking up.
100 lot.
I mean, you'll
Michael,
see
like-
us. You'll see
You
us.
definitely
get it.
see us.
Let's go get it.
Let's see. I mean, the biggest we got. Michael's thought about that. We've talked about that. He, if we stick 100 lot in there, Mark is going to come get
No,
us.
WP, that's not spoofing. If we
Spoofing, that's not spoofing. We'll leave it in there. We'll take the fill.
order at 600.
Leave the order.
Yeah, we want it to
We'll
get
take
filled.
we'll take the fill. All right, we rejected the
And-
50s here.
You leave a bid in for, 10, 15 seconds. Is that spoofing?
Well, if we take the
I don't
fill,
think so.
I
It's
mean,
really hard
Only
to
if your
prove.
intention is not to get in. I mean, we could place orders right there, and we want to get filled at that level. And if we
Right.
put some big orders there, it's not spoofing. We want to intend to fill it.
resting
Yeah, there
paper.
was
Thank
a-
you, Samuel.
Just want to say this. There were a couple of questions about my shirt, and it says "World's Greatest Dad." That's DAD.
What they think is
Chord. Guitar chords. Great. World's Greatest Dad.
Thank you.
Yes.
Guitar humor. Here you go.
I did it. I'm the best dad.
Gonna get you a coffee mug too.
I don't know. I kind of like my Yeti.
I got yep.
Keeps it hot for hours.
Pretty much, Ben. All right, well, we
Keeps it
rejected those
granddad.
50s
Not
again,
yet.
Jay.
Yeah.
We're
We're just hanging on there.
Yep.
Where's
Let's
JD
see.
at? Is JD coming on?
Why? What's up? What do you got for him?
I'm
Might be
gonna
out
go
there.
and try and find
Which is
Mr.
yeah.
Doherty. We'll see. He's around here somewhere.
Yeah, we got about 24
Yes,
minutes left here on hot fast markets, Jack. We got still got to get some leaderboards in. We got the number one trader. I believe
Hey,
he's
what's
number
up,
one.
guys?
So. Whoa, there he is. There's
There he
Chicago.
is. There he is. How's our traders doing, JD? I'm really
Speak and,
curious. I want to see.
Ask and you shall receive. We're running a little behind on this, so we're just going to do the hot streaks and the leaderboard if that's okay with everybody.
That works.
Cool. All right. Here are hot streaks from yesterday. Brian M. picked up 8 more Cicero clams yesterday to keep his hot streak intact. Brian is now sitting on 30 consecutive days of winners. Jacob Russell and Neeson all extended their streaks another day. And we have a newcomer, Valdis, who has put together a nice 20-day win streak worth close to $2,000, trading in a 50K XFA. Nice job to all those guys. All right, let's check out the leaderboard.
Cicero clams. Still thinking about
Hear
that.
that? Hey, Russell G in the chat.
All right. Bottom end of the list, Isaac in 6th place, held on to it. One trader to note here, Basil. Basil was on our yesterday's best P&L list yesterday. He's been creeping up the leaderboard and is having one hell of a week trading. As of yesterday, he's up about $26,000 on the week, trading in 3 XFAs. Started the week around 70th place, between 70th and 80th. I can't remember exactly.
Wow.
Yesterday, he was in 14th. Today, he's on the leaderboard in 7th place. Welcome to the show, Basil.
Mm-hmm.
Here we
How about a
go.
little drum roll there, boys?
Yeah, let me see what I can do back here.
It's already up. It's already up. I
I
jumped
think-
the gun.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
where'd you get that?
there it is.
Wait a second.
There's
Yeah.
yesterday's best.
That is yesterday's best. Hang on
Awesome.
a second.
Well,
Here
they
is-
deserve it.
Yes, they do. We could talk about that. Yeah,
Yeah, that's an amazing day for Brian.
for sure. 13 grand, Dakota up
Oh,
there
Dakota.
as usual.
I see what you did there, Dakota. I see what you did there.
Yep. Brian P's
Wow.
Brian P's trading in a live funded account also. Another pro trader right there.
Yeah, that's amazing. Live account.
Live account.
Isaac R. Very nice.
All right.
Can't
Here
keep
is-
up with you whippersnappers.
The top of the leaderboard. similar story to what we just mentioned with Basil. UA
Wow.
now in the top 5, spread about 45 grand across 2 XFAs yesterday, moving up the board. Rest of the list hasn't changed. Raphael, Meng, Drew, and you're looking at him, Dakota in first place, still running away with it.
Previously 59th.
Yep. UA moved up the list pretty quick. So we'll see what happens with UA's trading today. Wei, how do you pronounce it, do you think? UA? Okay.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine, JD.
Well, let's dissect
Dakota's-
it for the next 5 minutes.
Dakota's still close to 75 grand ahead of the next closest contender. Nice job, Dakota.
Yeah, no,
right.
love seeing
What I like
it.
about
I
that,
mean,
though-
there's a lot of traders here that's kind of just hovering around the 40 to 50 to 60,000 mark. And it's great to see. It's very hard to just break even in live accounts.
It's very true.
And
Trading in the live account, it's a different animal.
I like that Raphael came in like the Kool-Aid man, right? That was the one that came in from 250 to 4, but he stayed for the party, right? That
Yes,
he's
yeah,
been on the
he
list
stayed
for a little
there,
while.
right?
So.
Yeah, it's typical when you see those big number days and they pop into the top 10 and then they just kind of disappear and you don't hear from them again. But Raphael has been sitting around. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Drew was Drew yesterday. He was at over 100. No,
Yesterday, Drew was at. Let me pull it up. I've got it.
Nvidia taking a hit here.
Yeah, Drew was at 101,000 yesterday. So Drew took a drawdown. I meant to mention that.
3 XFAs, I'm sure.
Yes, 3 XFAs,
Nice.
but still hanging in there. All right, guys.
Thanks, JD.
Catch you in a bit.
Starting to see some sellers here. Dow beneath 40,000. How about it?
Nice
39,000.
Nice
997.
bounce off 2410 in gold.
Hoag, do we have a Delta update on the indices?
Yes, and this is kind of scary for shorts. Negative 9,300 in the S&Ps, negative 3,900 in the NASDAQ.
Wow.
Oh,
Interesting.
Struggling to continue to move lower, which if it were 230, I'd say, yeah, we could get a short squeeze.
Yeah.
We're right at the lows here now in the S&Ps. I want to see us take out the IB low and see if we get any continuation below that.
All right, we'll keep
I
an eye
agree.
on
This
that.
will pop here in the NASDAQ, though.
W2 245. If you're invited to a live account, yes, that XFA is transferred to a live.
We got a comment from OGP25. Do you guys just trade the NASDAQ? We don't. I'll trade anything that moves.
Trade hogs.
If it's
Yeah, you
trending.
do.
But today we were focusing on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, that was great. And also, Coach Jay trades currencies. We trade currency futures. The other day, Coach Jay, you were in what short dollar yen trade, and you've been doing pretty well. So we're not restricted to just like NASDAQ, Dow, gold, silver. We have currency futures, and there's a lot of currency futures I've noticed, Andre and Hoag, that are coming and realizing, oh, actually, wait, even though we're a futures, we actually could trade currency futures.
How about it? All right, guys, what do we think about
How
this
do you
third?
like it, Coach Jay?
The yen has, if anyone has paid attention to it, has been in a downtrend for the last 8 months. So I got to thank Coach Paul for that one because he's been swing trading it the entire time. But it provides some really nice opportunities. If you see a bounce in the yen, kind of like we had yesterday, 2-3 days in a row, we get a pretty nice downtrend. But it's about establishing your risk, having good trade location, and then being patient with those trades because they do take a little longer.
Makes sense. Have we had anybody funded trading currencies? I'm curious on that one.
It's a great question.
It's a good question.
We did not know that answer.
We have, because I saw it on one of the trading cards, but that person was trading seemed like a baker's dozen products, one of which I think was like 6E or something like that. I don't know if we could look into it. If someone's been funded with just currency futures, we could start another competition like we did with live cattle, where we gave away a Stetson
Remember that.
What do you get for currencies besides money? Do we get physical euros or whatever currency they trade and send it to them?
You know what I got? You could actually, I can't remember the website, like some treasury website. You could order like a sheet. I ordered a sheet of uncut $1 bills,
Oh
and
yeah.
I gave it as a gift. I think that would be really cool.
That's pretty cool.
Let's look into it.
What a sheet of hundreds.
650s was a nice short, Dre.
Well, that's a little
50s? Yeah.
Yeah.
This might be the range. This might be the lower end of the range. These 30s. This might be 30s to 50s, the 50s to 30s.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
I want to see us break.
Yeah. So we like that 600 level.
Yeah.
See if we get there. We got about 16 minutes here. See, we're testing it.
We just took out the low of the S&P in the S&P's regular trading hour session by a tick. So we've still got a poor low there.
We're testing.
Such a small range for such deep delta. $10 range in the S&P's.
Good call.
Negative 9,000 in delta.
Good call.
There's some absorption going on here somewhere.
What do you mean by that, John? Well, for those people that are out there that are inevitably asking, what do we mean by that? With the stack, if you got the stack of paper thing, that's a great way to do the example. What we're going to talk about here is the absorption he's talking about. It's a tight range in the S&Ps. Say it's a $10 range in the S&Ps, and the delta's getting deep. That means, here you go.
So if this is where the buyers are, right, and you've got aggressive sellers hitting into those buyers, they're going to kind of peel off some of those bids and some more of those bids and some more of those bids. But as those market order short time frames traders hit into those bids, they're getting shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. If they can't exhaust those bids, then at some point they're going to say, you know what, this isn't working. We got to go the other way. So they'll move price the other way as they liquidate all of those shorts. And then if there's real long-term buyers there, those long-term buyers will take those bids and move them up to further put heat on those sellers. Those sellers will come back in. They'll sell. Maybe the longer-term buyers will come back in and say, all right, we're going to stack all of those bids that we just got filled on, and we're going to add more to them. And the short time frame traders will hit into those bids until they decide, we're not going anywhere here. We got to go the other way. So that's really what we talk about is absorption. Is there may be longer time frame buyers in the equities today that are using orders to they use iceberg orders. So they, instead of, if they have 10,000 minis to buy, they put them in 5, 10, 16, 22, 4, 16 at a time. And as they get filled on them, they replenish those bids. And because you can't see them on the dome, they just keep buying, absorbing everything that the short time frame traders will sell them. Sometimes they'll get the short time frame traders so short that they just turn and run the market the other direction. We've got a failed upside auction, and we've got lots of negative delta here, but the market isn't being very successful at continuation to the downside. It's really early in the day. I wouldn't expect the short squeeze to happen this early. We'll be watching this throughout the day, but that's really, what a support or a resistance level is. It's, there's supply up here, and buyers come in and they try and buy the supply. If they can't exhaust it, the market will turn and head the other direction. So that's kind of what we look for in a kind of a short squeeze is lots of short time frame market order hitting sellers, hitting much stronger, much bigger bids, but you can't see them until, all of a sudden you're short and you're looking around going, holy cow, we're in trouble. And then you got to run the other direction.
Perfect
Hoag,
explanation.
Shout out to you for that example, Hoag. I think we see it in the chat as well. A lot of people really love that explanation.
Yep.
I'm a visual learner myself, so seeing it physically helps understand it. So it's a great example.
Yes, it is.
Thanks.
Yep.
So that's delta. That's how short squeeze happens. Good stuff, John.
Yep.
It's almost like you've done that before a couple times, John. You had that down nailed. So that's what we're looking at. But he said tight range. So he says they're getting awfully short in the holes, is what you say. And
Yeah,
we'll continue that.
With this deep of negative delta, if we can't get a break out of this, all those short sellers are going to get nervous. They're going to run it the other way. I mean, we've already pulled off the lows, reasonably, where it's still at negative 8,900 in negative delta. We were able to push the low by one tick in the S&Ps. One tick.
Nice. Well, I'm going to go out on a limb.
Move.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we are going to break down. I don't want to place a short because I want to be buying the market. I think we do break down, and I think we could hunt some stops. Every time you explain that, I think of an old like ping pong game I used to play on the computer where you break through a wall. And I just visualize that.
Brick breaker.
Bouncing up,
brick breaker.
breaking through walls.
Yep.
So,
yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. That's perfect. And it's really early, so we don't really know, through deep delta if we've got all time frames acting in concert to push price lower, or if this is just the short time against longer time frame buyers. If this were 230 and this is where we were, I'd say we're going to see a short squeeze at the end of the day. But it's not even 11 o'clock yet. There's a lot of day left, and I agree with you, Dakota. With the failed auction at the highs, I think there's probably more downside to go here, but the market loves to make a liar out of me. We are going to have Delta on the platform soon, hopefully.
Yay.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Steven, there you go, Steven. Great explanation.
Brick breaker. That's what it was called.
Brick breaker. It was a long time ago, Dakota. That game was old school. Jay said if you had a BlackBerry, you're very familiar with that game. Was that on the BlackBerry, Jay?
Yeah, it was. It was a lot of bus rides playing brick breaker going to school.
There you go.
Like kind of Tetra too. Wasn't Tetra kind of like that?
Tetra, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. Right?
Maybe
Tetris,
not.
Right? You stack the.
You fit those.
It's another great game.
You got to stack. You got to get through all the bids in Tetris.
That's exactly what we do. Just up to do we have Daily speaking 11:15. Daily is a voter. I do believe, right? Daily is a voter. We'll keep you updated on that. It's 11:15. Daily is a Daily. Mary Daly, San Francisco voter. Oil just.
Let's see.
I want to take a short right now. I really do, to play a breakdown to 600, but that's me being permable and being hard headed.
There we go. We finally broke through. All right, guys. If we do get to these 600s, what are we looking here?
Powell has COVID.
What?
He's delivering a pre-recorded speech at Georgetown Law due to testing positive for COVID-19.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Was he supposed to speak today?
He may have been at the Dead and Company concert in Vegas, last night and got COVID.
They are in Vegas. They're at the Sphere right now. I saw that.
See, this is tradertainment, folks. This is tradertainment.
COVID.
Right on the lows.
What do we do with that news?
Yeah.
Markets don't like
buy or
it.
sell on that.
I don't know. We'll find out right now.
COVID.
We'll find out if the market likes that news or not.
What if Powell pulled a Scheffler? Just the headline that
it's called a Scheffler now.
It's called a Scheffler for sure.
It's called a Scheffler.
There's your next AI Powell speech, Jack.
Those things take time.
I know they do, I'm sure.
Also, Scheffler is -1 through 5, so he seems to be shaking it off okay.
Unbelievable. Unreal.
He has a little bit of extra motivation today.
What a story.
He's just trying to get to the next overseas tournament.
Jax, you want this passport back?
Where was he at when he got arrested? What?
I don't know.
Is he in the
He
US?
almost made it. Yeah, he was driving in. This was in Kentucky, driving into the golf course. Like some of the other players had to walk a mile or something. Just there was a bus accident. That was a terrible thing, but Scheffler tried to YOLO the median and then got the horns, so to speak.
Yikes.
Oof.
They got booked. All right. Well, buyers came back in there. Try
Yep.
making another.
20s.
We've traded both
Ranging
sides of the
day.
initial down.
Range traders.
It's going to be tending to keep us range bound.
Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to just practice what you preach. What we were saying, it's a range bound day. We're going in today. Buy the lows, sell the highs, and as much as we want 600, every time we get down here,
Yeah,
it's been a
You
great
keep buying
buying
it.
opportunity.
Yep.
man. How is volume looking on this last little buy here, Jay? How's volume been looking? Is volume just continuing to dissipate?
Looks like it is. We got 3 minutes left in this 5-minute bar, but so far the volume is pretty low in it. Do you
Over
see
here talking
that
on mute.
same
I got
way,
$5
Jay?
for you.
Was that fine news?
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking on mute. My bad.
Yes.
Yeah, but on the 3-minute, we haven't had many candles above 3,000 contracts. That last one we just got, the last 3 minutes was about 4,500.
Okay.
And that candle ended in a doji. I think that's actually just kind of going off of how these things usually play out. Buying at the high of that candle somewhere and risking the lows is not a bad trade, because sellers. So let's look at what happened here. Right, negative 691 in delta for that 3-minute candle, but they were not able to push price lower than the overnight lows. So exactly what you were just talking about, Hoag, sellers getting absorbed,
Delta.
they're getting trapped.
Yep.
And
Boom.
yeah, exactly. And then we bounce right back up off of it.
What is Delta, John? Maybe we just got a real life example. What is it? How much do we peel off there?
Well, NASDAQ is now negative 4,200. I'm trying to remember what it was.
39. It was 39.
Yeah, it's still increasing. We took a little bit off in the S&Ps. We're at 8,800. We were over $9,000. Took a little bit off on that.
52. All right, we got 5 minutes left in fast markets.
And if we look at, and we did get a request from Davey to look at the ES just a little bit. We've been focusing on the NASDAQ, but
We should do
you can
that.
apply the same analysis. We can apply the same analysis. Really, the one thing that looks even better on the ES, you see this candle is red, that closed where it opened. That candle kind of closed in a doji. A lot of times we see that set the low for the day and then trade the other way. And exact same idea, right? Sellers came in, they got absorbed. We're not able to push price lower. So it may mean a bounce from there.
Nice.
And then that goes back to what we were talking about before, right? Range bound activity. We just traded down to the extremes of the range. Sellers tried, they couldn't, and bounced right back up.
Range trading. Where's Dobie at? Whenever I think of range trading, I now think of Dobie.
Yeah, right?
Dolby time.
Yeah. Didn't take out the overnight low in the S&Ps. Starting to unravel a little bit of this delta, negative 8,600.
There you go.
Okay, pretty much remaining the same in the NASDAQ.
Right back up.
Yep. I mean, with conviction.
We should be on
break
the golf
eventually.
course right now.
With
We should be going
conviction.
fishing or on the golf course right now.
There you go. Well, you can still go.
You can. You're
I'll be going in like 5 minutes.
3 minutes left here. Don't worry, TopstepTV. So we still have over 4 hours left of show today. The markets are not done, even though our finest number one trader on the leaderboard, maybe calling it a day. Well deserved. $12,000 day, Dakota, yesterday. Just incredible. Good trading.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
Great stuff.
Yep.
But
Great
stuff.
stuff.
before that, I had a really negative day. So
You did, but that's about to hell of a bounce back. Remember the day you started down $6,000 on the day, you ended up $4,000? Was that Tuesday?
yeah,
Seems like so long
that
ago.
was one
Seems
heck
like
of a
so
day
long.
too. That was Tuesday.
Seems like
with
so
rips.
long ago. Yes. Great trading. The comeback kid.
Got to take the good with the bad.
That's right.
Yep.
He's now the king of the hill. Come get him, Drew. You're coming, but
Mhm.
you got some work to do.
Hey, there's the top 10 leaderboard. If anybody here at Topstep wants to challenge me, just show up, show me. But the challenge is mainly for everyone outside of Topstep, and it's evolved around transparency. Danielle and we're trying to figure out some of the details going forward, so that way we can kind of figure it out and make it a little more official, other than just verbal, and try and figure out how it would work. So stay tuned.
Yep.
As JD said famously, no geeks from the street either. We're gonna vet people.
Yeah, we are. He did say that.
Oh man.
It was
What
weird coming
what
out
he
of his
said,
mouth.
but I still think about it. He said, "Ain't no geeks from the street taking on our golden boy."
Respect, JD. All right, gentlemen. Gentlemen, it's been an awesome trading day. Great fast markets. John, we will be seeing you later this afternoon in Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. Oh, you also on Power Players here. So you got about 15 minutes. Take a breather. Coming up next, we got Peter Tuchman, the Einstein of Wall Street, the most photographed man on the New York Stock Exchange. Coming up next, we're going to pick his brain about Dow 40,000, meme stocks, and just the general market. Then we got Top Quiz, Danielle and Jack. Then we got, we roasting trades today, Jack? What are we doing? No,
man. It's going to be a good old fashioned shoulder tap. No, it's more that like the last 2 days, me and JD have been running around pretty much. So no roasting time. That's why I'm nice to Dakota today.
Yeah, shoulder
Milk
tap
does go in first, doesn't
We don't mind going for some.
Then we got group coach and JD Robert. Hopefully, we got that form pinned to the top of the chat. I'm not looking at it just right now. Then we got Strategy Lab with Dolby, Hoag, and Marie. And to wrap up the week, Andre, Dolby, Nick for a Tick, Isaac R. Power Hour. That is a power hour. Coach Jay, Coach Dakota, awesome job today. Great levels, great trade, great execution. John, we're going to see you in 15 minutes. Everyone stay tuned. We got Peter Tuchman coming up next. Power Players here on Topstep TV.
Dakota J.
welcome back to Power Players with the most photographed man on the New York Stock Exchange, Mr. Peter Tuchman. Welcome to Power Players here on Topstep TV. Peter Tuchman, I saw you the other day rocking the Dow 40,000 hat. We did it. We finally did it. You only wear it after we crack 40,000 because you may have been a jinx a long time ago. What was it? Dow 10,000? Dow, what was it?
Dow 18,000. I actually
18.
pulled out the hats. We were 4 points away. I pulled out the hat before we hit it. It never hit the 18,000 and it went down 1,000 points. It took 6 months to get back to the level. Don't do that. My fear is that I may have cavorted it a little bit yesterday because even though we definitely did wait till it broke and it definitely spent a couple of hours above that level. You know, these thresholds are important for everybody to know. Some people, look, the Dow is not the most significant of indices, although traditionally, historically, it's a big deal. I mean, these are real numbers, real money. The Dow 30 is, it represents a lot of Buy America and the industrial average and all that stuff. If you look at the stocks that are in there, the Pfizer's, Triple M's, IBM's, I think the stock that took it up through the number yesterday was United Healthcare. Right. Everyone needs to know about these indices, which make it significant, because I know you guys are trading futures, but the futures are based in a lot of the S&P 500, the SPY and whatnot. You trade the NQs. So the reason these indices go up is what components make them up. Right. And within these indices, each component, each stock has a weight average, a weighing inside the index. Like United Healthcare is a $350 number, has a higher weight. So when it moves, it will affect it. Pfizer's a cheaper number, so it has less significance inside of the index. So higher weighted stocks within an index, whether it's NASDAQ, the Dow, the S&P 500, will move the index relatively to its weighting, sometimes more or sometimes less. Yesterday's big mover was United Healthcare. Healthcare is a hot sector. It's definitely worth examining for those people trading it. But look, we were ripe for we got near 40,000 maybe 6 weeks ago, maybe a little less than that. We sort of dabbled close to it and then we pulled back. Even though there are guys who poo-poo these numbers and all, this is real numbers, real markets, real money being put to work. The index book, we broke through, S&P 5,000. For the S&P 500 to break 5,000 was a big deal, right? That was a big number. Obviously, it's a little different than the Dow. That's 500 stocks that represent every sector. It's heavily weighted within tech. And that's a big deal. And obviously, the big moves in the NVIDIAs and the Magnificent Seven are what contributed to the S&P breaking the 5,000 level. We did not even stay there for long. We blew right through that and went above by 5,200. What these thresholds and milestones mean are that the market is obviously going up. That's the bottom line about this. And so what I like to do is I try to explain it. Why is the market going up? We've spoken since that the labor market number came out last week, where the bad number was a good number in the light of the fact that the market really was dying. Look, we've gone from 7 cuts to 3 cuts, 2 cuts, 1 cut. We actually started dabbling with the concept that we may actually raise rates because the economic data was not really giving us enough of a gunpowder to make the market go where they wanted to. Obviously, the trajectory is towards an inflation number of 2%. Okay, we've been on pause, and then we started to even bump the numbers up. The PPI, CPI were a little bit disappointing and hot. So the idea of cutting rates, right? We've gone from the last few years, we raised interest rates, right? People need to understand what this all means. And I'm going to be your professor for a minute, because you guys are futures traders. You're trading the market. You're trading volatility, but you need to understand why the market does what it does. The economic data and the explanation of why we've gone through what we did, right? Post-COVID, they printed $3 trillion. It created the whole inflation story. We're obviously trying to get out of that. How do you basically get a curb on inflation? You take money out of the money supply. How do you do that? You raise interest rates so people are less likely to borrow. Once you do that, that changes the whole trajectory of everything. We had 18 consecutive interest rate raises. We got inflation down from 8 and change percent down to 3. That's a spectacular move, right? I use that analogy. I may have used it with you guys. If we decide to go on a diet and lose 35 pounds, we go keto, we go paleo, we lose the first 30, right? The first 30 30's not that hard, right? You're going, because most of it's water, and you're going, holy shit, this is great. But the last 5 pounds is a son of a bitch, right? You can't really use it. It takes a while. So interest rate, inflation went from 8% to 3%. And that last 1% is an absolute bastard. We can't get it down there. So, the bottom line is we got here in a fast and furious way. The market's going to take a minute to get from 3 to 2. That is obviously the Fed's goal, using the tools that they have. So we are at a point where there may be no cuts. We get labor markets that come out on Friday that were disappointing. We were looking for 240,000 job creations, non-payroll. We ended up with 177. Unemployment went from 3.8 to 3.9. So we're bipping up in the wrong direction. Why was that a good thing? Why did the market react favorably to that? Is it gave the Federal Reserve the powder necessary to say, okay, we're going to cut it one time, right? This will be the first cut. We've gone through 18 raises. Now we're looking at doing a cut. We were looking at a lot of cuts, few cuts, no cuts, maybe a still rally. Now we're looking at one cut. I saw this morning the numbers where there's the market is pricing in 72% chance that we do actually cut interest rates, 25% in September. The way things are going, do you realize we're at the end of May? I'm still in friggin' July. I don't know about you guys, but the time is going by way too quick for me. Weeks are just zipping by. So September is not far away. We're looking for a one cut in September. And so that's what's been fueling this recent little bit of a rally, even in the eyes of weaker economic data. That's where bad news is good news for the market, because cutting rates is going to give that little bit of a last catalyst and fuel to the market to rally on. But this sort of surge towards 40,000, think of it. Everybody had these out of the money calls, in the S&P and in the futures to hit 40,000. And so it was kind of a self-fulfilled prophecy. Everybody pushed it because everybody had these options that we were going to hit 40,000, whether it's the Qs, the diamonds, whatever you guys are trading. There was sort of this surge option push towards 40 grand. We hit it. We hung out there for a couple of hours. It was worthwhile. We got a lot of great photo ops in there. I had the hats printed up.
Yep.
Everyone was going, I'm the guy who's been printing hats since now 10,000. Right. And so for me, I love what I do. The stock exchange is my home. I'm the ambassador there. And so I love look, the more excitement there is in historic traditions around trading and markets and the NYSE and all this, the more enthusiasm, the more eyes are on the prize. And so that's why you guys are here, right? Topstep has been able to create this new generation of futures traders, right? You guys are the next generation of investors and traders. You should all be investing. You should all be trading. You guys are trading on Topstep. You want to learn how to trade. If Topstep is giving you the platform to trade, you should definitely check out David Green. I know you guys hang out with him a bit. My partner, he's my mentor, my teacher. He was a market maker back in the 80s. He ended up retiring. He was a market maker in some of the biggest stocks out there. So if you all think that market makers are bad people, ask David all about it when he's on Topstep next. They're not bad people. They don't see your stop orders. They're not out to screw you. The retail trader is not being disadvantaged. I know everybody thinks they are, but the guys who you think are disadvantaging you are way too busy to be worrying about guys trading 5, 10, 100 NQESs, MES, whatever you guys are trading. They're way too busy protecting their P&L to be worried about this shit. So that's where we are today on a Friday. The market pulled back from that 40,000 level. It's probably going to regroup, consolidate a little bit, churn and burn. Next week, a lot of economic data coming out. Some of the other inflation triggers are going to give us. We're standing at the crossroads. Are we going to pull back and deal with what's going on with interest rates, or are we going to surge higher? That's the question. We are at the crossroads of needing a catalyst to either make the market sell off or rally from here. That brings me to what really was kind of fun, and I'm sure you all are wondering what the fuck happened with the resurgence of Roaring Kitty and all the.
I was going to ask you about that. I was going to ask you about meme stocks. Go.
Right, the cats are all running around and all. So I have a huge opinion about it. I was there in 2020. When we stopped trading GameStop 29 times in one day, and it was a phenomenon. It was like the disruptors of all time. It was an attack on the man. Some of the short sellers got really banged up pretty hard. And I was like, the young, new Reddit Wall Street Bets crowd was like, we stuck it to them. Those sons of bitches who've been cutting us out of this world for all this long. We screwed them up big on the short side. We ran the stock from 2 to 483 and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, that phenomenon, look, there's nothing wrong with meme stocks. There's nothing wrong with what happened in a way, unless it compromises the integrity of markets. But at the end of the day, people need to know, and this is one of the things I do regularly, is I'm a forensic analyst of markets and why they do what they do. And you all need to know that I would say 85% of the people who traded the meme stocks lost and did not win, right? So if you're sitting there envious of some schnook on the internet who's posting a picture lying naked on his Bugatti with a stack of $10,000 bills, claiming that he was hanging out with Roaring Kitty and trading GameStop, he's full of BS, because he didn't. Most people, we have students who come to us who are long Rivian at $80. They're long AMC at $70. They're long GameStop at $430. So most people lost. That's the name of the game, and I don't want anybody to lose. People blew up the millions of trading accounts. They mortgaged grandma's house. They lost her money, her house. She's living out on the corner smoking fucking doobies and drinking Hennessy. It screwed up everybody's life. Anyway, this is me without coffee. For the last 3 years, the Roaring Kitty, who was that kind of quiet Twitter maniac who started this whole thing. The whole thing with Wall Street Bets was started by a guy named Jamie Rogozinski. He was the anonymous Wall Street Bet guy. I was on a Twitter space with him, me and David Green. He's a friend of mine. And so he was one of the guys who started the whole disruptive concept of Reddit and Wall Street Bets. And then he ended up getting ousted by the bad guys. And so he kind of went home and just kind of went back to where he lives and kind of chilled out. But he called me the other day and said, let's do a Twitter space. Let's find out what happened now. Because after 3 years, Roaring Kitty apparently reared his ugly little pussy head and said, all he did was post a cryptic tweet of some guy sitting in his business chair leaning over. He didn't mention any stock. He didn't do anything. And I'm a firm believer the way this thing happened and died really quickly, because it died within 48 hours. It's dead. This whole thing is dead already, guys and girls. Right? I don't think it was Roaring Kitty. I think Roaring Kitty's living in Costa Rica, chilling. He doesn't give a shit about anybody or the market. I think that somebody hacked his account and decided to see if they could fuck with everybody. Excuse my language.
I love it.
Let him cook.
I don't think it's real, because if it was him and he saw how much he can mess with people's lives, I think he would have loved it, because he is a disruptor. And I think he would have still been playing it 3 days later. We saw GameStop, a bankrupt friggin' company, go again from 220 to 80, right? There are people long this friggin' stock at 80 now. It's trading at 20. AMC went from 2 to 20. It's now trading back at 4. This one stock yesterday, IFFIE or some shit, went from 7 cents to $2.50. You all need to understand that 9 out of 10 people get stuck on the FOMO up at the high of this thing, and they can't get out, and they're like crying, going, I fell for it back in 2020, and son of a bitch, I got taken by it again? What an idiot.
Mr. Peter Tuchman, everybody. It doesn't get any better than that. Mr. Peter Tuchman, really quick, thank you so much for your time. That was absolutely incredible. Sure. Tell us about Wall Street Trading Global Academy. Tell us about the Academy, please, before you go.
Sure. So listen, ladies and gentlemen, around the time of COVID, when we saw 40 million new traders come into the market, David Green, my mentor and my friend, who we started on Wall Street together, decided to build an educational platform to basically give you guys all the tools you need to trade stocks. Technical analysis is the name of the game. So we spent 6 months building an academy. It's got 16 hours, 21 videos, 200 hours of archives. Our secret sauce is that we coach and mentor all our students live every Thursday night on Zoom. And every one of these Zoom calls for the last 3 years has been recorded, and it's in the archives. We've got master classes on Fibonacci, on futures. We've got a whole course on Topstep. In our course, we've got everything about technical analysis, risk management, money management. a whole major part now that we've partnered with Topstep on the futures game with Nick and David and all these great characters and Mike and whatnot. So I know you guys are on the platform with Topstep and Topstep X, and it's a great platform. We support it. We don't collab with many people. We're big fans of it. But once you get in there and you're trading, technical, and now look, you guys want to get validated and get your accounts verified and all that stuff. Well, one of the ways to do it is to pick our course up. Check it out. We did a webinar on Wednesday night. If you want to know what we do, go to my Instagram page or go to wsgta.com. We did a webinar. The recording is in there. It's live. It's free recording of what we do at the Academy. Go check it out. If you like the course, we have a boot camp. We have a course. We coach and mentor students, thousands of them all over the world. So between Topstep and Wall Street Global Trading Academy, it's the perfect package. It's accessible, affordable, and fun, and you're going to kick ass and make money.
Mr. Peter Tuchman, thank you so much for your time. You have an absolutely great weekend. That was an absolutely amazing appearance. Thank you so much for your time. Everybody, click like, click subscribe, go to the website. That once again, Wall Street Trading Global Academy. Mr. Peter Tuchman, thank you so much for your time.
Bye, guys. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Well, boys, how do we follow that up? That was a
Great
blowtorch.
question.
Yeah, he's just a blowtorch to our face right there. Absolutely incredible.
No doubt that is one tough act to follow. How do you compete with that kind of energy? You know, can you imagine getting in a real argument with that guy?
You never get a word in. You never get a word in. Absolutely incredible. That was awesome. I hope you guys really enjoyed that. I said pretty much nothing. You just say a couple keywords to him and he just goes. So that was easy. Anyways, we got JD. We got JD here on the bottom. You guys all know Hoagland, but top. Yeah, that was incredible. Click like, click subscribe. If you guys want to see more of that, go check out Wall Street Trading Global Academy. We are partnering up with them. Like you said, they don't collab with a lot of people, but they have decided to collab with Topstep, and Topstep decided to collab with them. So you know it's real. JD, thoughts on what we just heard there?
Man, just looking at the chat, people want Tuchman to come on and do the trader roast with Mick. I think that's a great idea.
That would be good.
Imagine him skimming through trade reports and then throwing his 2 cents at you.
Uncensored.
What the F is this?
What the F is this? He had some thoughts on Roaring Kitty. He had thoughts on Meme Stock Bros. He had thoughts on Dow 40,000. He had thoughts all over the place. All right, well, guys, appreciate that. Of course, we'll probably clip that. We can show it again over the weekend. Cool. You want to show your friend? Show your friend. Share that. Share that with everybody. That's as good as it gets right there.
Anyways, even though he wasn't really on the floor, I think, at that time, but that's pretty much what the floor sounded like.
Oh, yes. Yeah. That's you could tell he's a product of the floor where he was.
Yeah, there's nothing sacred there.
Yep, gotcha, Jack. Nothing sacred. No punches held. They just let it rip down there. All right, let's get back to these markets here real quick. S&P's, the NASDAQ tried taking a peek beneath 18,630. We did. We got down to about 21, so the buyers came in. Looks like we're going to be in this range for the time being, JD. Any thoughts? Anything catching your interest today?
Not particularly. Kind of slow. NASDAQ just barcoding, kind of jockeying for position around VWAP right now. I'm showing VWAP at around...
What do you have it at?
Chart. 650 VWAP. What I'm looking at. Yeah, just kind of bouncing around. Great range day. Great trade for Dolby the House range trader.
Yeah.
I like that. All right, John.
That's pretty much what the Dakota and Jay and Andre and I were kind of saying. It's probably going to be somewhat of a range day, and the S&P's traded both sides of the initial balance, and that's the first sign of a day that's going to remain range bound. NASDAQ did not take out the low of the initial balance. it didn't really do much of anything here. I mean, think
No.
about this. The NASDAQ has a 57-point range right now. 57 points. Let me take a look back and see the last time that happened.
Let's do that.
Never.
Oh God. So there you go. Hey, I know we had daily. Real quick, we had a daily speech on the calendar today. She's speaking at a commencement speech. No comment on monetary policy. Go ahead, John.
All right, I'm looking back here. 257, 57. I'm going with never. I don't think I've seen an end of session range at 57 in the NASDAQ since it was trading 100.
Jeez.
I mean, I'm going back. We're back to middle of March. Nothing less than 100 points. The odds are it's going to extend the range at some point.
What are you looking at there, Hoag? Just
I'm looking at the profiles because I can. Here, I'll show everybody here. So let's go back to today. So there's our range for today. Paltry 57-point range. This is regular trading hour session only, mind you. Yesterday 117. Day before 261 points, 168 points, 101 points, 160 points, 131 points, 164 points. I got all the way back to the middle of March. There was not one day that had a session less than about 100 points. Here's 90 points. That is the 28th of March. So, if we're looking at these average daily ranges, the market is likely to extend the range at some point. Now, what direction, Andre? We do have delta divergence here. Let me get back to the NASDAQ to today. So we saw, a rotation near the high of value. So earlier, just a few minutes ago, and we saw that the market come off really quickly. So here's the profile again from today. These are 4-tick TPOs because the NASDAQ is so rangy. So we got, up to 661, and we came off that pretty quickly. We have not traded below the initial balance just yet. This is the area we were looking at for a long down here with in the house account, 18,600, right? Because there was a little stutter step here on what was that, Wednesday on the big rally day. So we're kind of thinking this might be some demand at this level, but we haven't had the opportunity to get there yet. We have looked above the initial balance. That is a failed upside auction. And then with this 57-point range with negative delta, with the market unable to extend the range lower, if the situation remains like this and we keep seeing increasingly negative delta, I would look for this market to pop at the end of the day. Maybe come up here, take out this point of control from yesterday, 18,710. But again, the longer we stay in this range, the deeper delta gets, the more likely we're going to see a short squeeze, perhaps at the end of the day. We start extending the range lower, we get down to that 18,600 level. That looks like a potential for a demand area. Then that's going to, again, trading above the initial balance. We trade below the initial balance. The probability is that it's going to remain range bound, which we've already done in the S&Ps. Here's the S&P profile, which is 10.5 points. That kind of reminds me of when the market was just grinding higher day after day after day, and we were dealing with 10, 15 point ranges.
Brutal.
We're at a much higher level. It's going to be hard for this market to remain this way. But we had the failed upside auction. We looked below. This is one of the signs that the market is going to remain range bound. And the thing that sticks out most to me is the fact that we couldn't get to the naked volume point of control. This is that same area in the NASDAQ where we were looking for support today. Earlier, this would kind of equate to that 18,600 level. Well, we actually got there in the S&Ps. We looked below. We didn't, we couldn't get to the naked volume point of control. TPO point of control is up here. That's already done. So if we just stay range bound and we continue to see delta increasing in negativity, getting more and more into the negative numbers, that I think would increase the probability of a short squeeze later on during power hour. Who knows what's going to happen? We'll see.
I love that, John. Great stuff. What were those two numbers? The delta for ES and Q, just so we can track that throughout
Right
the day.
now, negative 7,600 in the S&Ps and negative 3,900 in the NASDAQ. Of course, we'll be updating that throughout the day. Of course.
Thank you. Lane range, Alex Bradley says, it is what it is. It's a Friday. We got all the Fed speakers out of the way. And yeah, we're just going to trade sideways a little bit, which is okay.
Yeah, kind of got a nice little bull flag forming on a 4-hour chart in the NASDAQ. I just kind of noticed that.
Show us.
Oh, I'd never shared my charts. Hang on a second.
Okay. JD is our chart pattern specialist, or has become our de facto chart pattern specialist. And when he spots it, he'll come bring to you. He's going to explain what a bull flag pattern is looking like on the time frame and the product when he gets there. He's going to share his screen right now. JR been taking JR, you and me, man. Long time frame trade, 6-7 hours in the money just to watch it come back to scratch. JR, we feel you, man. We had it yesterday with that running trade. I saw you were in the chat today. Same thing. Hang in there, though. Your trade ideas are right. Maybe we work on exit a little bit. You got it, Alex Bradley. We read it all, man. Whether we comment or not, we see it all. So, JD, if you're ready, we'll show that bull flag pattern you're talking about. What market? What market were you?
I'm looking at the NASDAQ. I just let Jack know that I'm sharing my charts now, too.
Okay.
See if he might take him a minute to get them up.
Polka Dotted Vulcan. Thank you. Polka Dotted Vulcan is saying the average range for the past 4 Fridays is 265 points.
What are we
for the
today?
Friday New York session? That's a big range.
Thank you. What are we at today? What's our range today? Just ballpark at 265 for the last 4 Fridays, and this will be the 5th Friday. So what are we looking at today, John, for range?
Well, hang on a second here. Let me look at for New York session, we got a 57-point range.
Oof, yikes.
57-point range. Odds are that's going to not hold.
All right, here we go.
Charts are up there, JD.
Awesome.
Good there,
guys.
Sweet. Yeah, so the bull flag continuation pattern characterized by flagpole, which we have here, started earlier this week. The actual flag pattern.
4 minute or 4 hour chart?
This is a 4-hour chart. Just represents a period of consolidation or lack of volatility. You see volume kind of drying up a little bit, which is typical, something you want to see for this pattern. When you get a breakout to the upside, this is a continuation pattern, so we're looking at we should be expecting a breakout to the upside, but you want to see a move to the upside, almost, I would say the same. The breakout to the upside should be roughly the same size as the flagpole leading up to the pattern, if it were to happen. But right now, we are still just kind of barcoding right in the middle of that range, hovering around VWAP. So nothing to really do right now. Just how does the quote go? Hands on butts. Is that what you say, Hoag?
Yeah. Keep your hands on your butt.
Hey, JD, you said the breakout is around the same size as the flagpole?
When you see a breakout on a bull flag pattern, you want to see a move almost relatively the same size as the flagpole leading up to that pattern.
I did not know that.
That's what the textbook says, at least.
Gotcha. Interesting.
You don't always get it. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. Sometimes you just have your set profit target playing the breakout anyway. And but that's what I'm looking at right now. Since there's not a whole lot going on, I'm just kind of.
I like it. No, that's good stuff. We didn't get a chance to get to it this morning in fast markets, so good thing we got to it now.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that. That's the 4-hour NASDAQ bull flag formation potentially forming here. That's good stuff. Hey, John, if you don't mind, if we would get like a Mag 7 update, anything catching your attention over there? Just do a little roundup.
All right.
Around the world, as we say.
Well, NVIDIA took its dive earlier today, seems to be consolidating somewhat. Apple doing nothing. Amazon kind of holding a little bit higher, but off its recent highs, and Meta really just kind of barcoding today. So I think the talk of the town was really that NVIDIA dive that got taken, that it took earlier, but it's really kind of consolidating in that range right now.
What price is NVIDIA trading? I know 900s is the big key.
Nvidia's at 933 right now, down $10.
Yes.
1%.
Yep.
Just over 1% down. Tesla's up 2.5%. Microsoft down 0.5%. Meta down 0.5%. Google up close to a point, 0.89, 0.9%. Amazon up about a quarter of a point, and Apple is unchanged, pretty flat in Apple.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff.
Here's your
GameStop
Mag
is
7
down 23. Mag 8. GameStop is down 23%. It closed the gap from that big rocket ship it was on. So
What kind of schnook would trade that? I'm joking.
Dude, did you
I
hear
don't know.
him? Did you hear him talking about those meme stocks, man? He had thoughts on that Roaring Kitty guy.
Let's go, man.
Oh shoot. Jack, wait.
Costa Rica.
Yeah, sitting in Costa Rica, passing doobies or whatever. Hey, Jack, do we not want to bombard Roaring Kitty with tweets? Are we not trying to do that? I should probably maybe have said that
I don't think
off air.
that's. Yeah, probably. But whatever. We're in the open. I mean,
Here
I
we
don't
are.
know. He hasn't done
Okay.
any media appearances ever. So
Why us?
I don't know. That's why I'm careful about talking about like my GameStop position because,
Who's listening?
there's some crazies out there.
Yes, there are. I think about it every day.
No
Jack.
doubt about it.
Every day. Every day. But yes, that was power. That was a power player special right there with Peter Tuchman. Go back and watch that. That guy can cook, man. JD, was that you that came in there? Did you say let him cook? Was that you, JD?
Let him cook, yeah. Let the man
Yeah,
work.
that was you. That was perfect. Just
Don't
shut
cut him
up,
off.
Andre. Get out of the way. Let him go. Hey, taking a look at the S&P ladder right now. The dom, call it what you will. We got a 600 lot sitting on the 53.16 quarter bid. 600 lot on the 53.16 quarter bid. We do know how S&Ps like to gravitate towards liquidity. We'll see if that gets filled here. It is slow.
That's MP.
It is MP. That's what he wants to be, John. That's what he wants to be. Seriously, that's what he wants it to look like by the end of the year. So we'll see.
Yeah. The 15 bid on the NASDAQ has been there all morning long. There's about 172 bid there right now. It's been sitting there, hasn't moved. I've been watching it. And
Gotcha,
then down
yep.
at 05, every 10 points or so, there's some liquidity in the NASDAQ down below.
They're stacking bids.
Stacking bids.
172
lows.
lots. Yep. Nice catch there, JD. 130 lot on 05s. Yep. Okay. So there is liquidity down there. Market does want to go.
Those, when those 100 lot traders come in the NASDAQ, they usually do pretty well. We were following them pretty closely for a while.
Mhm.
And they hit more often than they miss. I'll say that.
Paper. Don't fight paper. That's what we taught early on in my trading career. Do not fight paper.
No, when I was a deck holder in the lumber pit, and I got this big stack of orders. The runners would bring us the orders, and we'd stack them so that we could peel through them quickly as the market moved. And I said, "Hey, John, the upside is really thick today. What's going on?" He says, "That means that's where we're going."
Huh.
He said the way he put it was, the market always goes to the point of greatest aggravation. The market is going to go to where the most trade can be facilitated. And you know what? It was 100% for sure. I said, okay, I guess we're moving higher. So just make sure you got a lot of the upside deck in with the broker. I used to give them half the upside or half the downside or both. And, just make sure that it's right and it's good. And pretty soon, the market would start rallying. So, I used to, I don't know if it's insider information, but I used to, just tell my dad, "Hey, the upside in lumber is looking pretty thick." Pretty soon, I'd see an order come in with his account number on it.
Running through them. Nice.
Oh,
All he
yeah.
said was this. All he said was this. How big the deck was. You can do with it what you
Yeah,
want.
deck's looking pretty thick on the upside, Pop.
You can take it from there.
Well, the locals always said, one peek at the deck is worth three edges.
I like that. That's where we're going today. So that's essentially what we're talking about here. We see that 600 lot here in the S&Ps. We see those 100 lots here to the downside beneath the market right now in the NASDAQ. It's kind of what we're saying. May go there. Obviously, it's not the open. We are bonds keep grinding lower. Hoop says Hoop was also really fired up about that lumber talk, John. Hoop was loving that. Hoop was loving that.
That was a great market, man. It was just, it was thick. There was a lot of orders, not too many locals in there, so you really had a good chance at getting some decent edges off the paper. It was a great spreading market, a lot of spreaders. It was a great market, and that's where JD's dad was a broker. He knows.
Yeah.
JD,
my dad was in the lumber for many, many years. Yeah. In the morning, we would drop him off at the train. We'd all pile into the minivan. My mom would drive us. We'd drop dad off at the train, and then the rest of us would get dropped off at school. But we always took the route where the freight train went along the street, so we get stopped at the same freight train every day, heading into the city. And every day, my father would say, if you don't see a car of lumber on this train, we're going limit up today. And sure enough, that's how they traded it.
Yeah, it was like if it's raining on LaSalle Street, sell soybeans.
Sell the beans. Yep. Not a damn soybeans being grown on LaSalle Street, but the traders that trade it, they're right there. So that's all they need to feel.
Do we have a little housekeeping that we didn't get to earlier?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, the Emotional Trading Journal. I'm going to throw the link in the chat right now. That's been our key for the week. It's been our focus. Our tip of the week is having a clear mindset going into the markets. So I'm going to drop a link in here. Actually, did you put this together? The Emotional Trading Journal?
Yeah, I kind of created it from something that was suggested by one of the trading psychologists I had the benefit to work with a number of years ago. And so I would just kind of do it on a loose leaf piece of paper. But when I was doing individual personal performance coaching, one of the people that was in that kind of put a template together that was like on a spreadsheet. And then we just kind of made it look even nicer and branded it to Topstep. So the concept is the same, whether you want to use that or if you want to use a loose leaf piece of paper. It's, a lot of the things that Dr. Steenbarger was talking about yesterday, and Anne Marie talks about, and I talk about, and Rips and everybody, that kind of likes to keep track of their emotions and how those emotions guide their decision making, especially when we're under duress or if we're angry or feeling something emotional that we can't really put a finger on. And so when I first was given this homework, let's call it, I was like, I don't really like this. And the trading psychologist was like, well, I know, but you're going to give it a try and we'll talk about it next week. And so the next week comes and we have our meeting and he says, how'd the emotional journal go? Did you struggle with it? What do you think? And I said, well, honestly, I didn't do it because I don't think it's for me. And he says, well, let's do it the next week and we'll talk about it on the next week. So we at that point, he's like, we don't have anything to talk about. So let's just end this and we'll talk next week. And I blew it off again. And when I told him that, he was like, well, John, it's been nice getting to know you. Good luck with your trading. Good luck finding somebody you can work with. But I'm out. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm paying you this, that. He says, yeah, you're paying me, but you're not doing the things that I'm asking you to do. You don't see that it's going to be beneficial to you yet, but you won't even give it a try. So you're wasting your time and money and you're wasting my time. And I don't have time for this. So I said, okay, let's do it. And, it's a practice, you're kind of just trying to note down certain things that are changing, before you get into a trade, while the trade is going on, exit, and even after the trade, keeping track of changes physically, mentally, and emotionally will eventually, and it won't take too long if you're anything like me, help you find trends, if you will, in your response in certain situations and certain things, patterns, if you will. You're going to find patterns in your behavior based on your emotions. I'm one of these people that doesn't believe that you can control emotions. It's exhausting. Yep. You can't do it. So you better learn how to use those emotions to your advantage. And doing this emotional journal is one way that that I found was really helpful. It helped me find some of the patterns. one of the first patterns I noticed was the more nervous a trade made me, the more kind of afraid of it I was. It had a higher probability of succeeding. If I saw a layup, that had a much lower probability of succeeding. So that was information I could use. Listening to my emotions, body, mental state, all of those things pointed out the fact that, you know what, if you see a layup on the chart and you're thinking, oh man, this is juicy, I'm going in big. You know, from doing this journal, reviewing it at the end of the day, going trade by trade, feeling your way through it, that typically doesn't work very well for you. So you'd better think twice about sizing up on that trade or even taking that trade at all. Now when a trade, you know, is when I'm actively trading, when a trade is making me nervous, but it's, you know, like the short today in the S&Ps and in the NASDAQ, we left a potential failed upside auction that would have made me nervous to take it preemptively. But if I take it preemptively, I'm probably going to get better trade location. Those are the trades that I would look to take because number one, they're cheap. And number two, it's making me nervous. So there's so much that you can get out of the ability to recognize these patterns that your emotions are creating in your decision-making process, where you can really kind of get to know yourself and recognize these patterns. And, you know, the hardest part of it, if you're looking at the document, is the emotional side, because you're trying to get to places in your mind that you don't talk about at parties, right? You're thinking, you know, this is you're trying to find underlying reasons for some of the barriers that we have a tendency to put in front of ourselves as far as being successful in trading. You know, it's a journey, it's a practice to do that emotional journal. But it doesn't have to take a lot of effort. I mean, you're not writing a book. You're just writing just enough to note how you were feeling in those categories and in those 5 stages of the trade to kind of feel your way through it the next day. You might even start to kind of create hieroglyphs, like on the physical side. If you're in a trade and it's mid trade and you notice your heart rate increasing, draw a heart. You don't have to. My heart rate is increasing. Draw a heart. That's your hieroglyph for my heart rate is increasing. Or, you know, if your palms are starting to get sweaty or the hair is standing up on the back of your neck, use little hieroglyphs so you don't have to focus so much on writing all of it down, staying in the moment in the trade, but just making little notes, you know, about how things change inside of you during these trades, and then reviewing them at the end of the day. If it's a 2-hour long trade, you don't have to meditate on it for 2 hours. Just say, I remember the trade. I remember why I took it. Kind of remanufacture, if you can, the feelings that were occurring at that time, and then just take a deep breath and let it go and move on to the next one. And at the end of the session, when I'm done going through all the trades that I took, I'll do this. I'll take the piece of paper and I'll go,
Yep.
And then I'll kind of go stream of consciousness, write out all of the things that bothered me, all of the things I did well, all of the things I didn't do well, and then I'll move on to the next task. And that's, you know, when you're an active trader, I think it's so important to do so. So I'm sorry about the diatribe.
No, beautiful. You see here on JD's screen, we got the trading journal up here, and we also have the form pinned to the top of the chat here for that emotional trading journal. Great stuff, guys. That was a hell of a power players session right there. We are seeing, before we go over top quiz, we are seeing some sellers here in NASDAQ and S&Ps. We'll see those 16 quarters did trade out in the ES 600 times. Yep, filled. Went to the liquidity just like we said it would. So keep an eye on those 100 lots stacked down below in the NASDAQ. JD, great stuff. John, we're going to see you guys. We got group coaching coming up. And we got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. So you see these guys in a little bit here. We got Top Quiz coming up next. Great power players, guys. See you soon.
Excellent.
Hello, everybody. Oh, we didn't go in. We still have the overlay up there, JD.
Yeah, 1 second. I got it. There we go. Hey, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. We were underneath that little thing right there. At least we didn't say anything dangerous, right, Danielle?
Righto. I know the rules of the green room.
Exactly. You guys also know the rules of Top Quiz. Enter with that game pin, or the link is probably the way you do it. Once you do, you will get 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will be entered into a raffle for one of 60 free resets. People are asking when they're coming. We've had a lot of people out in the production team, and me and JD have been very busy with other things. After this, I swear I'm going to pick the winners from yesterday, and we're going to share them, and the winners from today. It's going to be great. Then I'm going to go to sleep. I think that's what I'm going to do. Despite what it says, Jack's screen up there, it is not my screen. That is Danielle's screen. She was nice enough to write the quiz for us today. I have not seen the questions. I will be the contestant. Should be fun. Well, we'll give a few more seconds here.
Okay.
Let a few more people fill in. JD, how many people are in there so far? You can see it in the screen.
Actually, the overlay, the Topstep X overlay is covering the number, so I cannot see.
Looks like a bit over 1,000 people have joined so far. 1,069 for the perverts out there. JD, what are you doing this weekend? Getting any croissants or what?
Damn right I am.
I'll take
It's Sunday ritual. Not really, but
I had one this morning and toasted my coffee to you, JD.
I'll probably be walking down to the Logan Square Farmers Market as much as I don't want to. It is a nuisance on the weekends.
Throw some bows down there. Yeah, you're gonna have to throw some bows to get your croissant.
There's no way to drive in my neighborhood when that farmers market is going on. It's just impossible.
No, I bet not. No,
they will split. They will split like the Red Sea for Monsieur Croissant. Mr. Doherty. You know where I'll be tomorrow, Danielle? It sounds like we're going to go see presumably a person in a Bluey costume at a public library.
Oh my gosh, Jack. You gonna get an autograph or what?
I'm gonna make them try an autograph in the big Bluey outfit. Or maybe it will be Bluey herself. Bluey is a girl.
That would be cool. Oh, okay.
All right.
Have fun.
Well, Danielle, I'm turning it over to you at this point.
All right.
You're in control.
Yeah, get started. There's, 1,175 people in here. So let's do this. Yeah. Ready, Jack?
Mm-hmm.
So my quiz. So will it be easy? Will it be a little silly? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. Okay. Ready? As you would say, Kahoot. 3.
At work.
2. Oh, yeah. Sorry. 3, 2, 1. All right, Jack. What color hat were both Michael and Andre wearing this morning?
Oh my
God. Was
God.
it red, orange, black, or white? Will you do good in a police lineup is the question.
No. And I was looking at them the whole time, obviously. It's either black or white. I'm trying to think. I see them every day, though, so it blends together. I'm going to say white.
You got it.
All right. Now we're talking.
They were wearing the white Topstep hat this morning. Looks really sharp, and it's in the Topstep store if anyone needs it.
I got a little hat on as well.
Scoreboard. Scoreboard. Things are looking good so far. Dicky for a ticky. Woozy woo. I'm not afraid to read the scary names. Robellish, Roaring Kitty, love it, and Shricky. Those are great.
There's a few you wouldn't read. They've been
I might get a little shy. We'll see. Try me.
All right, Dicky for a
All
ticky.
right, at Topstep, you can take a payout after 5 winning days of plus $200, 10 winning days of plus $200, 14 winning days of plus $200, or 30 winning days of plus $200.
So even if I did not know this, I know that you're a marketing person, and it would have to be the lowest. It is 5 winning days.
You know it. It's 5. It's the most simple and straightforward payout policy in the industry. 5 winning days. That's all it takes. With that, Jack, you know what that means. You could get paid out up to 4 times a month if that's if that's what you have under your belt. 5 winning days. 5 winning days. Put them up. Do it again.
That'd be a real heater, but I guess the person with 30 on the hot streaks could have done it. So good stuff.
Exactly. Dakota, maybe the person on the hot streaks. Exactly. All right, let's see who's on the leaderboard.
Dakota will never be on the hot streaks. He admits that.
Woozy Woo. Yeah, that's cool. Woozy Woo, past combine, memeing kitty, shrimp tick. That's funny. Roblesh. All right, let's keep going. Shrimp tick. Winning days do not need to be consecutive. True or false?
Well, I gotta wait till there's 6 on the clock. But
yeah, go ahead.
Once again,
I'm sure you know the answer.
Yeah, I mean that's also just not how trading works. The answer is, of course, true. They do not need to be consecutive days.
No, just put up 5, take your payout.
To the 63 people that said false, I'm curious. Are you just trying to get everything wrong on this, or is it some sort of what is it like masochist or something like that?
Yeah, there have to be some naysayers, Jack.
They need to be graded by the quiz for the weekend.
JS Woozy Woo, Andre's third leg. I'll read that one, but you guys are trying me. And Kwame. All right, last question. You can request up to 100% of your profits after putting up 30 winning days. Is that true or false? I hope you guys enjoyed this quiz today.
You're gonna leave me with a lot of people to sort through here. That's okay.
No, that's
Excel
a point,
does
Jack.
all the work.
We're never in a chance.
Mm-hmm. Well, the answer is true. Let's see how many falsers are out there. The real contrarians.
130?
130.
Guys, you can take 100% of your profits with Topstep. Just put up 30 winning days and you got it. Oh, fun.
I want to meet.
Ready, Jack?
I want to meet. Yeah, let's see it.
Oh, go ahead. You want to meet those people? Me too. Maybe they'll come to our next meetup.
I just want to see those 130 people, see if they're like, I don't know, chewing on rocks or something like that. It'll be interesting. We'll
Twigs, it's still the morning. Okay. Jack, you announced the podium. You're so good at this. In third place,
Kwame in second place, or silver for the Olympics, is testing me. Raise leg, shrimp tick. Wow, what a phallic leaderboard we have here. Past combine and something. You saw it. Danielle, have a great rest of your Friday and a weekend as well. Looking forward to seeing y'all in person on next week, early.
That's right, Tuesday. Maybe we'll put some behind the scenes photo on Instagram. And I would just like to say, sounds like more fun stuff coming next week. Stay tuned to TV. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, let's get to 100,000 subscribers. Me and Danielle's well-being depends on it. So let's do it. If not for yourself, for us, great content too. Stick around because we got some group coach. No, we don't. We have shoulder tap coming on next. I'll be sticking around with Mick. We're going to do some shoulder taps. We're going to do some call outs. It's going to be great. So stick around. We'll be back right after this break. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Friday Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by the Risk Man, Mick. How's it going? How's your Friday?
What's up, Jack? Happy Friday. It's going good. I'm happy it's Friday. It's a nice, beautiful day here in Chicago, 80-something degrees. Are you getting out and playing golf this weekend?
I'm thinking about it. I don't know if you heard before, but I got to go see Bluey at a public library tomorrow. But my wife has a friend in town, so I'm thinking maybe they could go. And if they do, yes, I will go golfing tomorrow morning. It looks great outside. There's a window right over there. I have not stepped outside yet today, but that is the nature of the beast.
Really? I had a nice walk into the office this morning. Very good. Dog was panting on at once we got here. Yeah, well, let's dive in. I know we got a late start. Speaking of walking around, walked home last night from a trader meetup. We were at a Traders for a Cause meetup at Bar Cargo here in Chicago last night, and had some great conversations. Myself, Danny Hodgman, Brett Goodwin, we all were over there, and got to meet up with one of our traders over there who came in from the suburbs. So I want to share this picture. Oh, looks like we got it up. Want to give a shout out to Aman. He's been with Topstep since September of 2023. And Brett and I had a great conversation with him. Danny had to leave early yesterday, but really good guy. Really nice chatting with him. I thought this was a great photo. So shout out to you, Aman. Great chatting with you. He's currently in a trading combine. And he's also, Michael's going to love this. Michael, if you're watching, Aman gave a big shout out for that lockout feature on the Topstep X platform. Aman said he's been leveraging that and really helped him lock in a $700 winning trade in silver last week or earlier this week, one of the two, when that had a big move. That's been definitely one of the markets that's definitely moving here recently. So anyways, just wanted to share that. We had a fun meetup yesterday. Great cause that Traders for a Cause is supporting, multiple causes, I should say. So that was a good time. Jack, wish you were there. I know JD had something going on. I invited him because he's downtown. I know you're working from home, but yeah, it was a good time. Yeah. So want to see, I actually looked at Aman's trade reports, and while I'm not going to feature him on one of the trading cards today, I like that he chips away. Someone who's, not trading as big as he possibly can. Not only is he with Topstep, he trades his own personal account as well. More of some longer hold times there. We were talking about, how we can work that into the Topstep program and whatnot by working a core position. Yes, we tell traders to get out at the end of the day. We don't want people holding positions when the markets are closed and you can't get out of those positions. But if you have a higher time frame bias, you can come in and work the long side or the short side, day after day on that bias. So just because you got to close it out at the end of the day doesn't mean you can't slap it right back on. We have a lot of our traders, live traders in particular, that I see doing that on a regular basis. So you don't need to hold it overnight, but you can put it back on overnight. With that,
for 2 hours.
just for 2 short hours. Couple shout outs today. Nice job. I saw the house accounts up about $3,000. So really good trading decisions there. One of our live traders, Wang, is up $9,700 in his live account. We've got Thomas up $2,700. Coach Dakota up $2,600 today. I know I wasn't on Shoulder Tab. We didn't have it Wednesday, and then Ben took it yesterday. So I didn't get to talk about Dakota's big winning day the other day, but I will talk about his new account balance highs of about $163,000. He's done that in pretty short order, Jack. So he's hot. As JD would say, he's on a heater. I'm going to use that quote for another one of our traders when we get to that card. Dennis up 2K, Christopher up 2,200. And let's dive into the cards. I want to talk about Brian, one of our live traders. This is a shout out, not a shoulder tap for Brian. Brian is, when I made this card for Wednesday and I never got to it, he was 7 days into his live account. I'm really proud of this one and happy to share. Obviously, 100 days, 100% winning days is something to be very proud of. He's got the 75% winning trades to go along with it. He's trading just the NASDAQ, average daily P&L, a little shy of $400. But there's a lot of stuff that I like here. He's in the 150K account. We haven't seen any losing days yet, so I don't know what those look like. But Nice winning day, best day, $1,000. You know, I like that he's trading small early on in the account. Like I said, 7 days under his belt coming into Wednesday's trade date, and just overall very good. I will say we got to look at this risk reward.
Okay.
It's about 1 to 4, Jack. So while the losing trades are very few and far between, and he hasn't had a losing trading day yet, risking $575 to take down $135 is something where you don't want to be living there. So that should change. However, if you look at the trade report, there's very few trades that actually are losing trades. And again, never had a losing day. So that's okay. I think the reason why he's not having very many losing trades and definitely not having any losing days is he's only looking for 3 trades per day, and he's, doing 1 lots on those. So definitely, I like this. This is a good example of how you need to start out small early on in your live account. Someone who can be trading much larger than he is, he's still sticking with 1 lots, whether that's a comfort level for him and he's going to continue trading 1 lots, or he has the ability to trade larger. Sticking with 1 early on is really important.
Yeah. So I'm not saying this applies to Brian. Great job. I mean, 7 out of 7 winning days. Can't complain with that. Sometimes I wonder when we do some of the hot streaks and things like that, what people are doing to just have so many winning days in a row. And sometimes this is sort of like a shoulder tap to some people out there. We'll see one of 2 things. It's either we'll see people that make like $80 for 30 straight days, and then the day that breaks the streak is like minus 1,200. And I'm like, what is going on here? I think that there's people that are just kind of Monte Carloing it or something like that and just trying to get positive for the day. Or the other thing that can affect the risk reward ratio, right, is people that are very aggressively pulling their stops into profit. So they're booking all these small winners that are their stops that are sort of distorting things. I have not met Brian or seen how he trades, but that was just more of a blanket statement in general. You got to be careful about that. But 75% winning trades, probably going to come down a little bit at some point. Be careful, but enjoy the heater, my man. It's the weekend.
Yeah.
Go out in Folsom. No blues. No prison blues in Folsom.
Yeah, it's the JD heater he is on. 75% winning trades is going to be hard to maintain, but we always say you should be aiming for 100% winning trades. So always set your sights high, aim high, and if you fall short, you're going to be that much higher. Nobody, strives to have half of their trades being winners. We should be, trying to get all winning trades, and we're going to come up short, but aim for 100% winning trades. I like that he's been paying himself in this account too, Jack. We got a nice payout. Whoops, that's the wrong trade report. What's this payout? $1,750 payout. Good stuff there. Back to what you were saying, a bunch of winning days, $80 or so, and then the $1,200 winning day. I mean, I've done that before. I traded some size in the past, never, going to claim to be one of the bigger traders. I traded in my comfort zone. And the one time I've talked about it on this shoulder tap segment before. One time I broke my rules and went out of my comfort zone is when I took the biggest loss when I had the biggest position on. But that's quite a bit smaller than your biggest loss that you shared that segment too. But it's really freaking painful to have a nice roll going, being profitable for 3 weeks or something, and then you have a losing day that wipes out 3 weeks of profitability. But I think, that tends to happen for these traders that are consistent with small profits. If they're not hyper vigilant of this and they get comfortable, putting up winning days regularly, when they do have the losing day, they're going to be like, oh, it always turns around on me, or, I'm always right. And that's when they tend to let things go a little bit too far, and that, big loser comes around. So anyways, shout out to Brian B. I do want, like I said, look at the risk reward, because that's pretty bad here. We can't sustain that. there should be adjustments there. And I think, for him, taking a peek at this account balance maintenance level, he took a nice payout. But for someone who's putting up, smaller winning days, they need to make sure that they can weather a couple storms or a couple big losing days here, because they have the ability to lose three grand in a day. We haven't seen it, but if it rears its head, make sure that you've got some ammo to use, for the following trading sessions. But overall, big shout out to Brian. He's been doing really well here. And with that, I'd like to move on to Eric, if we could.
Yeah. Right before that, I just want to say that, he's averaging 3 trades per day for 7 days. That's 21 trades. You are getting close to the magic 30 number that in most statistical analysis is the minimum you need to say some things. Sorry, I'm completely blanking right now because I'm tired. Somebody fill me in the chat. But basically, you're getting to the point where these numbers mean something. And that makes that risk reward not something that we can just write off at the moment. So otherwise, great, man. You're killing it. Okay, let's move on, Mick. Statistically significant. Thank you.
Let's move on to Eric and Jack. JD, I did see that James was able to get us the third trading card today if we're going to have time to get to it. So that should be in the queue. But Eric, I want to talk about Eric. I brought him up a couple of weeks ago, and I mentioned that this guy's got true grit. He's currently on a heater, as JD says, like I had mentioned earlier or with Dakota. But I wanted to talk about Eric again because Eric's someone that I mentioned had a really rough start. He had a daily loss limit of $3 grand on day one, lost another, I think, $1,500 on day two. Not $1,500, $1,100. And since then, I don't know if that was like those first 2 days were kind of a slap in his face to like wake him up. But he's changed everything that he's done outside of those 2 days. He's got 86% winning days and 69% winning days. Other than those first 2 trading days, Jack, I'm looking at the trade report. I really like this because, like I said, he hit his daily loss limit on day one. His only other losing day, he's only had 3 losing days out of the 23 days in this account. And that other losing day was a $570 losing day. So staying away from his daily loss limit. He's coming in, as Michael says, jab, jab, jab. He's hitting singles. So we've got a lot of, smaller P&Ls, which translates to an average daily P&L of $94. If we weren't factoring in those first 2 trading days that were losses, that average daily P&L would probably be right around the $300-something mark because they're coming in and they're just hitting singles. So I wanted to bring Eric back up again because while I talked about him 2 weeks ago and the adjustments that he made, I wanted to follow up to the story and say he's still on it. Currently on an 8-day winning streak for over $4 grand. So this is, a shining example of, even if you get kicked, in the teeth early on, buckle down. It's never too late to buckle down and make those adjustments. And if you're making the necessary adjustments, I mean, this is a success story, a big success story right here. Because now they're profitable. They got a lot of winning days under their belt. They haven't taken a payout yet, which I would like to see. If you've spent 23 days in your live account and you've got some stuff to show for it, which he does, currently on account balance highs, take a payout. So Eric, if you're watching, shout out to you. Take $1 grand or so, take 500, whatever you want to do, but do take a payout. We're here to pay ourselves. What else do we have on the card that's worth talking about here with him?
Well, I would just say that turning that around is that's an awesome accomplishment. That's honestly one of the more impressive things that I have heard on one of these cards because you never see people take two huge losses like that and then actually claw it back slowly. I mean, that's wild. I'd love to know what changed for Eric.
It's very rare. But I mean, going from those first 2 days, it's kind of like a bipolar flip, honestly. And I love that. I mean, you see a completely different trader. They changed how many trades they're taking per day for the most part. They're averaging 8 trades per day. Those first 2 days, they were at 10 trades, then they were at 16 trades. But despite averaging 8 trades per day, a lot of these days they're like 2 trades, 4 trades, 3 trades. So they're being selective. And hold times, what do we got on the hold times? That's an area for improvement. They're a little bit more patient with their losers than their winners. They're holding those losing trades for 34 minutes, Jack, and only staying in the winning trades for 17 minutes, half the time. But again, this is a big shout out here. And like you said, the biggest thing here is that true grit that I talked about and making the adjustments. It's tough to do that psychologically. And I'm so impressed that they did it because, many people, and myself included in the past, would gravitate towards, shit, I lost $4,000 in my first 2 days. How do I get that back? How do I get that back? So, Eric, keep doing what you're doing. And, let's just make sure that we don't have any, days that go off the hinges and, we have these big losses. His average winning day is currently at $370. So we should keep those losses contained. Again, I complimented him on that only losing day that he had after those first 2 days was $570 in losses. Definitely don't go past that. Try and keep it contained under 370 because that's what your average daily, that's what your average winning day is. So never let your losses go past what you make on an average winning day.
All right. Do we want to try this third card? We'll do a speed round, like a rapid tap of a card. All right,
let's
Jimmy,
do it.
if we have it. Good short name for Ray T.
Ray T. All right. So Ray is someone we called up from XFA to live yesterday. We really liked their trading. Trading on a Patak at Rhode Island. I don't think we've had any roadies here on shoulder tap yet. Equity indices, metals, gold. What stands out to me here is a couple things. I like the risk reward. They're taking down $834 on the winners, only risking 400. So it's a good 2-to-1. They're pretty profitable, only having 63% winning days, Jack. High winning trade percentage at 72. Traders, if you're hitting a 72% winning trade percentage, that's high. Again, we want to strive for perfection on the winning trades. We're not going to make it there, but 72% winning trades with a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio is pretty damn good. And that's why we called them up to live. I think they spent, it wasn't a lot of time that they spent in their XFA before we got Ray called up. Waiting for that to load right now. 24 days, averaging $671 per day.
That's pretty good.
For someone trading on a short time frame too, which they are, they've got a short time frame. 5 trades per day. They're anywhere from 1 to 5 contracts, so they're picking their spots. They're calculating their leverage that they're going in with. I like it. Average winning day at 2,000, while the average losing day, which there's not too many of them, is 1,600. That's really good. And then, to have your best day being over $11,000, they actually had a pretty high hold time on that day. Best day being almost 4 times the size of their worst day. It's good stuff. So I know we're winding down on time.
We're winding down, but I want to say that Ray is in the chat. It would appear. If it is in fact this Ray, effing great job, man. Like, have a great weekend. Do it right. If it's someone who's pretending to be Ray, you'll just have to live with that. But have a nice weekend, you too. So
hopefully it's
Great
not
job.
an imposter. And Ray, if that is you, I'm sorry, we spelled your name incorrectly. It's R-E-Y. It's R-E-Y, not R-A-Y. But Ray, compliments to you. I like the risk reward. Hold times, they're good, very good. And doesn't trade as long as he can. I don't know if that got translated to the card properly. Doesn't trade as large as he can. Nice job.
Yeah, size up. So, Mick, Have a wonderful weekend. Hope you get a chance to hit the links. But before that, we got some great stuff still on the pipe for this Friday, the 17th of May. We got JD and Robert with group coaching. Then Anne-Marie stopping by with Dolby and Hoag. And then closing it out with Andre Dolby, Nick for a tick, and Isaac for Power Hour. It's Friday Power Hour. It's going to be lit. So, Mick, thank you for all you do. We'll be back right after this break. Or...
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It is Friday, May the 17th. You're looking at Coach Robert with his live funded background right there. Awesome stuff. What did you what was your criteria for creating that one?
I just wanted to have a group of people in a contest and marching down a road and make the trees look like candlesticks, and it just came up pretty nice. That's all, we're all kind of into these things. Yeah, I just like to do this for fun, and I get them all saved up, so it's pretty cool. I enjoy it, having fun with it.
Nice. If you're new, Robert, Coach Robert likes to get creative with AI and his backgrounds. I think he has a new one almost every day now. Well, welcome to group coaching. Thanks for submitting your questions. The question form is still pinned in the chat. If something pops in your head and you want to ask Coach Robert anything, go for it. We're going to try and get to everything. 12:33 Chicago time, 12:33 in the Central Time Zone. Robert, how you feeling? You want to jump into this?
I think so. I'm ready to go. Yeah, let's do it. I took a quick glance over there, and great questions as always. So let's get to it.
Yep. All right. First question is about the Topstep X platform, or I'm assuming it's about the Topstep X platform. David says, where can we see everything we can trade on Topstep? If you are specifically referring to the Topstep X platform, Coach Robert can show you where to locate all the available products on the trading platform. And then we'll refer you to our website after that to find anything else.
Yep.
Hang on a second.
Yep, exactly. There it is. You're looking at Topstep X right now. There's a couple of different ways. On the top left, we have a /NQ. There's a search button. If I click on the search button, it's already pre-filled with NQ. If I just type a slash in there, that will bring up all of the products, searching like this. And we can scroll down. If I just pick one here, I'll click on the Dow, and my chart changes to the Dow. I have it linked to yellow. The DOM is linked to yellow. My order panel is linked to yellow. So they all switch over to the YM. Because I chose it. The other thing you can do is go right into the DOM or the order panel. I'm going to click in here, and lo and behold, there they are. I can scroll through them, or I can type them if I want. I'm going to just start typing NQ, for example, and there it is. And there's a little star next to it, and I have chosen this as my favorite. If I remove this, you'll see my favorites have populated to the top. It makes it easy for me to click on. So let's go back into. You know what? Let's stay on the Dow. We're here in the Dow, but just click on it and you'll get it right back again. There's a whole bunch of tutorial videos on this little support area. There's a question mark on the left, and this is what JD, I believe, is going to allude to. They are on our YouTube. Also, it's a whole section on Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. Go over each component. I'm adding more. There was one added this morning. I'm doing, I think, 3 more this afternoon. I'll do some more on the weekend as well as new features get added. So we click on that support right there. And you can either go to the YouTube channel and find them, or right in here, it says Topstep X 5 minutes or less. I'm going to click on that, and lo and behold, they will all populate for you. And these are simply just links directly over to the YouTube channel. There's a main one right here is the high-level overview. It's about 35 minutes long, and it just goes again, it's a high level, so just a little piece here, a little piece there. But if you're interested in how do I work on multiple charts, you watch this one. How do I, what's the tilt all about? There's this one. How do I use a trailing stop? There's this one down the bottom. So it's all there for your viewing pleasure, I guess. And tutorials, they're all 5 minutes or less, which is, except one. I just did one. That's the last that was posted. It was 6 minutes, but I was showing how to trade into large news events. So I pulled the trade off on CPI and saw how that went. So that was added today. So that's where you can find them. That's how you can see everything. Good question, David.
Make sure you check out those videos too. Coach Robert worked really hard on them. We're trying to make this as easy as possible for everybody. So yeah, Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. Go check them out. If you have other questions about Topstep in general, I'm going to drop a link to the Topstep Help Center in the chat right now. Boom, there it is. Go ahead and do a quick search. You can find just about anything you need to about Topstep through the Topstep Help Center. So inform yourself and use that link. All right. Next up, Demina. I think that's right. Demina says, hello, Robert. I'd like to see Coach Dakota in the markets charts every morning. Does that mean Demina wants to see Coach Dakota during fast markets every morning? What do you make from that one?
That's kind of what I got out of it, because Coach Dakota was on today and on Fast Markets. They did a great job talking through a house account trade with Andre and Coach Jay, and then MP jumped in there and took place of Hoag for a little bit, but they did a good job there. Yeah, Dakota's amazing. He is doing more of that. I don't quote me. I believe he's going to be on twice a week for that Fast Markets, but he's definitely on Monday through Thursday evenings on slow markets at 8 p.m. Central. He does that Monday through Thursday. He's on for an hour. Great show. He talks through all of his trades, completely transparent, shows everything he's doing. More importantly, shows the thought process and walks through back to front, beginning to end, top to bottom, however you want to slice it. He does a fabulous job. I was actually on there talking about some of these bracket orders and OCO orders in Topstep X, like I think it was Wednesday night. We had a great time. What a cool guy. So yeah, that's where you find him, and just gotta watch the schedule as we rotate these segments around. You never know who you're gonna get.
Yep. Coach Dakota is a pro. He's trading on a live account, real money, real trades, real markets. Catch him, just like Robert said, Monday through Thursday for slow markets at 8 o'clock Central Time, 8 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Obviously, markets are closed on Friday, so there is no slow market session tonight. But catch him on Monday. All right. Next question is from Tess. Does passing the eval, meaning the trading combine, automatically make you XFA, or is it by invitation? Is there a fee to stay in the XFA like in a combine? So your first step after passing the trading combine is to go into an express funded account. And from there, you are invitation only into the live funded account. But Robert, do you have any more details on the process of moving from the trading combine into an XFA?
Sure. Once you pass your trading combine, you meet all the criteria, didn't break the rule. The only rule you have is don't hit your maximum loss limit. At the close of day, once you meet that criteria, it has to be. It's not going to happen right away. Let's say 10 a.m. and you pass it, you reach your target goal. It doesn't stop there. Just like, hey, good, just stop trading. You don't need to. You already made your criteria. At the end of the day, the trading reports will run, recognize the fact that you passed everything and legitimately had all the criteria met. And you'll get an email notification saying congratulations. And it does take it's not an invitation to get there because you passed it. It's an automatic thing, but there is a one step that needs to be done. Sometimes it takes a little longer going through the support side, but it is super fast. It should not take very long at all. But there's some paperwork that's going to be sent to you and that you need to fill out to go into that side of things, the funded. Then after that, as JD said, there's a criteria that the risk managers watch, and they have some triggers and alerts, some things that they look for while you're in XFA that will catch their attention. They'll say, oh, look at this trader. This is what they're doing, and we better keep a close eye on this one. They're doing super good and doing really well, and we might want them on our team onto the live funded side, just like I have here. Live funded. That's the path. That's what we did. Pathway, live funded. So that's it. That's the only invitation. They have their criteria, so no two traders are going to be 100% the same because there's I'll give you the difference. One, you get in there and you get your XFA, and you're slinging things, and your P&Ls are way up or way down, way up, way down, and then you lost two of them and came back, and that's going to be a hard sell. But if you're consistent, you're doing X amount per day. I don't want to put a dollar amount because of the different 50K, 100K, 150K. And different instruments, there's not really a dollar to look at, but if you're consistent with what you're doing, so if let's just say you're targeting $500 a day and you're right around there, if your losing days are $200, $300, $400, your winning days are $400, $500, $600, and you're consistent, that is going to get the risk manager's eye more than a big swing. So a little bit of a piece of advice there for you.
For sure. And like Robert said, it is completely at the discretion of the risk team on who they invite into the live funded account. It is not our goal to keep anybody in sim forever. We want everybody trading on a live account. That is our goal. All right. Next up, Andy says, hello, Rob. Do you like to fill the gap with a strong candle? By strong candle.
Yeah, not sure what that means as far as strong. So, Andy, I'm not 100% sure what you mean, but gap fills are there for the taking. Yeah, whether it's intraday, it's possible if there's a large gap fill and you want to play it almost like the fair value gaps, right? Just a 3-candle series, and it gaps up, the market comes down to an area and fills and goes on. Or if you have small gaps, I like to trade through those. If you're trading NQ and it's like 4 or 5 points, typically it's just going to blow right through that gap. But if it's 50 points, it's typically going to fall into that area and then get absorbed and then come right back where it was. Those are a couple of ways you can play them, those types of gaps. If you're talking about gapping on the day, like the close of day on let's say it's a Wednesday market close, 4 p.m. Central, and it opens up 5 p.m. Central, and there's a gap there, that would be the overnight gap from the market close to the start of the next future session. Those are fun too. Generally, they're not that large, and if it is large, you may not have to play that gap. For example, I'm going to say they don't always get filled, but there is some criteria behind it. And we talked about this when we had Edgeful on the other day. It was really cool looking at some of that criteria. Then the last gap that I believe I'll put out here is the gap from the close of the U.S. session until the open of the U.S. session the next day, so 8:30 Central Time. There will be, for the most part, will be a gap there because you have all the overnight Asian session, London session, 12 hours so ahead of time beforehand. It would say 12 or 14 hours before the U.S. market opens. So generally going to get some movement. It's pretty rare, extremely rare actually, that the closing price of the U.S. market on one day and then the opening price of the U.S. session on the next day, it's pretty rare that they're exactly the same because of all the price movement overnight. So if that's what you're talking about for gaps, not sure what you mean by strong candle, but if it fills, it fills. If you're looking for a fill, and if you're looking for it to come in and just get some liquidity and go back the other direction, and it does that, good or bad. I mean, strong, weak candle. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe volume, but those are what I know about the gaps.
Yep, and for more detailed data on gaps, Robert mentioned Edgeful just a minute ago. We had Andre from Edgeful on yesterday during Power Players. Was it Power Players? Yeah. And he talked about some of the different reports that he processes on Edgeful, and gaps is one of those. So you can go in there. He gives away a free 1-week trial. Go check it out. You can see by day of the week, by different types of gaps, what the statistics are on those gaps filling based on time. So pretty interesting stuff. Go check that out. All right.
You can watch that episode also on YouTube. You can go back and watch it. It was yesterday's.
I do believe we isolated that episode. I'm not positive on that, but yeah, just check out the stream from yesterday and you'll find it. All right, next up from Michael. Michael says, how do I add components to Topstep X? When I click the add button, the selection list pops up, but when I select one of them, nothing happens. Sounds like Michael's halfway there. He's got it, but he's not dragging and dropping right. What do you think?
I think that's correct, and we can demonstrate that right now. All right, so we're looking at Topstep X, and what Michael is talking about is he's adding a component. We call these components. So the bottom here, you see my trades component. I'll actually move it up a little bit so we can see them. The right here, this is a DOM component, an order component, time and sales component, and that's what we call them. I've been calling them modules, but I had to make those corrections. They're components. Every one of these components has a white block with a plus sign on it. You can see at the top over here, every one of these, they all do the same thing. And all it does is bring up the component selection area. Okay. Now, if I wanted to add a component to my chart, so let's say we have, let me put something on, let's take another DOM. So I have my DOM, I'm going to click, and as I drag it, you'll see this pop up, this yellow navigation. And as I mouse over each one of these, it gives me a preview. I'm going to go all the way over here. And now I'm on the DOM panel and I can show, recover it here, above it. I can put wherever I want. So for these purposes, let's put it right next to it. I just let go, and there I have two DOMs. Okay, I can close my component. There we have it. I'm not linked to anything, so it's not going to, it's not linked to any chart. So I basically would have to type in what I'm looking for, and if I chose another instrument, it's not going to automatically change, but you can set these up to a different color if you'd like. Set that up to red, and it looks like MES was linked to red previously, so there it did. It pulled it up. We can see the difference between these two. Now, one final thing, that's how you get the components on there, but then you can just click on the title of it and drag it where you want. In this bar, this navigation will show up again. And what's interesting is when you have common components, like the DOM, I can click right on the DOM title itself and move it right next to the other DOM. So I have one component, but I have two tabs in that component where I can go back and forth. So it makes it pretty convenient. So now I have red and yellow. And for real quickly, let's put another order panel on. I'm going to click on order. I'm going to drag it right up to the next to this title. Now I have two order panels, and I want to click this one to red too. So now if I want to trade MES, all I have to do is make sure my order panel and my DOM are on MES, are on red. If I'm trading YM, I'm on yellow, and that matches my chart. So good question. Those are the components. There are several of them. You saw that are on there. I have them pretty much all in my chart with positions in orders and the accounts. The tilt is on there, just on the bottom left side, and my trade components. But we can move these over. I'll move my quotes over to my trades. There we are. This is my quotes panel. I'm following these. There's ES and NQ. Let me add another symbol on there. Another one, a common one is YM that I like to watch. So I'm going to add the DOM, add symbol, and it puts it in my list that I can easily watch and see what the open, the current bid and ask, how much has changed in the last price. So and then they're all module based. They're all the components are module based, so you can just drag them any you want, size them, and they operate together. So there's the whole. You can make them as wide as you want, small as you want. Some of them have additional settings, and all of these are in the videos where I go by each one step by step. There's one that goes specifically over the components, one for the how to place orders on these and how to sync charts up. So they're all in there in that Topstep X 5 minutes or less. So I like going through those. I like running through them quickly like that, and hopefully that helped you, Michael. Appreciate the question. Take a look at the videos.
Yep, we try to make this platform. This platform was created by traders for traders, right? We try to make it as user-friendly as possible. Point, click, drag, drop. That's really all you got to do for anything on the Topstep X platform. All right, let's move on to Jacques. Jacques wants to know, Coach Robert, do you have any secrets for the platform that you can leak to everybody right now?
Oh yeah, I just got a big one, and they're gonna kill me if I say this on air, but let's just give it a shot. So on Topstep X, one of the secrets and that's gonna be a good one.
I can't believe you said that out loud. We're gonna get in trouble. They're gonna shut us off right now. Hang on, I'm already getting slacks about it. Said the quiet part out loud, Robert. All right. Next up, Shooter TX says, did you go long on tulips back in the day? Oh, wait, I mean GameStop? LOL. But seriously, do you trade Bitcoin? And if so, how do you decide when to go in and out of the market? It seems to break zones and indicators. I don't personally track Bitcoin futures, so I have no base of reference for this question. But do you? Do you track the Bitcoin at all?
I did. That's actually what got me out back into trading. My history is I had an IT company for 17 years, and I ended up selling that out in 2009. I switched careers. I became a sports therapist. Did that for almost 10 years. In 2017 hit, and that's when Bitcoin went through the roof. It was like $9, like 19,000 in a year. It's like, wow. And I had these flashbacks to when I had my IT company, and some of my clients were day traders, and I would always go to their office, and they're always getting the best computer, the biggest screen, and they're always showing me, pictures of the vacation that they came back from, or the boat they just bought. And 2017, it triggered me a bit. So I ended up leaving and selling out of my sports therapy practice and started day trading. And I got absolutely destroyed in 2017. And I didn't really trade Bitcoin itself at that point, but I did get into some of the smaller meme ones, and Dogecoin and like AMA, and a couple of the smaller ones that just held my interest. Some Ethereum, you had to buy things online. You had to use Ethereum was the easiest one to track, because Bitcoin just kind of a pain back in the day. So yeah, that was what Bitcoin did for me, and it got me rolling on this in 2018, around February, March 2018. I became not pro, but full time. It was my job for about 4.5 years before starting at Topstep. And I did dabble a little bit, but here's the kicker: is technical, and the way I like these things. Talking about Bitcoin is right around June or July of last year, I sold every single bit of crypto that I had, and I put everything into futures. So there's a little personal info. Everything I had, it was a win, it was a loss. It doesn't matter. I just dumped everything, closed my wallets, not for any specific reason for that I didn't like it, or crypto was bad or anything like that. I still think Bitcoin is a really cool foundation for others and that long-term investment stuff. I do believe that. Not trading advice by any means, not investment advice by any means. So I may get back into it a little bit when the timing is right, but I don't do any trading on it right at this point. But I will pull up the micro Bitcoin. So I can just start typing MB. Oh, look at that, micro Bitcoin right there. And let's just put that on a 5-minute chart so we can see a little better. And that's what it looks like today. And we trade this like anything else. So here we got a red candle. Let's just go short on this account. There it is. We can watch that move for a second while we're grabbing something else. I'll drag a stop loss. I'll grab a profit target, and we'll let that go for a second. So yeah, that's it for me for Bitcoin. To each their own. It's tradable. You have it right here on TopstepX, MBT. It's a micro Bitcoin, and have a ball. Just trade it like anything else. Just they're just candles. It's just price action, and try your strategy. See what it looks at. What it looks like on micro Bitcoin. You have a practice account. Give it a shot.
Yeah, good point. Practice account. Go for it. All right, next up, Ray. Ray says, what do you think that at some point in the future, Topstep lets live funded traders hold positions overnight? They already show they're the best of the best, so that would be a great incentive for those who are in the XFA to be disciplined and profitable. To my knowledge, holding positions overnight is not really on our radar at the moment. Have you heard anything about it, Coach Robert?
I have not. I mean, we used to a couple of years back. It was kind of right after I started the
swing trading combine.
We had the swing, we had a swing trading combine. It just didn't have a large enough interest to hold on to stuff. I think it was a micro swing combine where you traded micros and you held them. So, but I don't. I haven't heard anything. I don't think so. We're an intraday trading. It's just everything is set up around it. The way the trade reports run and the whole structure, even all the TopstepX stuff. I don't own the company, and I'm not really privy to that. Maybe it's on the board. I haven't heard anything, and I don't. My hunch and my guess and my assumptions is I don't think it's going that route, only because it used to, and it just wasn't really that interest in it. But here's a kicker: if you're interested in doing that, you just have to close your position at the end of the day, set a stopwatch, and then come back in an hour and start the position again. That's pretty much the same thing or the similar thing. It's pretty close. I know it's not exact, because if you're short and there's a big giant gap down, yeah, you can have all that nice play in there and it's going to go in your favor. But if it goes the other way, you saved a little bit of it. So that's just a way to pseudo mimic it. Because if I was a swing trader and I was like, oh man, I can't trade and hold overnight, well, the market's closed. So just close your position, come back in an hour, open it back up again right where you left off. Maybe you'll get lucky and it'll be in your direction, so.
Excellent. Thank you, Coach. Some questions in chat about support today. Support team is unavailable today. They'll be back on Monday picking up new tickets. They are implementing necessary upgrades to better serve our traders. So no new tickets are being accepted today. They will be back online taking new tickets on Monday morning. Hope that clears any of those questions up. All right, next up. MD says, hey, I'm new to Topstep. I was up $400 in a short on crude oil on a first-time 50K combine, but felt like that was still going down. Should I close out the order, then jump back in, or just call it a day? Need help managing stop losses? Can you show us the proper way to manage risk? Gratitude in advance. MD's got a question about trade management. Well, basic rules about risk management are you should have an exit strategy planned before you get into the market. You should have a profit target and a stop loss, correct? That's how Coach Robert trades. Coach Robert's a very mechanical trader. Every trade he puts on has a set profit target and risk before he even gets in the market. Is that right?
That is correct, and you hit the nail right on the head. So for MD, it's really going to depend on your trading style. So you're up $400 on a short on a 50K account. That's pretty good, right? That's a pretty good day. So you need 5 days of $200 to not consecutive, but 5 days of $200 or more profit to get a payout when you're in the XFA. So if you're targeting $400, sure, that's okay. Now, as JD said, when you're entering your trade, you should have this stuff all mapped out. So you're not taking a snapshot at it. Doesn't mean you can't do that. So if you're in the trade and say, wow, I think it's going to come down to this level as your short was, and you're already up 400, it starts hovering around and you're not too sure, and there's news coming up or something, there's no harm in getting out of the trade. There will be another trade to take. It's, not a lot of guarantees in the market, but one of them is that there's going to be another trade coming around the corner pretty soon. So if there's any hesitation, my thought is, like, first of all, you got to go with your plan. And if you don't have it, work on it. And if it's the market sentiment changes and you're just like, wow, I had a plan, I had it going in, this looks pretty good, but something is up, the market flipped around on me, close it. You don't have to stay in there. You don't ever have to wait for the trade to reach either your profit or your stop. If you don't like it anymore, you have full rights and privileges to get the hell out of that trade. You can always get into another one. No harm in that whatsoever. And it's going to depend on where you are. Like if you were at $400 and you were, right there in your passing mode, you want that little bit, that's good. But you should really just trade for the plan than try to take snapshots at it like that. And again, the snapshot isn't meaning the market sentiment change or the conditions change. You just have to get out now. That's not what I mean. It's like, well, I'm going short. I should be long. And I had a target of this, but now I'm going to change it to that. And my stop was here. Now it's going to be here. That's a little bit wishy-washy from me. Again, doesn't make it really right or wrong. Just try to be more consistent with it and get yourself set up ahead of time.
Awesome. Thanks, Robert. One more quick one. I see someone in there asking about point of control. Line 70 Shankar says, hello, Coach Robert. What is a naked point of control that was mentioned by Coach Hoag today? Where can I learn more about these concepts? Well, the naked point of control is a point of control that has not been retested during regular trading hours, if that makes sense to you. I'm going to drop a link to Hoag's Market Profile Masterclass in the chat right now. Make sure you take a look at that if you are interested in learning more about the market profile. There it is. It's in the chat. Good luck to you with that, Shankar. Anything you want to add there, Robert? We're getting close to time.
We're right up on time. I just added a couple onto my chart so we can grab one. I'm just adding them. I'm eyeballing this. Now we came across one. So I have the ES chart up. I'm going back 3 days. This point of control down the bottom of this day, it's at 52.47 roughly. I'm eyeballing this. That has not been touched. If I extend that line all the way to the right, and I'll get this out here real quick, extend all the way to the right, this is a point of control. Notice the market went up and away from it, up and away, and it's still up there. Technically, we have a naked point of control up top. It has not been touched yet, but the one from 2 days ago has, because it was cleared yesterday. So we have one naked point of control up top, roughly 53.32, and one down the bottom, 52.48. And if we scroll back, there are definitely more down the bottom. And that's what they mean by naked point of control. It just that area has not been revisited yet. Here we go, JD.
Perfect. All right. With that, we are going to call it. It's 1 o'clock. We are at time. Stick around, though. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, Dolby, and Ho coming up next. And then we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, Nick Foratick is here with Isaac R. Going to be pulling some pork in the Power Hour. Stick around, folks. We're going to take a short break. More tradertainment coming your way.
welcome to Strategy Lab with Anne Marie and Dolby and Hoag. Hoag is coming, but he has some
He's the mystery
landscapers
man right
currently,
now. Yeah.
and they're quite noisy. So
His
it's
dog
just going
is
to be
running
us
the
for
show.
now.
Yes.
But he'll be
Hey,
coming
did you
soon,
get to
chat.
see? Did you get to see Dr. Brett yesterday? Did you happen to
Yep.
watch that?
I watched, I think, like half of it.
Okay. So he talked a lot about the tick, and it literally is the ticks that move up or down on the NYSE or wherever.
Like dollar sign
And
tick, that one.
yeah, dollar sign tick. Yeah. And I wondered if there were any plans to put that on Topstep X.
That would be cool. We could see if there's a form for that in the, let's search.
You know what
Charts?
else is
2000. Looks like
what
it's
else
mostly
would
tick
be
charts,
really
yeah.
cool is the UVol devol. I think it's
advanced decliners.
No, that's different. UVol
okay.
devol actually uses the volume. So let's say you have advancers to decliners, but one is down 1 penny and the other one is up $6. It's still going to go 1-to-1.
Okay.
But with volume, up down volume, it tells you, hey, they had 5 million shares that went up on this $5 and only 50 shares that went up on a penny. And so it sort of shows you where rotation might be in the chart. It's super useful, and I totally forgot that back in the day we would look at it a ton. And
like when you were doing professional, like institutional stuff, or just as a good day
well,
trader?
no, I'm a regular Joe from the retail side, but
I got it. Okay.
Yeah, but when I used to work with SMB Capital, doing some stuff with them, and Brett was always doing stuff with them, and we would look at the tick and we would look at the volume going up versus the volume going down, and it would really give us a heads up in how price action was behaving. Wow, is that the NQ?
Yeah, it is rolling pretty hard. I do have the house account up, so if anything looks juicy, chat or Anne Marie or Hoag, we could take some trades today. We'll also be taking trades during Power Hour as well. So we do have access. They gave me the keys to the car. If anything looks good, we can do it. And Anne Marie, I did follow up with that. You can click this question mark on the left-hand side, and if you press search and type in $tick, it looks like someone did submit a request for that. So chat, if this is something you're interested in, it looks like Eric Douglas here.
No, it doesn't say trades and ticks. That's not the same thing.
This one from Eric Douglas, it says market structure indicators, add tick. Yeah.
Yes.
So if you want that one, log in with Google, I think, or GitHub, whatever, and then you can actually vote that up the ladder.
Okay.
So
all right.
Someone did have that idea, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So it is in there,
definitely.
chat. Just go ahead and search for it. Oh, NQ is kind of melting right now. Henry, do you have any downside levels here for NQ? I'm trying to take
570.
570. Is that VWAP or for something or?
No, it's heavy congestion sitting on the edge of the formation. Also, we just fell outside of the 3 standard deviation volatility band. So I would anticipate that we would have some sort of buying action here.
Okay. I think that's one check. We need a Hoag for a second check. I'm not sure what Andre's system is. Is it 10 lots per check, Dre? If you're out there, you might be in lunch right now. We'd have to.
Yeah, we should have a reflexive bounce. It might not be a bad idea to take a look at what the dome is saying. and seeing if it is getting bunchy on the upside there. It might end up telling us that, they're going to have a reflexive bounce.
Mhm.
But we can see the buyers coming in right there from your chart. They are, that 570 is a really clean area. So let me
Big volume
see.
too at that 113 candle on the 1 minute had pretty sizable volume. And if we look for liquidity to the downside, whoa. Speaking
Yeah.
of which, there's no wiggle on this ladder. It is
Yeah, it
shaken
just went
and
straight
shaken.
down. Yeah.
Oh, chat, we might need to see if anything happened. If you know, Eddie's Bong says NVIDIA dumping like a mofo right now. That would do it, considering NVIDIA pretty much runs
Yeah.
the show at NASDAQ town.
Do we know why? I wonder.
I don't know. As they say,
afraid
typically the market needs a reason to go down, so clearly there must be something going on.
Yeah. It could, it could be a standard afternoon liquidity break because it is also OPEX for the monthlies. And people like to shake, when you come in and you go, oh, here's my line in the sand, I'm going to buy the 570s. Somebody's going to come in and jam at 15 points to see if they can shake you out and get back in at a better price. We have afternoon shenanigans after 2:00 like that all the time. So that's just a good, it's a good thing to note if you're in a trade into this part of the afternoon and you go, ooh, 570 really looks like a space people are going to buy. It's better to wait and watch them come in and see if they create a base, and then when they break out of that base, enter into the trade. That's a lot better. And chances are this line right here for this liquidity break, it's going to mean something on Monday if we bounce off of it. For
Let me
sure.
make a little note here. This is Anne Marie's line right here at 570. I did want to ask you.
Go ahead.
I want to ask you a question
I think Dakota
here.
had that line too. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, did he? Well, you said it first.
Yeah.
I didn't. Dakota's copying you as far as I'm concerned. So you said OPEX. How often does OPEX happen? And so let's say you're like a new trader, right? Is this like one of those things that happens like once a month, once every 3 months? Like how often do new traders need to get ready for OPEX, and what should they be expecting in the market on OPEX day?
Okay, so I'll answer that in a couple of pieces. Those are great questions. The first thing is OPEX is variable. There's monthly options expiration, and then there's quarterly options expiration. There's weekly options expiration, and there are daily option expirations. And so the trader might be concerned with any one of those, but the largest volume of options that expire significantly come on the monthly and the quarterly spaces. Okay. And so next options expiry is going to be a quarterly option. So when do they expire? They expire on the third Friday of every month. Third Friday of every month. And they will customarily give us some kind of volatility, but that's usually based on how close they are to the call walls or the put walls that are normally put on, that expire at the end of the month, which would be next week, right? There are going to be options that expire on the 28th that are not monthly options expiration. They're weekly options expiration, but they're bought a month out or sold a month out. If that's too wonky, don't even worry about it. This is the one that's usually the most responsive. And what happens is, if per happenstance, let's say there was a put wall sitting at 18,600 in the NQ.
Okay.
If that wall breaks, it means that the dealers who have those short puts, or excuse me, who have those long puts because somebody else sold them short, they have to sail into the market direction to bring themselves to delta neutral, meaning they've got to get in the direction of trends so that they don't, hurt themselves. And so this is potentially something that could be happening. We don't know. What we do know is whenever these walls are breached, acceleration in the direction of the move is one of the likely things that we see. And so
could you use like a dam for an analogy? If like a dam breaks, you get like a flood of liquidity.
100%.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, 100%. People just begin to go, oh my goodness, I've got to follow in the direction of trend because I need to collect as much alpha on the way down or on the way up to get myself out of trouble. So this looks like it was some kind of liquidity break, but now we're sort of basing, right?
Yeah.
If you look at those small time frames, you can see we're kind of holding.
I'll get down to a 5 minute here. I'm on a 5 minute chart now. I was on 15, but this is the 5 minute. So yeah, starting to get a little bit of a consolidation here on the 5 minute, right at your level.
Yeah, and so which one of our illustrious traders uses the volume imprint that tells him where
I think it's Max.
Yes.
Is it Max
No, it's
Maserati?
not Max. Not Max.
Okay.
Another guy. I was thinking it was Nick, but what he does is he looks for buyers to bunch up in a space on the volume imprint, and then if they do it enough, he goes, okay, that's where they're going to position. That's where they're starting to make these higher lows.
Yeah, it might be Coach Jay. I think Chad is saying Coach Jay.
No, it's not. It's not Jay. Jay does that, but this person uses a volume imprint chart, not volume. Jay just uses volume.
What platform is that on?
I don't know what they did. Well, you could have it on all kinds of things. I use it on Motive Wave all the time. But see, what we're seeing is the price action coming in, but not breaking out. So we give it another wiggle, see how it goes, and it might fade again. And if that's the case, then 556 is the next line in the sand for me. Woo!
I mean, it is looking like there is.
Yeah, it's looking really rough.
I could see maybe 550, but to be honest, this can go as low as it wants. I'm trying to look backwards, as they say. Look to the left.
Yeah.
I mean, 508s could be possible as well.
Yeah.
But this is straight down. As far as ranges go, I mean, let's see, daily's broken, 4 hour broken, 1 hour, 30 minute, 15 minute, 5 minute. Everything there is no range right now. There is no range trade.
So I do have a breakaway range from a daily formation that shows us 492.
492, okay.
Yeah, 492 to 519.
Okay.
Boo!
I'm very skittish.
It's finally over.
It's finally over. So what kind of haircut did your lawn get? You go for the fade, Hoag?
Pretty much just a buzz cut.
Little buzz cut? Nice. That is awesome. So Hoag, welcome. NASDAQ has been rolling over. since
Yes,
your
it
lawn is
has.
getting a haircut. We've got a couple levels here. I do have the house account open. The first level we had it got melted through. That was 570s and 3/4. And now we're sniffing around 547.50. But we were talking in the green room about the late spike.
Yes.
Yeah.
The late spike.
So the late spike is a market profile context tool. In the book, Mind Over Markets, it's considered a special situation play. So what I'd like to do is let's start with the S&Ps because we had a good long trade the other day. And today the market was in the opposite direction. So if you're looking at the market profile, let's look at yesterday's early trade. Okay, this was the trade that we took during fast markets in the house account. There were a couple of things. Okay, so when we're looking at the profile, it's based on bell curve theory. The late spike is when the market extends the range right at the end of the day, and the market does not have time to accept that level because the market closes at that time. So what we look at is the open for the next regular trading hour session. Opening in the late spike is a probability of higher pricing. Opening above the late spike is a higher probability of higher pricing. So we had 2 days where we had basically late spikes. I'm kind of calling this a late spike because the market really continued the move on Tuesday to the upside and then closed right at the high. So we looked at that as the base of the late spike down here at 52.60 quarter.
How late is late? We're talking like last half hour, last 15, last 5.
Typically last half hour. Okay. But when the market is range bound all day like it was on Tuesday, and then in the last hour and a half is really when the market started to look to move higher, I'm considering this kind of an early late spike because the market left 3 days of balance near the end of the day and then closed outside of that 3-day balance. So that's why I'm kind of looking at this as an early late spike. Well, the market opened flat out higher the next day. This is that first minute opening range, 8:30 to 8:31. The market looked lower and then continued the push to the upside. Now, yesterday morning, when the market opened in the late spike, we were looking for an opportunity for a potential long at the base of the late spike, which was 53.30 half. A lot of folks probably remember us talking about that yesterday morning.
Wait, you got a question, Hope?
Question?
Yes.
What? How would we define the base of a late spike?
Great question. It is the point or the price level where price left earlier balance and drove higher. So the base of the late spike, we know that the market settled the other day at 53.33. Wait a minute, that was the day. That was, hang on a second, let me get it. 53.33. So it closed right here, 53.33. So when the market leaves the previous area of balance, no matter how short a time frame it is, that creates the base of the late spike, which is 53.30 half. The market closed at 53.33, 53.33. So the market closed and stopped right there. Okay. So the regular trading hour session is over at that point. The market closed basically in the late spike, with the base of the late spike being the point where it broke out, 53.30 half. So the general rule, okay, and general rule is subjective like everything in trading is, if we were to open in the late spike the next session or above it, it should be attempting to mark acceptance above. It should be attempting to accept price at higher levels. So when the market opened in the late spike, we were looking for longs. All of us were saying, okay, we're looking for longs here. So when we had the opportunity to test the base of the late spike, we also tested, take a look at this, We also tested the overnight low. So we've got the base of the late spike here at 33.5. We've got the overnight low at 39.25. What we were going to do is we were going to look to see if we could take out the overnight low, basically in the area of the base of the late spike here, and then look for price to come back inside the overnight range to go long. Now we kind of preempted that.
Yeah,
Andre was
it's good
aggressive.
preemption
He
though.
was like, I'm just doing it.
Yeah, that
It's great.
29
We got
was,
a
yeah,
trade
it's great.
location on that. So when we put in that low, we came back inside the overnight low and back above the base of the late spike. I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. And I was looking for what 41, I think was my initial target, which
41,
actually ended
50,
up being
42,
the IB
yeah.
high. Right?
Fantastic.
So we continue to push higher. We continue to push higher. And as Dakota was talking about today, when we're at an all-time high and we don't see momentum coming, there's probably some sort of a pullback coming, which ended up happening during the day. We had 10 on, we took 5 off, we took 2 off, 3 off, whatever it was. We left 1 on. We ended up getting stopped out at break even, which is fine. Now looking at today, and these late spikes they're not like, oh, wait, we open above the late spike. All we have to do is close our eyes and buy. You have to use technical indicators in order to look for good trade locations. So this morning
I got a question.
Yes.
I'm like Anne-Marie raising my hand. We're like students right now. We're in session. Is the late spike something you're looking to use in hindsight for the current trading session, or is it something that you try to trade in the moment?
It's market generated information from the previous day that we can use to limit risk in the current session.
Got it.
Yeah.
Makes sense?
Yeah.
So in the NASDAQ today, we opened basically in the late spike. We looked a little bit higher. We didn't really accept inside of value or anything from yesterday's session. So we started to kind of rotate lower. That says, okay, our kind of, if we were to have a bias caused by the base of the late spike or the fact that we weren't able to get back in value from yesterday, it would be based off of the late spike. The market opened basically in the late spike. That's a higher probability of acceptance of lower pricing. Well, what happened after that? We had a move above the initial balance, rejected by value yesterday, coming back inside the initial balance, created, what is this? A failed upside auction.
We've heard that one a lot recently.
Yes. So the market rejected value from yesterday, rejected above the initial balance, never came back and took that out. By after that, the 30 minutes when the next 30-minute bar opens below that creates the failed upside auction. It also allows us to limit risk.
Cheap trades.
Michael was on at the time, and Dakota and Jay were talking about, wow, this looks like a really good level for a short. They didn't take it. I'm sitting here watching, going, take it.
Did you get one of the check marks in? Got to be like, I'm a check mark. Putting 10.
I probably could have chimed in a little bit stronger.
Oh, you were off air.
Yeah. John
is
very genteel. John's very genteel when the crowd
yelling
is
on.
We
Trying to
left
smash
that
15
failed auction at the high. Now we've got 2 nuances that are saying this market is probably going to head lower. So because we got the base, we got the late spike, we opened in the late spike, probable acceptance of lower pricing. Now we've got a failed auction at the high.
You got two confirmations, right?
Yes. There's 2 nuances that say, yeah, this auction is done to the upside. Anything can happen. Of course, we could see buyers come in and just rip this thing back to the upside.
You're an end.
We're just looking at probabilities. Yeah.
Right. Probabilities.
So what might be
so we're stacking nuances to the short side very early in the session. Well, in the first hour and a half.
Hoag, can you? So this is I'm gonna do like a compare and contrast here because you're on market profile. Most traders here don't have market profile. They're looking at regular candlesticks. Can you give me those levels and I'll put them on on this chart, and then we can kind of switch back and forth and see the difference between
Of
the
course,
two?
I can show you on the regular chart.
Or if you have it, too. Yeah, for sure.
Right. So this is the ES. Let's now go look at the Nasdaq. So a lot of the market generated information is based off of the 30-minute chart. So here is the late spike that we put in yesterday. We saw that settlement closed in the late spike. That creates the late spike. When we opened kind of in the top of the late spike, but still, if we could have opened up here, that would have been rejection of lower pricing. But we didn't. We opened it basically at the base of the late spike. We looked higher, couldn't accept inside of value, and the market starts to move lower. So, if you watch the opening call, if there's a late spike, I'm calling the base of the late spike and where those possibilities are. So we opened in the late spike. If we were to accept inside value, that would have been rejection of lower pricing and a move to the upper end of value, which could have taken us up to 18,730. But that didn't happen. So we open in the late spike. We range, we attempt an acceptance of value from yesterday. That fails and leaves a failed upside auction, which gives us nuance number 2 for downside momentum. And so now, if we're thinking about looking for longs, I mean, there's lots of good places to look for them. We looked here, at basically 18,600 because of this little stutter step here, and that would have allowed us to limit risk. But where did the market go all the way to? It in essence broke all the way back to weekly kickoff high 18,550, which is where it really began to accelerate to the upside yesterday. This was a really nice little spot to look for a long because we rejected below it 2 days ago. Now we're back to it. It gives us a nice opportunity to limit risk.
Oh, Hoag,
Right?
your long was getting a haircut, man. I wish you were here. Could have thrown some size into that one.
Yeah. So now we're up over that 70, that 570, trying to hang on. And then maybe we'll get to come back to that 550. Would you take the cheap? Would you take the cheap trade there if you were thinking about it, or would you go?
The first time there's always the best one.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it allows me to limit risk. Yeah, I would probably take it. And Zeb, you're right. One of Dalton's rules is you trade value, not price. So when we're looking at a late spike, what we're counting on to prove that that price is being accepted at lower pricing is we want value to establish below the previous day's value, or at least overlapping to lower. So I agree
that's
with you,
what
Zeb.
it absolutely did, right?
Exactly what it did.
Your cursor's right on there.
Yep. Right. So, these late spikes, you can't just look at it and say, well, it's open below the late spike, sold. You got to be smart about it. You got to use technical analysis or any other things that you're using in congruence with the late spike, and then you can start stacking the nuances. The biggest nuance we saw yesterday on the long in the S&Ps was, okay, we opened in the late spike. We rejected the overnight low, which was basically right at the base of the late spike. There's 2 nuances and technical analysis. There's 3 strikes, you're in.
Yeah.
Different than baseball. 3 strikes, you're in, not out.
Does the late spike always happen? And if it's not the late spike, was it called something else?
I've always looked at it as I've always called it the late spike because, in 1990, when I first read Mind Over Markets, there were basically 2 major special situation plays. There was the value area special situation play, or the value acceptance play, as D calls it, and the late spike. Okay. So if you guys will indulge me for just a couple of minutes, there was Dom's Guru has been asking all day, if open interest plays into swing failure, and do I have an example? And boy, do I have an example. All right. You guys sure you're all right with this?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, yeah,
All
definitely.
right. Before I do this, Domes Guru, are you here?
Probably. Let me see. They were in for Power Hour yesterday and actually submitted a nice little bit of content for us, which is pretty cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And we're going to have lots of funded trader certificates for Power Hours.
There he is. Okay. So some of you have probably seen this example before, but I think it's one of the most stark examples of open interest leading price higher, as well as delta being a part of that equation. So this, and I know it's, it's 2 years ago, but again, it's one of the more stark examples that I've seen of a situation like this. So this was in gold. Okay. This was April gold in February of 2022. All right. So when we look at, where are we here? So we look at the 4th of February. The market moves higher on higher delta and lower open interest. But from that point forward, it moves higher on higher open interest and negative delta. Higher again on higher open interest and negative delta. Higher again on higher open interest and negative delta. Higher again on higher open interest and negative delta. Higher again on higher open interest and negative delta. This is evidence of longer time frame buyers accumulating longs and running over any short time frame traders or any traders that are trying to pick tops in this. I missed a day here. I maybe was on vacation or something, but the delta remained negative. It must have been a pretty good up day, because we go from 42.10 up to 56.20 on a $13 down day. First day we lose open interest. No big deal. Look at how volume is checkered here. It's up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next. What we're focusing on here is open interest, delta, and price. We start at 1807.80. By the time we get to this, we're at 1856. Now we have higher price, higher open interest, negative delta. Higher price, higher open interest, negative delta. A little bit lower price, positive delta or positive open interest. And again, negative delta. Traders trying to sell into this thing thinking they're going to buy the high. But if you're watching open interest in this, you're thinking, I wouldn't sell this with somebody's money that I hate. So now we get, again, higher open interest, negative delta, higher open interest, negative delta. By the time we start peeling off some of these trades, some of these opportunities, we're already 100 points into the profit on this trade. So we pull back a little bit. One day we really knock this thing down, some long liquidation, whatever. You know that because we lost open interest. But then we get back to the long side. Big up day here. A lot of open interest coming in on, guess what? Negative delta. Take a little bit more profit. We go back to open interest at higher levels. Now we're starting to get the longer time frame thinking, wow, you know what? This thing's going to the moon. I'd better start buying it. And at that time, look at what open interest does. Open interest goes the opposite direction, because all of the longs that are $200 into the move have started to take off those profits. There is a stark example of how open interest, delta, volume, how that can really begin to guide when a move is going to continue or when it's going to end. Look at this. Look at this on the chart. This is the daily chart.
Oh.
The box holds all the time that we just went through. 1800 to 2024, 2040 something. And it wasn't until the shorter time frame buyers decided, you know what, we're done selling this thing. We've got to buy it. They're the ones that bought the high. when they started buying it, the longer time frame that was short down here was
sold
selling
into
it to
the
them.
liquidity. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Selling it to them.
I got a couple updates here. DR in chat, Fed Bowman made a statement saying they would be willing to vote for a rate hike because inflation hasn't seen any further progress. That sell-off is pushing price down to value area low of Wednesday. Also, apparently, crude oil is over 80. Silver is cruising to the upside. Same with
that's
gold
been on the
and
move all
copper.
day.
It looks like most of the metals and commodities in general are to the up and up. And after all that, Hoag, what is Delta? There is a question in chat. And how do you find it? What is it? How do you find it?
I have it on another platform. And we are adding it to Topstep X soon, I hope. But Delta negative 11,000 in the S&Ps and negative 8,400 in the NASDAQ. Dom's Guru, you're welcome. Thank you for asking, and I hope that's going to help you become wildly successful at some point in the future. Wow, look at gold. Right back to 2410 weekly kickoff high and just grinding higher ever since.
I mean, really
silver's
moving to the
been on a
upside.
tear today.
Yeah, over $30 an ounce, according to, let's see. So the,
I thought it hit
M24? Is that
31.
31, yeah, 31. I mean, when was the last time? Well, this daily candle in silver is insane.
Yeah.
If we can, I think, Ho, do you want to pull up silver since your charts are up right now and just peek at that daily candle? It is. I mean,
Crazy.
I don't know the last time we have seen silver be up that much.
I got to tell you, my brother is absolutely killing it in silver. He started buying silver mining companies when silver was trading $14.
Oh, wow. That's fantastic.
Yeah, he's going to buy me a nice steak.
Better. You can get you a golf course lawn. I'll get you a green for your lawn if you want.
Look at that move is stinking parabolic.
Yes, it is.
Massive. I mean, is the dollar doing that poorly that silver is on the up and up?
No,
I mean,
you know what this is
going on?
more. Okay, so first of all, one of the main things in battery components is silver. And we put all these tariffs in play, and now folks are thinking, hey, listen, if we try to get any of these resources from across the pond anywhere, we are going to get slapped with more tariffs. And so people are just starting to collect industrial metals. That's why copper is exploding. That's why silver is exploding. That's what's happening right now.
So this is a tariff play, not necessarily a dollar devaluation.
It's a
play.
potential. Yeah, it's a potential.
Platinum.
And platinum is used. So it's what would I call it? It's
probably on the up
it's
and
a
up as well.
potential scarcity event that they're fearing on the horizon. So that's what's driving it. And the reason it's moving up like that is because, people are nervous about that. And there are people shorting that have been shorting that are now getting, Zamboni'd, as it were.
Zamboni'd. Hey, that is not one we have heard before. Might have to get that in the glossary.
Put that in the glossary, yeah.
What does that mean, Zamboni?
Okay, so a Zamboni machine is invented by a guy named Zamboni, and it is the machine that smoothens out the ice when hockey players are playing or ice skaters are rolling. And it's an incredibly savage thing because it actually scrapes the ice, puts heat on these rollers that sort of smooth things out at the same time. It melts and refreezes. It's quite ingenious, but you definitely wouldn't want to get caught underneath a Zamboni machine. So now you know.
I had fond memories of a Zamboni. I didn't know it was so violent, Anne Marie. You've kind of ruined my optics of the Zamboni.
I'd like to drive one of those.
That would be fun.
I
bucket
want to
list
go to
item
one
right
of those
there.
places that let you drive those big earth movers and stuff like that.
We did
Oh,
that.
we
That
did
was
that.
fun. We did that
Did
2
you?
years ago for
Yeah.
Vegas. Very much fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah, everyone's
That's
inner
so
child
cool.
was elated.
Oh, I want to do that. I'm so happy you guys did that. That's so
It
cool.
honestly was as I had low expectations and I was blown away. I was like, there's no way this is going to be that much fun. It totally was that much fun.
Yeah, it's insane.
It was awesome. It was awesome. Yeah, it's called, I think, Dig Vegas or something like that.
Yeah.
Next time you're in Vegas, check
Big
it out.
Vegas.
It is
Right.
not cheap.
Yeah, we
was
did
fun.
bulldozers,
stuck.
we did excavators, we did all different kinds of machines. It was pretty
I got
cool.
stuck on the skid steer. So everyone's
Yeah,
in
the
the like
Bobcat?
the big excavators, and I was kind of driving around in a mini forklift. But I had been once before previously.
I'm
You should've
sorry,
stolen it,
Jack.
You should have just stolen it.
I took one for the team.
Next time you get the excavator.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hoag.
And last year we raced like dune buggies. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, dune buggies are fun. I like
So what time
those.
does some of these metals close? Are metals open like indices are? Is this move at this moment right now unusual? Or is this kind of normal as far as
Golly, I don't know what time silver closes. They probably close the same time the mercantile does, right?
Okay.
I mean,
Well, gold, I mean, technically the pit close was 12:30 Central Time, so 1:30 Eastern. I'm pretty sure that the other metals are pretty much the same.
yeah,
Okay.
seems reasonable.
just in case anyone out there wants to dip their toes in the liquid metal, let's say, make sure you're always checking your product sheet, what the leverage is, when it opens, when it closes, when it rolls over. You can find that information at the CME, very quick Google search, and you can get that, but it's not like all markets are treated differently. They all have separate contracts and separate kind of rules for open, close, price, things like that. So it's good to know that stuff if you want to try different markets. It's very important.
So July 29,876.
Look at this move. It's coming right into that 605 area that Hoag showed us on the volume profile event for the NAS.
Mm-hmm. And do we anticipate that an upward price in metals is going to affect anything in the NASDAQ, or would that have a bigger impact on, say, maybe...
There are no industrials in the NASDAQ, but there are...
So YM?
I mean, I think that there's some... well, here's the thing. I mean, we use copper in chips. We use silver in chips. We use platinum and gold in chips.
Mm-hmm.
Silicon. We use all of those things in chips. So by default, it should leak in there. And there are a lot of people... I thought the commodity cycle was going to start at the beginning of last year. And it took so long to ramp up that, a lot of folks were like, yeah, we're not going to have a commodity super cycle, but there's always a commodity super cycle. And I suspect this is going to be it, particularly as nations continue to nationalize and use their own resources internally. It's going to force repricing of those materials.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, if all of a sudden Australia says, well, I see that you guys here in the States are saying this about metals and such with China, and so, we want to play nice with you, so we are going to, we're going to follow along. Well, then China's in a giant pickle because most of the resources they get, most of their commodity resources come from Australia. So it could be some kind of big upheaval. At this point, it's just a repricing due to squeezing and, ill positioning. And everybody that trades silver knows that the real silver market is so It's
Choose your words carefully.
yeah.
Does it rhyme with
There are a
schmipulated?
lot more contracts, yes, and there are a lot more contracts sold than there is silver to deliver.
That
Yeah,
should be an
it is a
interesting pickle.
super dangerous market to trade in.
Well,
Anne-Marie,
Super dangerous.
go
based
ahead.
on settlement price, the close is 12:30 Central Time, 1:30 Eastern Time for
Oh, so
the
all of this
regular
is
trading
after.
hours in silver. But of course, it trades till 4 o'clock Central.
Got it. We have about 2 or 3 minutes left. This is probably going to be an impossible question for you to answer in that amount of time, Anne-Marie, but what is the commodity super cycle? What is that?
Okay, so every 13 years or so, commodities get a great big run up in price, and then they sort of peter out. And so
They're
it's
like
called a
cicadas?
super cycle. Sorry, like cicadas. Yeah, like cicadas. Actually, just like cicadas, to be honest. Yeah. And so we don't really know when they kick in. I have an old chart. I'll see if I can find it, and I'll pop it up somewhere in the Discord in Topstep, and so people can have a look at it. I'll make a reference to it in the general channel.
Cool. Yeah, that would be fun. Okay, couple minutes left. We'll probably wrap it up pretty soon though. Make sure we got
Look
the tech
at
stuff.
that. Okay, we're there
Massive
at
run.
that 610, 611. Hey, listen, my 570 wasn't that bad. We just had to take a little heat.
Yeah. And also, if you look at the chart on the NASDAQ, it
Hoag's
has...
550 would have been perfect.
Oh, well, obviously it's Hoag's level. is we had the megaphone, a chart pattern that we've talked about previously where you extend highs and extend lows. And at least in my opinion, typically that is a kind of stop run formation.
Look at this rally now. Oh my God.
I know. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I
know
way
Dakota
too early.
actually got into that, which we will cover in Power Hour. He's on the golf course, but since we live in an ever-connected world, he managed to scalp, I think, 20 contracts off the bounce. So
Nice.
not only is he golfing, he's also making 4 figures while he is golfing. So pretty impressive, Dakota.
Way to golf.
Expect nothing less. Well, unless you're golfing poorly and trading poorly, I probably couldn't think of 2 things that would be more frustrating to do badly at the same time. But Dakota's in the zone. He's in the zone.
Yeah,
but
Delta
that
is there's still short squeeze possible here.
Oh yeah. I could go back to the middle of the range, to be honest. I mean, once you break the megaphone and hop back in again, you're pretty much just running stops on all sides. On all sides, everyone is miserable, unless you're range
VWAP
trading.
looks like 635, somewhere around there. So
635.
Pretty, yeah.
Cool.
635.
We'll mark that for
all roads lead.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Hoagland and Anne-Marie, that was very much fun. Talked about the late spike commodity super cycles. Talked about these crazy metals and tariffs and how they impact the market. We'll see if it ends up impacting indices probably like in a month, right? It's going to take a minute for it to really sink in into some of those balance sheets, having to spend some extra money to get the materials you need to build the things that are in demand. But we are going to move on to Power Hour. Don't forget, #Power Hour at Topstep. So hit us up on X. I already got a bunch of stuff to share, but I want some original content as well, chat. So send us your best. And we got some great-looking guys in the green room. So we're going to tighten everything up and come back in a couple minutes. Hoagland and Anne-Marie, pleasure as always. Chat, hope you learned a thing or two. And have a wonderful weekend.
back, everybody. You know what time it is. Power Hour, the last Power Hour of the day, last Power Hour of the week. We are joined by some of our all-stars. Man in the lower right, Nick for a tick. You see him in the chat. You see him on the leaderboard. Same with the man up in the upper right, looking dapper as ever. Isaac R., also one of our finest talents. You see him on the leaderboard. You see him in the chat. The man in the lower left is has the keys to the house account right now. I will be driving. Gentlemen, how are we doing? We'll start with Isaac R. How are we doing today, Isaac?
I'm doing great. Ready to get the weekend started. Got a pretty busy weekend scheduled. Trading was a little boring this morning, but more boring than like what good trading should be, because good trading should be boring. But it was really boring at the start. My levels did play out today. That's the most important thing. We got some winning trades. Did cut it early just because I didn't want to be trading into lunch hour with it being Friday. But looking to see, I am willing to throw on a trade or two during Power Hour if the opportunities present themselves. So,
excellent. Nick for a tick, Nick T. How's the day going? How's the week going? Your thoughts? It's OpEx.
Day's been
Talk
good.
to us about OpEx. Talk to us about everything.
Day's been good. Week's been up and down. I've had a tough week as far as, I think I talked about this before. When we kind of are drifting your all-time highs, I tend to struggle. It's just is a tougher part to kind of, identify levels. And, when we're just kind of grinding higher and, no one's really initiating a sell, it's just, there's not great two-way action. So I tend to struggle, but having a good day here, caught a nice long off the low we just had off the 550 area on NQ in my XFAs. Got whipsawed this morning in my live account. Ended up, I don't know who Topstep's broker actually is for our live accounts, but I guarantee that entity made more money than I did in the live account today, because I definitely overtraded it.
Racked up those fees. All right, without further ado, in the lower right hand, you will see the countdown clock for the closing bell, as well.
It's coming shortly.
You got it. Then
I got it. It's coming.
It's coming. And then we'll also have hashtag Power Hour. You'll see that up there as well. You see on the Chiron right now. Dolby time. Tell them what hashtag Power Hour is.
Oh, it's just a little hashtag we're working on, developing, making sure it is awesome on social media, and it really is. A lot of submissions already. So we are trying to make it a thing. Hashtag Power Hour at Topstep on X only. Send us your picks, your trader wins, trader certificates, things of that nature. I do have a lot already. Danielle was kind enough to comb Facebook community and get some trader certificate picks that we're going to run through. So I'm looking forward to that. So please submit. If we don't get to it this time, we will get to it next time. But we love sharing your wins and making sure everyone's making some progress, taking payouts and things like that. It's cool to see. It's just supporting the community.
Excellent. As I said, Dolby has the keys to the house account right now. I don't think you've put on any trades. Look at the balance right now. Our house account is up $3,160 from a trade this morning. Caught the long there. Nice little trade in the NQ. Then Michael accidentally fat fingered a gold trade, and that cost us about $300 there, but that happens. So Dolby time, what are we looking at? Yeah, what are we looking at here? We look at NASDAQ, ES. Let's start pulling some levels from our guys right here.
Yeah, we should probably figure out a market that we want to trade. So either Isaac, Nick for a tick, let us know what markets you think would be good for trading. I know Isaac's always going to say ES, right?
Yeah, that's all I trade.
That's all you trade.
I was going to say,
cool.
Has the house account taken a YM trade since it's been established?
I don't think so. You could.
I don't know anything about
cool.
it. So
YM's fun. It's a cool market. We're at top of range right now in the YM. We're hanging out at like 40,086, and we just kind of topped through it and are doing a little bit of a 5-minute consolidation. So maybe we roll over there. That could be a cheap trade, but it's much more range bound than the NQ. Much more range bound. It hasn't really done that.
One more question, Dolby.
Oh, yes.
Just like yesterday, we have 4 people on today. So where do we want the clock today? Clock that Andre said. Do you want it down here somewhere?
These are tough. These are tough questions. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that works.
Put it over. Just put it right over me.
Yeah.
Put it right over me.
Maybe in the top left there. Let's see what we can do.
Do the audience a favor.
We'll have chat vote every 10 minutes. Whoever has the worst commentary gets their face covered up.
That's right. It's like what's that show on ESPN where they mute the contestant that's speaking?
Oh, I don't know. That's pretty
around the
funny,
horn, around the horn. Yeah, around the horn. Above Andre's head. Thank you, the Wiz. Or on my head. It's fine. There you go. That works. There's the countdown clock. 53 minutes left in the session.
Where's
right-hand corner.
Betsy?
Yeah,
Betsy is not. That's for Justin only. So yesterday for Power Hour, we made Justin a little robot dolphin that shot lasers. So go back on Twitter and find that one if you want to see the picture. But that was a fun time. Slow session.
It was. All right,
Well,
gentlemen, let's start talking some levels here. Go ahead.
As far as levels, I would say it's going to take a a real act of God to probably push us past the 5,300 level on SPX on OPEX Friday. I don't know. I have yet to see anyone try to roll the wall up with expirations for today. So I don't see us really creeping much higher than we kind of are right now. You obviously a few points, probably near the 30-minute opening range high is about as high as this may go right now. But yeah, we're kind of at an interesting spot. I mean, at least we unhinged that wall of options today. At least we got this little bit of downside here last hour. But from here, I'm really looking to see, do we kind of reject off this 5,300 level again, which would lead to kind of further downside. It does coincide with the 30-minute opening range low, initial bounce low on NQ. So there is potentially a trade here. We just got to kind of see how the market reacts right around here.
All right.
Where's
Isaac?
here? Like right now?
Yeah,
like
where's here?
5320?
Yes, like 620. Sorry.
Oh, NQ.
620 NQ.
620 NQ and roughly 5322 on ES, which would coincide about a point or two lower than 5300 SPX.
Yeah, I see. Cool.
So shorting 620s NQ. What's the idea in the NASDAQ again? Sorry.
Yeah, right around 620, which is the 30-minute opening range low, the initial bounce low, and coincides with roughly, like I said, 5300 on SPX for how we're trading today.
I see. You mentioned OPEX. For those that don't know what OPEX is, please explain that, Nick, for a tick.
Yeah, it is May monthly options expiration day. So if you've never really paid attention to the options calendar, today is the expiry for May as far as the monthly options. So really, I mean, some of the larger stocks do matter, but today the only ones I've kind of been watching are going to be SPX, SPY, and NVIDIA, which kind of matters today, but probably will matter more next week when they report earnings.
Yes, indeed. Quick update here from our influencers. Some of the guys on TV with us right now. Nick, for a tick, up $1,400 today. Well done. Dakota, up almost $10,000 today. My goodness. Account balance creeping up to $170,000.
He's very
on
close.
On a heater. Isaac R got you up. Ooh, not doing too much trade today. Up $95. That's better than being down $95 though.
$95. Where are you seeing that? I'm up $300. I got a whopping $300 today.
$300. Correction.
I caught some slippage. Yeah, I put my stop. I trailed my stop to lock in 500 just to cover the gains, right? See money, take money. Right before lunch, and I guess traders start liquidating going into lunch hour, and a lot of traders actually walk away around lunchtime on Friday for the day and for the week, right? So caught some slippage, and I ended up walking away with $300 net positive, which is almost a scratch day. But I was okay with that because I figured I would like to have the opportunity to take a trade today during power hour. So, but I got 300 locked in there, and I got 1,000 locked in the combine.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, some good trading. I do. For this ES, I think there could be a trade in ES. If we can get up to like 53.25, 50, that might be an interesting area to hop into a short if it does decide to stretch highs. Because I already did the lows. But we are kind of hanging on at 53.22 right now. I just don't know if I'd want to run into a short just because we've already ran through the daily range low. So I would expect us to go to daily range high. So I would probably lean for continuation if I was forced to place a trade right now. But it's not my ideal setup. I'd prefer a short at 53.25 or a long time ago. But
okay.
Can't go back in time, Dre. We know that.
No, you cannot, especially in this business.
We're having trouble building above those levels right now. Let's see if we roll over a little bit.
Mm-hmm. So this is cool. I mean, we've got a market identified. We could probably all trade the ES here, find some levels, and see if we can throw some trades on.
So my levels for today were 53.05 and 53.35. So basically, and again, when I'm saying a level, for me, it's an area of interest. So it could be plus or minus 2.5 points. So we did trade all the way down to that 53.05. Actually, if I take a look at what is low of day, it's actually 305.75. So that level's already played out, and that level, when I provide my levels, it's that is where we're looking to either that particular level is either to exit shorts and potentially enter longs. But of course, when you're using it as an entry rather than an exit, you want to pay attention to the DOM, right? Book map, whatever it is that you look at to pay attention to order flow and price action. You also wanted to see how the market's acting down there, right? So does it blow through it? Does it pause there? Does it bounce off of it and return before you ultimately decide on whether or not you're going to execute into the market? So, I did go short. I don't know that you guys have my chart up or anything, but originally from where I went short, I was looking to take profit down at those bottoms, but we were just crawling this morning, and it came within a minute of noon Eastern time. Trailed the stop, caught that slippage, and I said, okay, we'll see where we're at for power hour. Now, since then, we've done nothing but catch a bid, right? So once we got down to that 53.05 level, we're already 15 points, almost 20 points higher from then. But we still got about another 10 to 12 points to the upside that I think are definitely in play for power hour.
Okay. All right, we'll see how this plays out. Dolby time. We're not convinced about taking the short. Let's see if we can get up to these. You said 26s, 25s in the ES.
I think we can try. I think we can try for 25s. Like I said, I think we're in a continuation to the upside, just based off of our range low bounce. I mean, it really ran through it with some strength. Like I had the daily range low at 53.12, and it went all the way down to 53.06, and then got that massive bounce that, Dakota got in the NQ. And I think Nick for a tick got a piece of as well in the NQ. They had similar moves, but now we're back in. So I do expect us to test the highs after testing the lows. We do have kind of megaphone formations on the NQ, which leads me to believe we're just in stretching ranges. That's it, which is kind of a miserable experience for anyone who likes trading trends. So it can be tricky to trade, but because of that type of day, I think we go back up. So 53.25, I think that could be a great target. Maybe we can grab a short up there. Only if everyone else is on board, though. But that's what I'm postulating.
Need the check marks. So short idea of 53.26-ish.
Yeah.
See if
like that
we can get up there.
53.26 evens. Yeah. I mean, we could try a short here. I think it's maybe a little bit more expensive than I would like.
Okay.
It may be early. I think you might get the, kind of shove up there. People may cover their, long positions off this kind of pump. We'll see. I don't know. It could easily shove above 5,300 by a few points. And then we can kind of see how positioning changes a little bit right there.
I mean, we could try a dollar cost
We're right
average.
back to where I entered earlier today.
I was told that's not allowed anymore.
Oh, no, we can. Some other places.
we can do that here.
They don't allow it.
Oh, yeah.
100%. 100%.
Oh, yeah. You can do real trades here with real strategies.
Yeah, traders are allowed to trade at top.
You hear that,
real
folks?
traders,
you can
real
martingale
P&Ls.
all you want here.
Real
Traders
techniques, yes.
No, it's trading in a range. It's not martingaling. Trading in a range.
Well, while we're at it.
In your combines and funded accounts.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hoop while you're at it. Hoop, if you're going to beat me to the punch, crude making new highs, trading $79.
Really?
65 cents
Yeah.
a day.
Uh-oh, spaghetti-o.
Don't you got some oil calls, don't you, Dolby?
I do, but we got a ways to go. They're in USO.
Okay. Oh, gotcha.
It's going to be a minute. They're way out of the money right now. They were in the money. Not anymore, though. But we'll see. They're not expiring until like middle of June, so there's plenty of time. Plenty of time. We're making a push here in the ES 53.22.5. We're not that far out. So what I was saying for like dollar cost averaging, though, we could trade up to what, like 20 contracts is.
Yeah.
We could split that up between do 10 times and just try to sell 2 at every single level all the way up until over 53.26. Right. And then if you get filled on all of them, then your average is going to be around 53.25. So it's like a way to participate a little bit. Oh, see, now we're really pushing.
There's a little push.
Here we go, Dolby. Here we go.
Yeah.
So let's start. Yeah, let's do. Hey, all right, check marks, guys. You guys feeling this short up here at 26? Isaac, Nick?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not
Okay.
quite, but I mean, yeah, right around here. It wouldn't hurt to start. dollar cost averaging, just because I think regardless of how far we drift, the magnet is still going to be 5,300. So
Got that. Dolby,
you might see some whipsaw both directions.
Dolby, if you want to work
Yeah.
2 or
So
3.
we got, can I get a Delta update? Let me get a VWAP update. Let me get a Delta update. We got 325 orders sitting right at big round 5330. So that's 30 points off 5,300. We have liquidity swelling on the ask side right at that 25 to 26 range. We're going to go ahead and make an attempt to eat up that liquidity. The question is how many stops are set just above the session high that are going to get zapped and push us to 5330 aggressively. So we want to let the market come to us. I'd be willing to front run my level and maybe look to get short around 31 quarter, 31 half. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. On my live account, I'm going to go ahead and put a limit order for 2 contracts to short at 31 half. I'm going to set that there and wait and see if the market comes to me.
We could.
All right. Got that Delta update for you really quick. Dolby, feel free if you interrupt at any time. Quick Delta update. Minus 5,700 ES, minus 6,600 NASDAQ. There might be a little bit of a squeeze going on right here.
It's not congruent. We got negative Delta, but we have a bid worth 25 points in the last hour and a half.
Yep. So what's that tell you? Isaac?
Be patient.
Be patient. Got that.
Be patient. Yeah, I mean, we could chop up the order.
You don't want to get cracked on the side of your head. And you got to remember, some of the weakest traders are going to have their orders, whether they're entries or exits, right at those highs. And I think Coach Robert actually preaches to that, or maybe it's you, Dolby. So with that, you might end up seeing like cascading, right, where these stops start to get, squeezed, like we like to say, and then it just causes a slightly higher run up. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do another 8 to 10 points up before we decide to take a pullback. Then mean reversion will be at play. We got to see if we get to a point of quantitative extreme, and if the market's willing to take that even further and make an attempt towards overextension. So.
Okay. Isaac,
this isn't a terrible short. This isn't a terrible short, but you could end up taking some heat if you get in just a little bit too early. So I want that trade to be cheaper before I jump in.
Right.
So Isaac,
I got 2 in right now at 3150 in the ES. Like if we do 20, that could give us 10 different levels to play. So we could try shorting like 2 at 26.25 and then all the way up until 3150. And so we might not get all of it. We might get some of it. But, if there is a stop run of 53.26, I think we would get filled on quite a bit. Is that something that would work, or is that too risky? Because that would be, let's see.
Quick tilt, or quick look at tilt, 59% long and Q. Go ahead, Nick, if you got something.
No, I'm just saying, like, if we took 20 lots, split them up into 2s, and then did 2 at every other, so it would be like 50, half, 50, half, 50, half. That would be about 20. That would be everything over 26.50. But we would have to get
you're
that
saying
stop
in
run.
the event that we don't run up that high, right? We catch some positioning on the way up, right? So then if it does turn around and end up going to the downside, we could end up with a trade with 8 contracts instead of 20, which is still better than 0. I like that.
Precisely.
I like that.
Get some exposure.
That's something I'd be interested in exploring. But I do want to see just what happens with this liquidity grab potential right here. I mean, we got 400 contracts sitting at 26.
Yep.
And another 300 sitting at 25, right? So we got like that 1.5 point block of liquidity that I think is going to get eaten up. And it's just, I'm a little worried that there's some weak entries set there as well as some stops. And I think we could end up seeing, a push up to the 32s. That's why I'm willing to front run it just a little bit, having that limit order at 1/2. But Dolby, what you're saying is if you wanted to do maybe a handful of contracts at 25 half, 26 half, 27 half, you could do that. That's something I would be interested in. See, I'm only trading 2 contracts, so I would have to split it 1-to-1. And for me, a 1 contract trade, the juice just isn't worth the squeeze. So I don't think I'd bother doing it on my end. But for the house account, it would be a solid play.
Yeah, I'm stacking them up right now. So I got 31.50, 31, 30.50, 30, 29.50, 29. And I can just keep on stacking these down as 2s as far down as we want to go.
That's interesting. Have we done that before in a house account?
This is a Dolby. This is his dream right now. Dolby's been wanting to execute like this.
Well, listen, there are some advantages. Listen, if you're going to trade size, and Jack, you can hop in here too. It's like, this is kind of the advantage of trading some size. Like we're trying to play a range. We don't want to go all in one area, But we also want to make sure that if we do get a stop run, like we want to participate in like some of it. Now, obviously, it could just scream to the upside, fill us on everything, and stop us out. But this does give us a little bit of flexibility in getting in this trade.
I thought we were going to code.
It's interesting because you could also do a
hotkey
similar thing with micros.
Oh, you could, yeah. So if you're in Topstep X, you could try something similar, and try to average down in those. But we're trading minis and we're trading some size. This is the house account, baby. You know how we do.
We're getting more limits in that 25 to 26 range, and we haven't really made an aggressive, attempt to grab it. So that is showing me some hesitance and some weakness from the bulls. We did just have a 20 point rally, right? Have they lost steam up here, or are they going to catch a second wind and then blast us up to where my limit order is sitting right now? So we're right at it. We're one tick away from hitting 25. Now we're at 25, eating up that liquidity. Let's pay very close attention to what happens here. Do we have anybody on the stream that watches, Bookmap or anything like that? Anything unusual that's kind of sticking out? Or is John Hoagland saying anything in the chat that we should be paying attention to?
We're getting
there
a push.
It is. Boom, 26.
We're getting a push.
26.
So we have 20 open right now at 27, 27.50, 28. Basically a half point up, 20. So our max, our last one would be 31.50, and our first one would be 27 evens.
This is lit.
So one thing I'm going to drop some of Hoag's wisdom in here. Hoag likes to say, never get in front of a late Friday rally.
Yep.
That's true. I mean, Nick Furtick, do you agree with this? Nick Furtick, you also like this this concept, right?
Yeah.
Of grabbing
the only
shorts up there?
The only reason I have no problem fading this is because it's OpEx and because of what I'm seeing. You just have, regardless of how high we push, unless I see the call wall or the options wall at 5,300 start to roll up, we probably still revert back to it.
Okay, cool.
So
I just
for
want to make
example,
sure.
I am short. I'm short 636 on NQ.
Okay.
On NQ. All right.
Not looking for much, just kind of seeing if we pull back here to below 5,300, maybe 10 points.
So two things, Nick. Not looking for much. What does that mean for you? Number one, and then number two, what does that mean in NQ? Not looking for much.
So for me, when I'm not looking for much, that is typically even less than my typical target, which would be around 20 points, where I'm looking to just kind of scalp this, see if I can get a quick trade back towards, initial balance low, back to that 620 level, and then kind of look for a reaction. I have no problem taking profit there, completely closing the trade out, or, that's where maybe I'd close one of these two lots and just hold a runner to see what happens into the close. But kind of a wait and see. I may even add a third contract was basically my logic here.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice. So everyone's on the same page. It's a house account trade, and we're trying to basically short this range extension to the upside. We tested the lows. We're going to see if we can test the highs. It is OpEx. So I think we're all kind of anticipating for this to run back up, stop some people out, and then head back down to VWAP, point of control, somewhere in the middle. That's the general thesis?
Yeah.
Yes, that's how I understand it.
I would.
Hey,
JD,
if you want, we can do those hashtag power hour submissions here before we get in this trade. If you're ready to go, let me know on that.
I mean, we are. I don't know. Probably going to start getting filled on some of this, but we can start. We're only
What's our first,
7 ticks away.
Order? What's our first order, Dolby? 27?
27. Yeah, we're 2 points away.
Cool. Cool.
And what do we think for stops? Like 53.33? Are we just going to do like a monetary stop?
I'm a 10-point stopper. But the thing is, so you're going to be averaged in, right? Mm-hmm. So I would just measure it as assume what the entire range of your entries is, right? Mm-hmm. Find where the middle of those entries are, and then go 10 points off of that. That's what I would do based on your strategy. For me, if I get in at 31.5, then at 41.5 is where I'm getting stopped out. And that would mean that we have gone beyond 35. Then we're looking at what? Are we at the point where we're looking at all-time highs? But we're right back up to that 26, and there's liquidity there again. The only thing that's changed is that now orders are getting set on the DOM to the downside. We got 340 orders sitting at 323. I don't have level 2 data on Topstep X, just on TraderBait, so I can't really see much further down. But we still got 381 contracts sitting at 53.30. So I'm sitting pretty at 31.5. if I missed a trade, I missed a trade, but I'm not trying to get in front of, a late Friday rally and get caught with my pants down. But at 31.5, at that point, we're at the point of quantitative extreme. I don't see us going into overextension. However, with OPEX going on, anything can happen. We're only 5 points over settlement as well, too. But you see how we just can't break that 26 with liquidity there? It's just showing me some weakness. Is Delta going positive or smaller in the negative, or is it going deeper in the negative at this point?
Actually went deeper in the negative. We were at 217 about 9 minutes ago. Good question. We were at minus 5,700. Last update we got was about 2 minutes ago. We are now minus 6,400 in the ES. So it's grown by 700.
Let's see if we can break VWAP here on NQ.
Yeah, since Nick, I mean, obviously I'm not telling the Topstep production crew what to do, but since Nick's in the trade, I don't know if his screen is the one that's showing, but since he's in a position, if we can get that chart up, I'd like to see what's happening in the NQ while we're waiting to see what happens in S&P.
Maybe we can run through hashtag Power Hour if we can't get through. We're making a pretty
and
big
about
push.
that, Dobie, where is it? So what is it that Topstep wants Power Hour to be used on? Is it Facebook? Is it Instagram? Is it stories, reels, posts?
It's X.
Where are we
We're
really
using-
looking at?
We're using Twitter. Twitter only is for this.
Twitter
So
only. Okay.
Yep.
I don't tweet. I'm not a tweeter.
We had to. I couldn't split
don't
it because
delete.
then it gets too. If you split it, then you have your attention split between two different things. So I was like, whatever. We had the most feedback that was positive for X, and Instagram just has like a bunch of weird pictures on it. So we actually have a lot of submissions. We probably actually have too many submissions to cover them all.
I think we're ready.
Unfortunately,
I think we're ready for those submissions.
Let's run them.
Let's do it, JD. If you
run
got
them.
them.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Here we go. You ready?
Yeah. So a lot of funded trader certificates here.
Yeah, here we go. Francisco C.
Yeah, so this is the
Leveled up.
live funded trader. This is the live funded trader certificate. So different than the XFA one that you normally get. So you actually get a separate one, which is very, very cool. You gentlemen
Congrats,
on
Francisco.
screen, you already have one. So Francisco, congratulations. I think there's a couple of
We
these.
got to run
too
through
that are
these
all
quick
from-
because there's going to be
just
a
shoot
bunch of
through.
these.
Yeah.
And
Here's
Ray
Ray.
Castro.
Castro.
On NQ here.
Congratulations.
We saw
I'm
Ray
running
on the shoulder tap. Ray was on the shoulder
Oh,
tap
that's
just a
awesome.
little while ago.
Lubbock Casil.
Loic.
Lubbock, yeah, I think that's pretty good. I want to do a bit where Mick has to pronounce names and then guess the gender of the person. I think that'd be really funny.
Ooh, that could be a dangerous game.
Yeah, well, it already is a dangerous game.
it
Do we have any other ones?
They'll be playing with
they're-
fire. Here we go.
Oh,
There's,
okay, so
there's some other
yeah,
ones.
go ahead, JD. Yeah, so we have a nice stretch of actually female traders who've recently gotten funded, which is awesome. So Rita Coleman, congratulations, and then just shoot to the next two. This is not the one I was thinking of, but also congratulations.
There you go.
Yeah, there's Rita.
That was the same
There should
one.
be two more. Should be two more females.
It gets confusing back here. Hang on. There we
Yeah,
go.
I know. Nazir,
not
that's
it
not
either.
the one I was thinking of, but also congratulations. Nope, that's Rita,
There's Rita
again.
again, guys.
And
That's
again for
Rita
a third
again. All right.
time.
Come on.
So we got Rita. May have downloaded Rita 6 times. That we might only be getting Rita. Sorry,
Hey, we're
guys.
different.
That's right.
You guys
That's
got to
fine.
send us labeled images.
I did. I sent them to the producers. There should be groups of 3. Should be in groups of 3.
Are we going to get the non-binary trader certificates next?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't make the rules.
Well, let's give it up to the ladies. Let's give it up to the ladies.
Yeah, who are the
funded-
other,
funded ladies?
I can grab the other names here. It was Sheila. Sheila Adderton, congratulations. Also, her name is, I think, Sheila E., which is also a very famous female drummer and percussionist for all the musicians out there. She actually went on tour with Prince. And then Michelle Villaluna also got funded as well. Those are all in the Facebook community. And then if we have time later, Dakota was a brat and sent us his P&L from the golf course. Congratulations,
Oh yeah,
Dakota.
I got. He sent me a personal DM for that one. Hang on.
New highs in the
is how
Dow.
This is how it
New highs
started.
down. Yep. 6,500. Congratulations.
This is how it finished. I was actually across the street having lunch with Mick about a half hour ago when we got the message. Well, I got the message, and Mick sent a reply because he did not get the message. Something along the lines of, "You're bragging to JD about your profits from the golf course today. How's your scorecard looking? Higher than my P&L."
Hey.
Good for him. We've not gotten filled yet. So also thank you for everyone who sent in the hashtag Power Hour stuff. We will get to more of those next week. But we do appreciate everyone sending in 2:30. So MOC, any MOC action? Not yet.
Not yet. Probably around 45. We'll get that.
Okay.
We got quiz results, Jack. I think we could do those now whenever we're ready for that. I know we never got to yesterday's as well.
Yeah, we're going to show yesterday's. We're going to show these quickly. You can go back and rewind. They're in alphabetical order. I do have one note on them, JD. If you start with the 516, the yesterday winners. Here they are. You can look in there. One weird statistical note. I use a random number thing. There were like the same number got chosen 5 times.
Wow.
Right? So it was picking 55 numbers because the top 5 are set out of 758. And the same number, which was 400, was chosen 5 times.
Wow.
I do it again. But for the record, Fun Trades Cash. You were the statistical anomaly that got chosen 5 times with those odds, which is crazy.
What are the odds?
Somebody should go to
calculate
Vegas.
them.
Someone needs to get to the nearest casino to him. He's got luck on his side.
Yep, the roulette table immediately.
Where's MP's quant?
I'll calculate the odds. I'll do it by the end of this. And then today's winners, here they are. I noticed we got Jack's BF's GF up there. Good for you.
My third leg.
And those are your winners.
Yeah. Congratulations to all the winners there. Make sure you manage your risk in your next trading combine if you did win a free reset. This does not give you permission to YOLO just because you got a free reset, chat. Try to trade disciplined.
And just to answer the next 20 questions that have not yet come in the chat, yes, the quiz winners have been announced, everyone. All right.
It's coming.
There they go.
Just put it in the banner on the bottom. Quiz winners have been announced.
Yeah.
Give it 5 minutes.
Would it be cool if there was just like a link that on the TopStep X website, the TopStep TV website, that people could just go and click and there's just a screenshot of the winners for the day? Like if you missed the stream, if you for whatever reason don't know how to operate Rewind, you could just click the link. Just like we could look at Hoag's daily levels and weekly levels, like today's winners. They're all right there.
You
don't need to
have
spam
a
the
lot
chat.
of faith in people following instructions, Isaac. A lot of faith.
I have no faith in people.
Okay, well.
I don't blame you sometimes. All right, crude bounced off the highs there.
All right,
Back about
I'm looking for a reaction here off the initial bounce low, either to cover these 2 lots or potentially let it ride. We'll see.
All right, Delta update here at 2:34 Central. Got 26 minutes left in the session. Minus 8,000 in the ES, minus 7,200 NQ. Shorts are growing.
Did you ever get filled? Are you short, Isaac, or no?
I'm
Did you
not.
nibble on
I'm
a
not.
short?
But
Okay.
I was tempted to do what you're doing. I know I'm only trading 2 contracts. I was thinking about maybe putting one at 25 and then another one at 29, or keeping the one at 31.5 and maybe just at least getting I would hate to get filled on a liquidity injection, but it might be worth it. It's just seeing these asks stacked, man. I mean, 260 at 26, 275 at 28, 350 at 30, and then I can't see anything above 31s, right? Because I don't have
not a whole
top
lot.
bags.
Yeah, not a whole lot. 346 has 300, but that is
pretty thin up there.
Real far away. I still like our trade, though. I like the concept of what we're trying to do here.
Dollar cost averaging.
We could lean on the size on 30 and put a limit order at 29.75. That's an opportunity.
And what? Condense everything down into that one?
Maybe. I don't know. It's a little weird because again, like it's not the way that I trade, right? But I'm trying to think like, how do we manage this house account? It's better to get into a position of some size than none at all, because with OPEX and it just being power hour and it's the last 20 minutes of the trading week, there's going to be some activity here. but we've been viciously range bound today for the most part.
A very tight 5-minute range in the ES right now at a level in which I thought we were going to be range bound anyways. But like I said, we're trying to play the stop run to the outside. So like theoretically we could have moved, our I don't know what you would call this, our spread of orders here down to like, we could have started at like 26, for example. You flat?
Yeah, I flattened it. I'm gonna watch.
What's your P&L?
$2,000 in the XFAs.
$2,000 XFA. Hey. Thank you, Nick, for a tick.
Did we announce the quiz winners?
That's awesome.
Just kidding, guys.
I don't know.
Dude, no joke. Someone in our Slack just asked, and they were being serious about it. Literally like 60 seconds after we did. I'm not going to name names, but behind the scenes, you know who you are.
It was Michael Patak.
It was not. Someone didn't have the volume on. Someone didn't have the volume on the show. I got you, Gabe.
Why do people want to
the reason I flattened is I was seeing some initiation from buyers. And there you go.
Yeah.
Right back up to those 26s. Yep. Come on, we got a little push here.
Let's see if we can get filled. So let's talk stops. We're probably going to get filled on at least one of these. Where do we think that this idea is a failure?
I told you 10 points. If we get outside of 35, it's over.
Bro, if we get outside of 35, I think we're like bankrupt. That's going to be, I think that's pretty big. If we would get filled on all 20 plus another.
No, 7. Yeah, if you get filled on all 20.
Yeah.
All right, so just to recap, Dolby, we're working 2 at 27, 2 at 29, 2 at 31.
No, 27, 27 half, 28, 28 half, 29, 29 half, 30, 30 half, all the way up to 31.50.
Ooh, look at it on the chart. That is nuts.
Every half.
Yeah, spread that chart out a little bit so it doesn't look so crazy and condensed.
Yeah, this is
That's hot, though. I like that. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah. So basically, all we're trying to do is we're just working a range for everything that is above, right? So we're anticipating a stop run is going to happen, and we're anticipating that we're going to run stops to the upside and then come back down. So we don't know what level it's going to stop doing it at. So we're going to try to get some of it by casting essentially a wider net by splitting up the orders. So it's still 20, but it's all split up across the ladder. So we might get up to 29 and then roll over. So at least we have 8 or 10, but we're going to miss out on the other 12 or whatever. So it's a way to kind of dip your toe in the water with managing, the trade. So we don't know how much we're going to get. We might get all of it, might get none of it, might get partial. But we want to try to get some. Is the idea.
We're looking double topish right now in the S&P.
Looking almost like triple topish on the 5-minute. So I kind of like it.
On the 5-minute, we have 3 bars. So in the very, 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 very short term, we have a triple top. And I'm talking about the session. Depends if you want to count the run up that we had at. Oh man, I can't see. I gotta hide this.
Like 8 o'clock.
Chart. There we go.
I think it's like 8 o'clock.
What did I do?
8 o'clock level is that double top I think you're talking about, right?
Whoa, this is weird. I just messed something up. Let me refresh here. My screen sharing.
Hey, just a quick reminder, joining us right now, Isaac R. and Nick for a tick, number 8 and number 11 traders on our live fund. And we bring the top talent from Topstep, put them on screen, trade together, trade with us, submit their trade ideas so you can watch the best. Do it. Real traders, real accounts, real P&Ls. No fake, no fill around here.
I think the other thing too is like I know MP wants to eventually get up to like the 50 and 100 lot area.
Yeah.
I would play it the exact same way. Like I wouldn't want to have all 100 of mine at like one area. I'd want to split it up in a range to get filled.
Averaging in, that's what the big traders do. I think that might be the way that we have to go moving forward, unless you guys are featuring one of the leaderboard traders or a unique special guest on that we want to utilize for the house account that they're just like, no, like we're an all in, all out type of person, then fine. But I think that averaging in and breaking up position sizing, position entries might be the wave going forward on the house account. I like it.
I think
it might be something that I might start toying with for myself as well, just so I can start scaling up and start looking to trade 5, 7, 9 contracts at a time. I'm not quite there yet.
TopstepTV blows up and the golden interns are watching.
There's that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There is that.
Yeah.
I just have a fear. Like you have 100 lot on ES, even, whatever it is, what's going to stop someone from just pushing us up, sweating for a little heat of, 10 grand, just as a laugh to some interns who have billions of dollars in leverage at their disposal. Not kidding. Does happen.
I'm not either.
4 minutes out to liquidity injections.
I'm paranoid about stop hunting, Nick.
Yep.
For a tick. Paranoid about it.
I mean, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to basically swap spots with weak shorts. That's all we're trying to do.
Yes. Yep.
That's all we're doing. Right? So the weakest trader is 1 tick above the high and 1 tick below the low. That is the weakest trader.
It was you that says that. I wasn't sure if it was you or Robert.
Yeah, it's one of my sayings. But the reason I even arrived at that is because I was doing the reversal trading, and like I ended up getting myself into that position, and it's like, wow, I'm real weak. Other thing too is like, how often do we as traders set our stop 1 tick below the low, get stopped out, and it runs up in our favor? Now think of yourself in that position. Are you super confident when your stop is 1 tick above or below the high? It's like, no, you want to take as little risk as possible. But it also means you're the cheapest date to get taken out, because that's only 1 tick a risk that they have to move price to get your stop if they want liquidity.
I'll ask one more time. Last time of the week. The broken record I am. Please click like. Please click subscribe. I think we're getting to 90,000 subscribers next week. Let's see if we can get that by Monday. We'll have a little something for the viewers, as you know we always do. But thank you for your support. As we watch this sucker grow, numbers have been growing. Show's getting better. The trading's getting better. Talent's getting better. We're firing on all cylinders around here. It's really good to see. Couldn't do it without everybody.
Man. See, and this is what we were trying to play, chat, right? So like we could have taken this 20 lot and divided it down however we wanted. Theoretically, we could have started it at like 25, 25.50, 26, and then that way we would have part of this position below highs, but we were anticipating a much bigger stop run than what we got. And so it's kind of like a balancing act of how you want to play. It's slipping for now.
Minus 7,000 ES, minus 7,000 NQ. Keep an eye out for MOC. Announcement here in 2 minutes. 16 minutes left in the session.
Yep. I still like this trade. I think we just hang on and let this play out. Jack?
Update 7,600 ES, minus 7,600 ES, minus 7,200 NQ. Shorts are growing.
I'm actually really
5,300
surprised.
pin is strong.
Yeah, we haven't gotten
Nick?
over
What do you
53.26.
think
It's wild.
quick long? You think we're going to
Ooh,
pick up the
long?
high before the close?
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm talking to one of
that's
my guys
possible.
here. I'm going to go ahead and get a simple moving average on here real quick.
Yeah. Hey, if you want to help push this sucker, tell your boys to hop in on the long side, get some upward
I'll call my
pressure.
friends over at Goldman real quick.
Yeah, I'll call Nancy
All right.
too.
No.
How bold of you to assume anyone is trading not on a sim in this space right now?
It's just robots. It's just a bunch of robots.
Wait, are you
in the market,
eating?
Right? It's us and robots.
You're really not eating. You're really not eating on the stream. No more. No more. Please.
Is that granola?
Oh, it's a sandwich.
You're not you when you're hungry.
You gotta make
No
sure
more.
your brain has, the proper nutrients to stack shorts above highs.
We do need a quick life wellness check on the VIX. It has dipped below 12 for the first time in recent memory. So someone please check on that fake indicator that was designed to measure volatility that is not actually a real thing.
The VIX is not real.
It's under 12. It's not real.
Different tickle. We said that though. We had to explain ourselves in the chat that it actually is real, and it's
You're
not.
right. It is real. It's just
it is real.
It
doesn't move.
It is a real thing. I just tongue in cheek like to, as you may have kind of learned, when the VIX is high, it is a more volatile market. It is more favorable for a day trader on a shorter time frame to be successful when the VIX is high. So when it gets suppressed like this, when it starts dipping into the 10s, the 8s, it just becomes like summer grind mode, and it's not exactly a day trader's market anymore. And it's not fun to sit here and look at charts because we don't really get the range, the ATR, the movement that, you know, intraday that a trader would like. So I just like to make the joke that it's not real, it's being suppressed, and you know, it's there's a conspiracy tinfoil hat behind it.
Absolutely,
There's no
fact, fake news. It's fake news.
It is fake news though. It's not real. It can't hurt us. I'm more afraid of
Something
a
really
VIX,
unusual
a
about
VIX
today was
sub
that
12.
Go ahead, Nick.
Come on, Sim, you can't hurt me.
I was going to say a sub 12 VIX in an election year with rates where they are and the Fed potentially throwing out the hike word. That's the most terrifying thing you could ever imagine. So
I can't
to each their
imagine
own.
they would say that word with the election year going on.
I mean,
but hey,
Kashkari
never
just got it
know.
on the tip of his tongue.
Yep. Yeah, we're not going to get blindsided by any speakers, are we? Okay, good. Nothing.
Yeah, you never know.
You never know. Yesterday, someone was speaking. Who we have? We have someone at 250 start yapping away. Bostic speaking yesterday, 250, 10 minutes before the close. We got 12 minutes before the close right here. Still no MOC. Do we? Nothing yet.
No.
On the 5-minute chart, ATR peaked at 3.2. 3.2, and it was right at the bottom of basically where we sold off to the low of the day. And we didn't exceed 3.2, man. Like that means like you have up to a 6-point target expectation on a trade. I mean, that's little tick energy for sure. Little tick energy for sure.
Small VIX energy.
Small VIX. You guys are just you guys got to go now. Minus 8,500 delta. Shorts are going.
Yeah, we pulled back to basically the high that we had made right at noon Eastern time. We pulled back to that level. So it's going to either play as support or it's going to break, and then we're going to get mean reversion. We got 300 lot just right where we're trading now at 22 half. Just got on there. We're eating through that now. Another 400 just got dropped at 22 quarter. Let's see if we eat through that now. And we are 2 minutes out to 350 Eastern time.
Got my rally shades on.
Yeah.
See if we can.
That's right. Those 26s. Maybe we get next time we just get a piece of that liquidity. Get with
Nothing
paper.
like a 30-minute 10-point range in NQ.
Jeez.
Love it. Love it. Well, I mean, at least hope chat is seeing what we're trying to do here, because right, we could have just taken all these orders and moved them down to just below the highs, and we would have gotten filled on like 2 or maybe 4. You can see how it's like we don't want to necessarily pick the exact area. We're trying to just play this range. We don't know how big that run is going to be. We just happen to maybe we set our first contract a little bit too high, but I think it was a good idea.
The thought process was just though with stops. We're
really
trying
good.
to, we're trying to get with all the stops.
We really didn't even pierce the high of the day, or we kind of just barely did. Not the overnight high, which I would have expected to happen. So it's not like this was a bad thesis. It just for some reason did not have an excess there. Weird.
That happens.
It's very weird.
Wasn't it always
Triple top on the
26?
5 minute? Yeah, 26. is good.
Yeah, it was
Did
always
not break.
26.
Yeah.
Never
I would
broke.
have called that a poor high, but I guess we did pierce the intraday high, so not. But wow, that you don't see that every day. Literally,
Don't.
stopped
Paper came
right
in and
there.
defended. Now we're selling off here. Delta is growing, guys. Minus 9,200 ES, minus 7,300. Delta's grown by
There we go. Let's see.
1,600 negative in the last 10 minutes in the ES. So shorts are coming in. Bids are
I
being
would
hit,
say-
I should say.
Yeah, I would say more often than not, we would have gotten that stop run of at least like a couple points. But I mean, you're right.
That's a
To
stop.
just hit 53.26 on the dot 3 times and roll over that is so rare. So rare.
Let's see if we even get back to 5,300 now. Let's see if sellers just continue to kind of push this down.
What's middle of range for this?
We're down to 10 minutes already for power hour. This is crazy.
I know.
I'm starting to see 1 billion buy side. Can we confirm that?
Okay.
Shashwat, you typically have pretty good MOC. Billion buy side. All right, billion buy side. Go with that. NVIDIA selling off here.
Somebody just messaged me questions in the chat for you. I'm eating pizza. I am trading out of a cigar lounge. I do deadlift. I'm smoking
Speed dating.
the 120 anniversary La Aurora. Dominican Puro, really, really nice cigar. Why do people hate me so much? I don't know. Let me live. Let me live my life. Everybody trades different. Everybody talks different. Everybody moves different.
Let
me live my life. What do you know about fresco fades, Andrew? Andrew, what do you know about fresco fades? No, this is not a fresco fade, but I've been there before, like 7 years ago. That's a barbershop here in town. You a local? Andrew, you a local? You want to meet up for a cigar and a trading session?
That sounds like
Let's
fun.
do it.
Yeah.
That's why I got
Hoag's Lawn got
a few of my traders here with me right now.
That's awesome. Well, we're getting a push here in the ES. We actually might get filled on a couple into close. I think I'm so comfortable with this trade. I like to see this play out. I don't think the risk would be very big on it, even if we did happen to get a big run here. But I do still like the thesis, and I don't want to change the plan. If anyone has a contradictory opinion, please let me know, because we're getting mighty, mighty close to getting filled on our first one here.
Please clean up the high.
That's what I'm saying. Let's see what we can get.
Like, just from a market structure perspective, please clean up the high.
What's Hoag think? Hoag's in chat. We got Hoag and JD in chat. What do they say? Do they like this trade?
Oh yeah, let's need some more check marks.
Yeah, Hoag, JD, opinions on this current trade we have going on. You can't hide. I see your blue names.
Yeah, no, I'm here too.
Jack, you have a good opinion too. What's your opinion, Jack?
We got a full house on here. Let's just get everybody on screen. Like, who's on camera right now? Let's just get everybody on
like the
screen.
Brady Bunch. Get the Brady Bunch thing going.
Like the Brady Bunch.
Yeah.
The Trady Bunch. We're the Trady Bunch.
Hey,
look at
there you
that.
go.
Just one big happy family.
Hoag's looking for a short
wait, we got to do the fireworks. The Trady Bunch. No, I didn't get the fireworks. Although that happens every time. What's going on here? I guess not. Usually when I do the double thumbs up, we get fireworks. Not today.
It happened last time.
4 o'clock on a Friday. We're done for the day.
We're close, Jen.
You did get the fireworks last time you did it. What's the Delta update, Hoag? Can we get that?
Minus 9,200. They're short at the high. They're short up here, and we're not breaking.
I kind of like Hoag's opinion of a short squeeze. Short squeeze coming into the close. It sounds
into the weekend.
Yeah, that's
we'll be part of it.
Yeah,
we'll be part of. Well, maybe we'll be part of some of it.
We're feeling the squeeze here. Yeah, let's do it.
Not really. I mean, we're not even getting it. It still can't get above 53.26.
It's not getting over 5,300 right now on SPX.
It's not.
I'm not seeing it. They're not rolling the wall up. Let's see. We got plenty of time. Like, we could see they could roll to the 305 strike, and you could get that push. But I'm not seeing it yet.
All comes down to this.
As long as everyone else feels good, I feel good.
So this is where you just may get a stupid OPEX move. We'll see.
Yep, and I don't want to be in a trade that's activated on stupid activity. So my limit order's killed. I'm done for the day. $300 is all I got for today, guys.
Okay.
What are they saying, Cicero?
I don't know. It's a great question.
Do you know what Cicero is, Nick?
No, you asked me this last time.
I did. I did ask you that.
I just love the reference. I just love when the Chicago guys say it. It's great.
It is.
$300. That's 300 Cicero clams right there.
Exactly how they sound.
That's one of my favorite jokes.
All right, 25 seconds till last liquidity injection. MOCs to be executed.
Okay. Well, as long
I
as
don't live
everyone's
too far from Cicero. It could be live from there.
As long as everyone's cool, I'm cool. We'll keep this trade on. We still couldn't get above 53.26, which is wild. But we do have that minute coming up. In about 5 seconds, we should get that liquidity bump.
Boom. 1 billion's buy side.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of Deadwood cigars at all.
That was the boom? That was
the
not
boom.
much of a boom.
Not really.
I mean, we're just running out of time. Is the problem,
ladies and gents.
That's the problem. Is we're running out of time.
What a lame. I mean, the last two OPEXs, I feel like we had a violent move towards SPX 5,000 on back-to-back months, and this is just underwhelming compared to that.
I think we're hitting 31 even by the buzzer.
That would
I
be
think we're
bad
hitting
for
31
us.
even by. Well, no, you still got all those limits in place.
Oh, yeah. What do we do? You said 31 even? 53.31?
I'm thinking 31 even is what we'll probably run up to right at the close. I could be wrong. I'm obviously not going to trade it, but I have a feeling that this is going to be an aggressive little pop right at the end here.
I mean, we've like quintuple tapped 53.26. This is wild.
Or if we get a little flush here, you could have all the longs intraday panic.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Looking for someone to panic. I have never seen a level hold like this in a long time. I mean, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just a true ceiling right there.
Someone's closing on NQ. I just saw like 200 lots come in on the sell side. Someone's closing.
Sell side.
Yeah. I mean, if we had moved it down, it would have been a little bit more aggressive of a trade by about 2 points, I'd say. But that's kind of like the gamble, right? You have to figure out where you want to start your grid of orders.
I am
Maybe
still
we were
shocked
a little
we
bit too
didn't
passive.
get a tick above 26.
I mean, insane.
Like if you're actually like going your full size just there and like at whatever 36, 26 half or something and didn't get a fill because you were looking for that little excess push.
Nothing.
That sucks.
I'm starting to lean towards flattening all these out just because we're not going to have enough time.
I think you should.
And show them our favorite feature, Dolby. Show everyone our favorite feature on TopStep X while you're at it.
What? Flatten all? That one?
The lockout button.
Lockout button? Yeah, we can do that. I'll flatten all. All the orders have disappeared. And the lockout button is right up here. Next to your daily loss limit is this little exclamation point surrounded by a octagon, I believe. Manual lockout. This cannot be undone. Once you press this button, there is no return. Do not contact customer support. They will not unlock your account for you. There is no going back. This action is irreversible.
Do it.
Lock me out.
You can't like beg the risk management team, like Mick, please. Like,
Are
let me
you
back
kidding
in.
me?
Great job.
And also,
If you
speaking on
contact
flat and all,
if you contact
who
support
brought
to
up
unlock
flat
your
and all?
account, if you contact support to unlock your account, you will be silenced from chat for 90 days. That is the new rule.
they'll lock you
All
out
right,
for
90
a week if
seconds.
you contact them about it.
90 seconds.
Andre, you thought he was going to say the flat and all button. That was definitely a good guess. One thing I was going to say, and so Nick, you might appreciate this because I know you're a gun guy like me. I know Hoag's a gun guy, and Marie, and Eddie. I see you with the Sig Sauer hat. But I always tell any trader or aspiring trader, I always say, just like you would check a firearm, you should hit your exit at market or your flat and all, your cancel all, whatever your platform has, you should do it 3 times. There's no there's no reason not to. You want to make sure that you have no floaters out there whatsoever, just like you would clear a firearm. Hit that button 3 times to make sure that you don't have anything that's going to surprise you when you wake up in the morning.
Yeah, we used to get that call a whole lot.
If you use mobile to even just check price action and it happens to be your platform of choice and you fat finger an order like I did on Wednesday and you wake up to a large loss at a position you didn't even think you actually had open ever. So oops.
New highs. S&P's catching a bid here, Andre. New highs in S&P on the day.
Yes, sir. 30 seconds. Is the squeeze on?
I said 31. I said 31 even. Let's see what happens here. I said 31 even.
We would have gotten filled on 2. So we were at 27, 27.50, 28, 28.50, yada, 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 up to 31.50. So we would have gotten filled on 2 lots so far.
And now the interns are going to push each other around for pennies on the dollar around 5,300. Let's see.
Yep. So now we would have been short 4, short 6, short 8.
Where's the bell? Where's the bell?
Wow.
So we'd be short about 8 right now, which honestly looks pretty good. I mean, it doesn't look that bad.
There it is. There it is. Great week.
Not enough time.
There it is.
No,
Only 20 seconds late. Sorry, guys.
Want to thank everybody. Dolby time. Wish we could have executed some trades. Again, we got the number 8, number 11 on the live funded leaderboard right here. Nick for a tick, Isaac R. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Great trading this week. Always good seeing you guys on a Friday afternoon to kick off the weekend. Hell of a week here. We saw all-time highs in the NASDAQ this week. Fed speakers. Next week, we got NVIDIA earnings, so get ready for that. Thank you for everybody for joining us. Let's get to those 90,000 subscribers. Dolby time. Isaac Rivera, Nick for a tick, Nick T, You guys rule. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We'll catch you guys on Monday. Let's do it again.
Everybody have a good
Take care,
weekend.
guys.
We'll see you soon.
See y'all.